Section 14 of The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 4, edited by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. Publication of the Justinian Code, AD 529 to 534, by Edward Gibbon, Part 2. 1. The distinction of ranks and persons is the firmest basis of a mixed and limited government. The perfect equality of men is the point in which the extremes of democracy and despotism are confounded, since the majesty of the prince or people would be offended if any heads were exalted above the level of their fellow slaves or fellow citizens. In the decline of the Roman Empire, the proud distinctions of the Republic were gradually abolished, and the reason or instinct of Justinian completed the simple form of an absolute monarchy. The emperor could not eradicate the popular reverence which always waits on the possession of hereditary wealth or the memory of famous ancestors. He delighted to honor with titles and emoluments his generals, magistrates, and senators, and his precarious indulgence communicated some rays of their glory to the persons of their wives and children. But in the eye of the law, all Roman citizens were equal, and all subjects of the empire were citizens of Rome. That inestimable character was degraded to an obsolete and empty name. The voice of a Roman could no longer enact his laws or create the annual ministers of his power. His constitutional rights might have checked the arbitrary will of a master, and the bold adventurer from Germany or Arabia was admitted with equal favor to the civil and military command which the citizen alone had been once entitled to assume over the conquests of his fathers. The first Caesars had scrupulously guarded the distinction of ingenuous and servile birth, which was decided by the condition of the mother, and the candor of the laws was satisfied if her freedom could be ascertained during a single moment between the conception and the delivery. The slaves who were liberated by a generous master immediately entered into the middle class of libertines or freedmen, but they could never be enfranchised from the duties of obedience and gratitude. Whatever were the fruits of their industry, their patron and his family inherited the third part or even the whole of their fortune if they died without children and without a testament. Justinian respected the rights of patrons, but his indulgence removed the badge of disgrace from the two inferior orders of freedmen. Whoever ceased to be a slave obtained without reserve or delay the station of a citizen, and at length the dignity of an ingenious birth, which nature had refused, was created or supposed by the omnipotence of the emperor. Whatever restraints of age or forms or numbers had been formerly introduced to check the abuse of manumissions and the too rapid increase of vile and indigent Romans, he finally abolished, and the spirit of his laws promoted the extinction of domestic servitude. Yet the eastern provinces were filled in the time of Justinian with multitudes of slaves, either born or purchased for the use of their masters, and the price, from 10 to 70 pieces of gold, was determined by their age, their strength, and their education. But the hardships of this dependent state were continually diminished by the influence of government and religion, and the pride of a subject was no longer elated by his absolute dominion over the life and happiness of his bondsman. The law of nature instructs most animals to cherish and educate their infant progeny. The law of reason inculcates to the human species the return of filial piety. But the exclusive, absolute, and perpetual dominion of the father over his children is peculiar to the Roman jurisprudence and seems to be coeval with the foundation of the city. The paternal power was instituted or confirmed by Romulus himself, and after the practice of 3 centuries, it was inscribed on the 4th table of the Decemvirs. In the forum, the senate, or the camp, the adult son of a Roman citizen enjoyed the public and private rights of a person. In his father's house he was a mere thing, confounded by the laws with the movables, the cattle, and the slaves, whom the capricious master might alienate or destroy without being responsible to any earthly tribunal. The hand which bestowed the daily sustenance might resume the voluntary gift, and whatever was acquired by the labor or fortune of the son was immediately lost in the property of the father. His stolen goods, his oxen, or his children, might be recovered by the same action of theft, and if either had been guilty of a trespass, it was in his own option to compensate the damage or resign to the injured party the obnoxious animal. At the call of indigence or avarice, the master of a family could dispose of his children or his slaves, but the condition of the slave was far more advantageous, since he regained by the first manumission his alienated freedom. The son was again restored to his unnatural father. He might be condemned to servitude a second and a third time, and it was not till the third sale and deliverance that he was enfranchised from the domestic power which had been so repeatedly abused. According to his discretion, a father might chastise the real or imaginary faults of his children by stripes, by imprisonment, by exile, by sending them to the country to work in chains among the meanest of his servants. The majesty of a parent was armed with the power of life and death, and the examples of such bloody executions, which were sometimes praised and never punished, may be traced in the annals of Rome beyond the times of Pompey and Augustus. Neither age, nor rank, nor the consular office, nor the honors of a triumph could exempt the most illustrious citizen from the bonds of filial subjection. His own descendants were included in the family of their common ancestor, and the claims of adoption were not less sacred or less rigorous than those of nature. Without fear, though not without danger of abuse, the Roman legislators had reposed an unbounded confidence in the sentiments of paternal love, and the oppression was tempered by the assurance that each generation must succeed in its turn to the awful dignity of parent and master. The first limitation of paternal power is ascribed to the justice and humanity of Numa, and the maid who with his father's consent had espoused a free man was protected from the disgrace of becoming the wife of a slave. In the first ages, when the city was pressed and often famished by her Latin and Tuscan neighbors, the sale of children might be a frequent practice, but as a Roman could not legally purchase the liberty of his fellow citizen, the market must gradually fail, and the trade would be destroyed by the conquests of the Republic. An imperfect right of property was at length communicated to sons, and the threefold distinction of profectitious, adventitious, and professional was ascertained by the jurisprudence of the Code and Pandects. Of all that proceeded from the father, he imparted only the use, and reserved the absolute dominion. Yet if his goods were sold, the filial portion was accepted by a favorable interpretation from the demands of the creditors. In whatever accrued by marriage, gift, or collateral succession, the property was secured to the son, but the father, unless he had been specially excluded, enjoyed the usufruct during his life. As a just and prudent reward of military virtue, the spoils of the enemy were acquired, possessed, and bequeathed by the soldier alone, and the fair analogy was extended to the emoluments of any liberal profession, the salary of public service, and the sacred liberality of the emperor or empress. The life of a citizen was less exposed than his fortune to the abuse of paternal power. Yet his life might be adverse to the interest or passions of an unworthy father. The same crimes that flowed from the corruption were more sensibly felt by the humanity of the Augustan age, and the cruel Erixo, who whipped his son till he expired, was saved by the emperor from the just fury of the multitude. The Roman father, from the license of servile dominion, was reduced to the gravity and moderation of a judge. The presence and opinion of Augustus confirmed the sentence of exile pronounced against an intentional parricide by the domestic tribunal of Arius. Adrian transported to an island the jealous parent who, like a robber, had seized the opportunity of hunting to assassinate a youth, the incestuous lover of his stepmother. A private jurisdiction is repugnant to the spirit of monarchy. The parent was again reduced from a judge to an accuser, and the magistrates were enjoined by Severus Alexander to hear his complaints and execute his sentence. He could no longer take the life of a son without incurring the guilt and punishment of murder, and the pains of parricide, from which he had been accepted by the Pompeian law, were finally inflicted by the justice of Constantine. The same protection was due to every period of existence, and reason must applaud the humanity of Paulus for imputing the crime of murder to the father who strangles or starves or abandons his new-born infant, or exposes him in a public place to find mercy which he himself had denied. But the exposition of children was the prevailing and stubborn vice of antiquity. It was sometimes prescribed, often permitted, almost always practiced with impunity by the nations who never entertained the Roman ideas of paternal power. And the dramatic poets who appeal to the human heart represent with indifference a popular custom which was palliated by the motives of economy and compassion. If the father could subdue his own feelings, he might escape, though not the censure, at least the chastisement of the laws. And the Roman Empire was stained with the blood of infants, till such murders were included by Valentinian and his colleagues in the letter and spirit of the Cornelian law. The lessons of jurisprudence and Christianity had been insufficient to eradicate this inhuman practice, till their gentle influence was fortified by the terrors of capital punishment. Experience has proved that savage are the tyrants of the female sex, and that the condition of women is usually softened by the refinements of social life. In the hope of a robust progeny, Lycurgus had delayed the season of marriage. It was fixed by Numa at the tender age of 12 years, and the Roman husband might educate to his will a pure and obedient virgin. According to the custom of antiquity, he bought his bride of her parents, and she fulfilled the coemption by purchasing with 3 pieces of copper a just introduction to his house and household deities. A sacrifice of fruits was offered by the pontiffs in the presence of 10 witnesses. The contracting parties were seated on the same sheepskin. They tasted a salt cake of far or rice, and this confariation, which denoted the ancient food of Italy, served as an emblem of their mystic union of mind and body. But this union on the side of the woman was rigorous and unequal, and she renounced the name and worship of her father's house to embrace a new servitude, decorated only by the title of adoption. A fiction of the law, neither rational nor elegant, bestowed on the mother of a family her proper appellation, the strange characters of sister to her own children and of daughter to her husband or master, who was invested with the plenitude of paternal power. By his judgment or caprice, her behavior was approved or censured or chastised. He exercised the jurisdiction of life and death, and it was allowed that in the cases of adultery or drunkenness the sentence might be properly inflicted. She acquired and inherited for the sole profit of her lord, and so clearly was woman defined not as a person but as a thing, that if the original title was deficient, she might be claimed like other movables by the use and possession of an entire year. The inclination of the Roman husband discharged or withheld the conjugal debt so scrupulously exacted by the Athenian and Jewish laws, but as polygamy was unknown, he could never admit to his bed a fairer or more favored partner. After the Punic triumphs, the matrons of Rome aspired to the common benefits of a free and opulent republic. Their wishes were gratified by the indulgence of fathers and lovers, and their ambition was unsuccessfully resisted by the gravity of Cato the Censor. They declined the solemnities of the old nuptials, defeated the annual prescription by an absence of 3 days, and without losing their name or independence, subscribed the liberal and definite terms of a marriage contract. Of their private fortunes they communicated the use and secured the property. The estates of a wife could neither be alienated nor mortgaged by a prodigal husband. Their mutual gifts were prohibited by the jealousy of the laws, and the misconduct of either party might afford under another name a future subject for an action of theft. To this loose and voluntary compact, religious and civil rights were no longer essential, and between persons of similar rank, the apparent community of life was allowed as sufficient evidence of their nuptials. The dignity of marriage was restored by the Christians, who derived all spiritual grace from the prayers of the faithful and the benediction of the priest or bishop. The origin, validity, and duties of the holy institution were regulated by the tradition of the synagogue, the precepts of the gospel, and the canons of general and provincial synods. And the conscience of the Christians was awed by the decrees and censures of their ecclesiastical rulers. Yet the magistrates of Justinian were not subject to the authority of the Church. The emperor consulted the unbelieving civilians of antiquity, and the choice of matrimonial laws in the Code and Pandects is directed by the earthly motives of justice, policy, and the natural freedom of both sexes. Besides the agreement of the parties, the essence of every rational contract, the Roman marriage required the previous approbation of the parents. A father might be forced by some recent laws to supply the wants of a mature daughter, but even his insanity was not generally allowed to supersede the necessity of his consent. The causes of the dissolution of matrimony have varied among the Romans, but the most solemn sacrament, the confariation itself, might always be done away by rites of a contrary tendency. In the first ages the father of a family might sell his children, and his wife was reckoned in the number of his children. The domestic judge might pronounce the death of the offender, or his mercy might expel her from his bed and house. But the slavery of the wretched female was hopeless and perpetual, unless he asserted for his own convenience the manly prerogative of divorce. The warmest applause has been lavished on the virtue of the Romans who abstained from the exercise of this tempting privilege above 500 years. But the same fact evinces the unequal terms of a connection in which the slave was unable to renounce her tyrant, and the tyrant was unwilling to relinquish his slave. When Roman matrons became the equal and voluntary companions of their lords, a new jurisprudence was introduced, that marriage, like other partnerships, might be dissolved by the abdication of one of the associates. In 3 centuries of prosperity and corruption, this principle was enlarged to frequent practice and pernicious abuse. Passion, interest, or caprice suggested daily motives for the dissolution of marriage. A word, a sign, a message, a letter, the mandate of a freedman declared the separation. The most tender of human connections was degraded to a transient society of profit or pleasure. According to the various conditions of life, both sexes alternately felt the disgrace and injury. An inconstant spouse transferred her wealth to a new family, abandoning a numerous, perhaps a spurious progeny, to the paternal authority and care of her late husband. A beautiful virgin might be dismissed to the world, old, indigent, and friendless. But the reluctance of the Romans, when they were pressed to marriage by Augustus, sufficiently marks that the prevailing institutions were least favorable to the males. A specious theory is confuted by this free and perfect experiment, which demonstrates that the liberty of divorce does not contribute to happiness and virtue. The facility of separation would destroy all mutual confidence and inflame every trifling dispute. The minute difference between a husband and a stranger, which might so easily be removed, might still more easily be forgotten. And the matron who in 5 years can submit to the embraces of 8 husbands must cease to reverence the chastity of her own person. Insufficient remedies followed with distant and tardy steps the rapid progress of the evil. The ancient worship of the Romans afforded a peculiar goddess to hear and reconcile the complaints of a married life, but her epithet of viri placa, the appeaser of husbands, too clearly indicates on which side submission and repentance were always expected. Every act of a citizen was subject to judgment of the censors. The first who used the privilege of divorce assigned at their command the motives of his conduct, and a senator was expelled for dismissing his virgin spouse without the knowledge or advice of his friends. Whenever an action was instituted for the recovery of a marriage portion, the praetor, as the guardian of equity, examined the cause and the characters, and gently inclined the scale in favor of the guiltless and injured party. Augustus, who united the powers of both magistrates, adopted their different modes of repressing or chastising the license of divorce. The presence of 7 Roman witnesses was required for the validity of the solemn and deliberate act. If any adequate provocation had been given by the husband, instead of the delay of 2 years, he was compelled to refund immediately or in the space of 6 months. But if he could arraign the manners of his wife, her guilt or levity was expiated by the loss of the 6th or 8th part of her marriage portion. The Christian princes were the first who specified the just causes of a private divorce. Their institutions, from Constantine to Justinian, appear to fluctuate between the custom of the empire and the wishes of the Church, and the author of the novels too frequently reforms the jurisprudence of the Code and Pandects. In the most rigorous laws, a wife was condemned to support a gamester, a drunkard, or a libertine, unless he were guilty of homicide, poison, or sacrilege, in which cases the marriage, as it should seem, might have been dissolved by the hand of the executioner. But the sacred right of the husband was invariably maintained to deliver his name and family from the disgrace of adultery. The list of mortal sins, either male or female, was curtailed and enlarged by successive regulations, and the obstacles of incurable impotence, long absence, and monastic profession were allowed to rescind the matrimonial obligation. Whoever transgressed the permission of the law was subject to various and heavy penalties. The woman was stripped of her wealth and ornaments without excepting the bodkin of her hair. If the man introduced a new bride into his bed, her fortune might be lawfully seized by the vengeance of his exiled wife. Forfeiture was sometimes commuted to a fine. The fine was sometimes aggravated by transportation to an island or imprisonment in a monastery. The injured party was released from the bonds of marriage, but the offender, during life or a term of years, was disabled from the repetition of nuptials. The successor of Justinian yielded to the prayers of his unhappy subjects and restored the liberty of divorce by mutual consent. The civilians were unanimous, the theologians were divided, and the ambiguous word which contains the precept of Christ is flexible to any interpretation that the wisdom of a legislator can demand. The freedom of love and marriage was restrained among the Romans by natural and civil impediments. An instinct, almost innate and universal, appears to prohibit the incestuous commerce of parents and children in the infinite series of ascending and descending generations. Concerning the oblique and collateral branches, nature is indifferent, reason mute, and custom various and arbitrary. In Egypt, the marriage of brothers and sisters was admitted without scruple or exception. A Spartan might espouse the daughter of his father, an Athenian that of his mother, and the nuptials of an uncle with his niece were applauded at Athens as a happy union of the dearest relations. The profane lawgivers of Rome were never tempted by interest or superstition to multiply the forbidden degrees, but they inflexibly condemned the marriage of sisters and brothers, hesitated whether first cousins should be touched by the same interdict, revered the parental character of aunts and uncles, and treated affinity and adoption as a just imitation of the ties of blood. According to the proud maxims of the Republic, a legal marriage could only be contracted by free citizens. An honorable, at least an ingenious birth, was required for the spouse of a senator. But the blood of kings could never mingle in legitimate nuptials with the blood of a Roman, and the name of stranger degraded Cleopatra and Berenice to live the concubines of Mark Antony and Titus. This appellation, indeed so injurious to the majesty, cannot without indulgence be applied to the manners of these oriental queens. A concubine, in the strict sense of the civilian, was a woman of servile or plebeian extraction, the sole and faithful companion of a Roman citizen, who continued in a state of celibacy. Her modest station, below the honors of a wife, above the infamy of a prostitute, was acknowledged and approved by the laws. From the age of Augustus to the 10th century, the use of the secondary marriage prevailed both in the West and East, and the humble virtues of a concubine were often preferred to the pomp and insolence of a noble matron. In this connection, the two Antonines, the best of princes and of men, enjoyed the comforts of domestic love. The example was imitated by many citizens impatient of celibacy, but regardful of their families. If at any time they desired to legitimate their natural children, the conversion was instantly performed by the celebration of their nuptials with a partner whose fruitfulness and fidelity they had already tried. By this epithet of natural, the offspring of the concubine were distinguished from the spurious brood of adultery, prostitution, and incest, to whom Justinian reluctantly grants the necessary elements of life. And these natural children alone were capable of succeeding to a sixth part of the inheritance of their reputed father. According to the rigor of law, bastards were entitled to the name and condition of their mother, from whom they might derive the character of a slave, a stranger, or a citizen. The outcasts of every family were adopted without reproach as the children of the state. The relation of guardian and ward, or in Roman words, of tutor and pupil, which covers so many titles of the institutes and pandacts, is of a very simple and uniform nature. The person and property of an orphan must always be trusted to the custody of some discreet friend. If the deceased father had not signified his choice, the agnates or paternal kindred of the nearest degree were compelled to act as the natural guardians. The Athenians were apprehensive of exposing the infant to the power of those most interested in his death, but an axiom of Roman jurisprudence has pronounced that the charge of tutelage should constantly attend the emolument of succession. If the choice of the father and the line of consanguinity afforded no efficient guardian, the failure was supplied by the nomination of the praetor of the city or the president of the province. But the person whom they named to this public office might be legally excused by insanity or blindness, by ignorance or inability, by previous enmity or adverse interest, by the number of children or guardianships with which he was already burdened, and by the immunities which were granted to the useful labors of magistrates, lawyers, physicians, and professors. Till the infant could speak and think, he was represented by the tutor, whose authority was finally determined by the age of puberty. Without his consent, no act of the pupil could bind himself to his own prejudice, though it might oblige others for his personal benefit. It is needless to observe that the tutor often gave security and always rendered an account, and that the want of diligence or integrity exposed him to a civil and almost criminal action for the violation of his sacred trust. The age of puberty had been rashly fixed by the civilians at 14, But as the faculties of the mind ripen more slowly than those of the body, a curator was interposed to guard the fortunes of a Roman youth from his own inexperience and headstrong passions. Such a trustee had been first instituted by the praetor to save a family from the blind havoc of a prodigal or madman, and the minor was compelled by the laws to solicit the same protection, to give validity to his acts till he accomplished the full period of 25 years. Women were condemned to the perpetual tutelage of parents, husbands, or guardians. A sex created to please and obey was never supposed to have attained the age of reason and experience. Such, at least, was the stern and haughty spirit of the law, which had been insensibly mollified before the time of Justinian. End of section 14. Section 15 of The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 4. Edited by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. Publication of the Justinian Code, A.D. 529 to 534, by Edward Gibbon, Part 3. 2. The original right of property can only be justified by the accident or merit of prior occupancy, and on this foundation it is wisely established by the philosophy of the civilians. The savage who hollows a tree, inserts a sharp stone into a wooden handle, or applies a string to an elastic branch, becomes, in a state of nature, the just proprietor of the canoe, the bow, or the hatchet. The materials were common to all. The new form, the produce of his time and simple industry, belongs solely to himself. His hungry brethren cannot, without a sense of their own injustice, extort from the hunter the game of the forest overtaken or slain by his personal strength and dexterity. If his provident care preserves and multiplies the tame animals whose nature is tractable to the arts of education, he acquires a perpetual title to the use and service of their numerous progeny, which derives its existence from him alone. If he encloses and cultivates a field for their sustenance and his own, a barren waste is converted into a fertile soil. The seed, the manure, the labor create a new value, and the rewards of harvest are painfully earned by the fatigues of the revolving year. In the successive states of society, the hunter, the shepherd, the husbandman may defend their possessions by two reasons which forcibly appeal to the feelings of the human mind: that whatever they enjoy is the fruit of their own industry, and that every man who envies their felicity may purchase similar acquisitions by the exercise of similar diligence. Such, in truth, may be the freedom and plenty of a small colony cast on a fruitful island. But the colony multiplies, while the space still continues the same. The common rights, the equal inheritance of mankind, are engrossed by the bold and crafty. Each field and forest is circumscribed by the landmarks of a jealous master, and it is the peculiar praise of the Roman jurisprudence that it asserts the claim of the first occupant to the wild animals of the earth, the air, and the waters. In the progress from primitive equity to final injustice, the steps are silent, the shades are almost imperceptible, and the absolute monopoly is guarded by positive laws and artificial reason. The active, insatiable principle of self-love can alone supply the arts of life and the wages of industry. But as soon as civil government and exclusive property have been introduced, they become necessary to the existence of the human race. Except in the singular institutions of Sparta, the wisest legislators have disapproved an agrarian law as a false and dangerous innovation. Among the Romans, the enormous disproportion of wealth surmounted the ideal restraints of a doubtful tradition and an obsolete statute. A tradition that the poorest follower of Romulus had been endowed with the perpetual inheritance of 2 jugera. A statute which confined the richest citizen to the measure of 500 Hegira, or 312 acres of land. The original territory of Rome consisted only of some miles of wood and meadow along the banks of the Tiber, and domestic exchange could add nothing to the national stock. But the goods of an alien or enemy were lawfully exposed to the first hostile occupier. The city was enriched by the profitable trade of war, and the blood of her sons was the only price that was paid for the Volscian sheep, the slaves of Britain, and the gems and gold of Asiatic kingdoms. In the language of ancient jurisprudence, which was corrupted and forgotten before the age of Justinian, these spoils were distinguished by the name of manceps or mancipium, taken with the hand, and whenever they were sold or emancipated, the purchaser required some assurance that they had been the property of an enemy and not of a fellow citizen. A citizen could only forfeit his rights by apparent dereliction, and such dereliction of a valuable interest could not easily be presumed. Yet, according to the 12 Tables, a prescription of 1 year for movables and of 2 years for immovables abolished the claim of the ancient master, if the actual possessor had acquired them by a fair transaction from the person whom he believed to be the lawful proprietor. Such conscientious injustice, without any mixture of fraud or force, could seldom injure the members of a small republic, but the various periods of 3, of 10, or of 20 years, determined by Justinian, are more suitable to the latitude of a great empire. It is only in the term of prescription that the distinction of real and personal fortune has been remarked by the civilians, and their general idea of property is that of simple, uniform, and absolute dominion. The subordinate exceptions of usufruct, of servitudes, imposed for the benefit of a neighbor on lands and houses, are abundantly explained by the professors of jurisprudence. The claims of property, as far as they are altered by the mixture, the division, or the transformation of substances, are investigated with metaphysical subtlety by the same civilians. The personal title of the first proprietor must be determined by his death, but the possession, without any appearance of change, is peaceably continued in his children, the associates of his toil, and the partners of his wealth. The natural inheritance has been protected by the legislators of every climate and age, and the father is encouraged to persevere in slow and distant improvements by the tender hope that a long posterity will enjoy the fruits of his labor. The principle of hereditary succession is universal, but the order has been variously established by convenience or caprice, by the spirit of national institutions, or by some partial example which was originally decided by fraud or violence. The jurisprudence of the Romans appears to have deviated from the equality of nature much less than the Jewish, the Athenian, or the English institutions. On the death of a citizen, all his descendants, unless they were already freed from his paternal power, were called to the inheritance of his possessions. The insolent prerogative of primogeniture was unknown. The two sexes were placed on a just level. All the sons and daughters were entitled to an equal portion of the patrimonial estate, and if any of the sons had been intercepted by a premature death, his person was represented, and his share was divided by his surviving children. On the failure of the direct line, the right of succession must diverge to the collateral branches. The degrees of kindred are numbered by the civilians, ascending from the last possessor to a common parent, and descending from the common parent to their next heir. My father stands in the first degree, my brother in the second, his children in the third, and the remainder of the series may be conceived by fancy or pictured in a genealogical table. In this computation a distinction was made essential to the laws and even the constitution of Rome. The agnates, or persons connected by a line of males, were called as they stood in the nearest degree to an equal partition. But a female was incapable of transmitting any legal claims, and the cognates of every rank, without excepting the dear relation of a mother and son, were disinherited by the 12 tables as strangers and aliens. Among the Romans, a gens or lineage was united by a common name and domestic rights. The various cognomens or surnames of Scipio or Marcellus distinguished from each other the subordinate branches or families of the Cornelian or Claudian race. The default of the agnates of the same surname was supplied by the larger denomination of Gentiles, and the vigilance of the laws maintained in the same name the perpetual descent of religion and property. A similar principle dictated the Voconian law, which abolished the right of female inheritance. As long as virgins were given or sold in marriage, the adoption of the wife extinguished the hopes of the daughter. But the equal succession of independent matrons supported their pride and luxury, and might transport into a foreign house the riches of their fathers. While the maxims of Cato were revered, they tended to perpetuate in each family a just and virtuous mediocrity, till female blandishments insensibly triumphed, and every salutary restraint was lost in the dissolute greatness of the republic. The rigor of the decemvirs was tempered by the equity of the praetors. Their edicts restored and emancipated posthumous children to the rights of nature, and upon the failure of the agnates, they preferred the blood of the cognates to the name of the Gentiles, whose title and character were insensibly covered with oblivion. The reciprocal inheritance of mothers and sons was established in the Tertullian and Orphistian decrees by the humanity of the Senate. A new and more impartial order was introduced by the novels of Justinian, who affected to revive the jurisprudence of the 12 tables. The lines of masculine and female kindred were confounded. The descending, ascending, and collateral series were accurately defined. To each degree, according to the proximity of blood and affection, succeeded the vacant possessions of a Roman citizen. The order of succession is regulated by nature, or at least by the general and permanent reason of the lawgiver. But this order is frequently violated by the arbitrary and partial wills, which prolong the dominion of the testator beyond the grave. In the simple state of society, this last use or abuse of the right of property is seldom indulged. It was introduced at Athens by the laws of Solon, and the private testaments of a father of a family are authorized by the 12 tables. Before the time of the decemvirs, a Roman citizen exposed his wishes and motives to the assembly of the 30 curiae or parishes, and the general law of inheritance was suspended by an occasional act of the legislature. After the permission of the decemvirs, each private lawgiver promulgated his verbal or written testament in the presence of 5 citizens, who represented the 5 classes of the Roman people. A 6th witness attested their concurrence. A 7th weighed the copper money, which was paid by an imaginary purchaser, and the estate was emancipated by a fictitious sale and immediate release. This singular ceremony, which excited the wonder of the Greeks, was still practiced in the age of Severus, but the praetor had already approved a more simple testament, for which they required the seals and signatures of 7 witnesses, free from all legal exception and purposely summoned for the execution of that important act. A domestic monarch, who reigned over the lives and fortunes of his children, might distribute their respective shares according to the degrees of their merit or his affection. His arbitrary displeasure chastised an unworthy son by the loss of his inheritance and the mortifying preference of a stranger. But the experience of unnatural parents recommended some limitations of their testamentary powers. A son, or by the laws of Justinian, even a daughter, could no longer be disinherited by their silence. They were compelled to name the criminal and to specify the offense. And the justice of the emperor enumerated the sole causes that could justify such a violation of the first principles of nature and society. Unless a legitimate portion, a 4th part, had been reserved for the children, they were entitled to institute an action or complaint of inefficacious testament. to suppose that their father's understanding was impaired by sickness or age, and respectfully to appeal from his rigorous sentence to the deliberate wisdom of the magistrate. In the Roman jurisprudence, an essential distinction was admitted between the inheritance and legacies. The heirs who succeeded to the entire unity or to any of the 12 fractions of the substance of the testator represented his civil and religious character, asserted his rights, fulfilled his obligations, and discharged the gifts of friendship or liberality, which his last will had bequeathed under the name of legacies. But as the imprudence or prodigality of a dying man might exhaust the inheritance and leave only risk and labor to his successor, he was empowered to retain the falsidian portion, to deduct before the payment of the legacies a clear fourth for his own emolument. A reasonable time was allowed to examine the proportion between the debts and the estate, to decide whether he should accept or refuse the testament, and if he used the benefit of an inventory, the demands of the creditors could not exceed the valuation of the effects. The last will of a citizen might be altered during his life or rescinded after his death. The persons whom he named might die before him, or reject the inheritance, or be exposed to some legal disqualification. In the contemplation of these events, he was permitted to substitute second and third heirs, to replace each other according to the order of the testament, and the incapacity of a madman or an infant to bequeath his property might be supplied by a similar substitution. But the power of the testator expired with the acceptance of the testament. Each Roman of mature age and discretion acquired the absolute dominion of his inheritance, and the simplicity of the civil law was never clouded by the long and intricate entails which confine the happiness and freedom of unborn generations. Conquest and the formalities of law established the use of codicils. If a Roman was surprised by death in a remote province of the empire, he addressed a short epistle to his legitimate or testamentary heir, who fulfilled with honor or neglected with impunity this last request, which the judges before the age of Augustus were not authorized to enforce. A codicil might be expressed in any mode or in any language, but the subscription of 5 witnesses must declare that it was the genuine composition of the author. His intention, however laudable, was sometimes illegal. The invention of fidei commissa, or trusts, arose from the struggle between natural justice and positive jurisprudence. A stranger of Greece or Africa might be the friend or benefactor of a childless Roman, but none except a fellow citizen could act as his heir. The Voconian law, which abolished female succession, restrained the legacy or inheritance of a woman to the sum of 100,000 sesterces, and an only daughter was condemned almost as an alien in her father's house. The zeal of friendship and parental affection suggested a liberal artifice. A qualified citizen was named in the testament, with a prayer or injunction that he would restore the inheritance to the person for whom it was truly intended. Various was the conduct of the trustees in this painful situation. They had sworn to observe the laws of their country, but honor prompted them to violate their oath, and if they preferred their interest under the mask of patriotism, they forfeited the esteem of every virtuous mind. The declaration of Augustus relieved their doubts, gave a legal sanction to confidential testaments and codicils, and gently unraveled the forms and restraints of the republican jurisprudence. But as the new practice of trusts degenerated into some abuse, the trustee was enabled by the Trebellian and Pegasian decrees to reserve 1/4 of the estate, or to transfer on the head of the real heir all the debts and actions of the succession. The interpretation of testaments was strict and literal, but the language of trusts and codicils was delivered from the minute and technical accuracy of the civilians. 3. The general duties of mankind are imposed by their public and private relations. but their specific obligations to each other can only be the effect of 1. A promise, 2. A benefit, or 3. An injury. And when these obligations are ratified by law, the interested party may compel the performance by a judicial action. On this principle, the civilians of every country have erected a similar jurisprudence, the fair conclusion of universal reason and justice. Category 1. The goddess of faith, of human and social faith, was worshipped not only in her temples, but in the lives of the Romans. And if that nation was deficient in the more amiable qualities of benevolence and generosity, they astonished the Greeks by their sincere and simple performance of the most burdensome engagements. Yet among the same people, according to the rigid maxims of the patricians and the decemvirs, a naked pact, a promise, or even an oath did not create any civil obligation unless it was confirmed by the legal form of a stipulation. Whatever might be the etymology of the Latin word, it conveyed the idea of a firm and irrevocable contract, which was always expressed in the mode of a question and answer. "Do you promise to pay me 100 pieces of gold?" was the solemn interrogation of Seius. "I do promise," was the reply of Sempronius. The friends of Sempronius, who answered for his ability and inclination, might be separately sued at the option of Seius, and the benefit of partition or order of reciprocal actions insensibly deviated from the strict theory of stipulation. The most cautious and deliberate consent was justly required to sustain the validity of a gratuitous promise, and the citizen who might have obtained a legal security incurred the suspicion of fraud and paid the forfeit of his neglect. But the ingenuity of the civilians successfully labored to convert simple engagements into the form of solemn stipulations. The praetors, as the guardians of social faith, admitted every rational evidence of a voluntary and deliberate act, which in their tribunal produced an equitable obligation, and for which they gave an action and a remedy. Category 2. The obligations of the second class, as they were contracted by the delivery of a thing, are marked by the civilians with the epithet of real. A grateful return is due to the author of a benefit, and whoever is entrusted with the property of another has bound himself to the sacred duty of restitution. In the case of a friendly loan, the merit of generosity is on the side of the lender only, in a deposit on the side of the receiver, but in a pledge and the rest of the selfish commerce of ordinary life, the benefit is compensated by an equivalent, and the obligation to restore is variously modified by the nature of the transaction. The Latin language very happily expresses the fundamental difference between the commodatum and the mutuum, which our poverty is reduced to confound under the vague and common appellation of a loan. In the former, the borrower was obliged to restore the same individual thing with which he had been accommodated for the temporary supply of his wants. In the latter, it was destined for his use and consumption, and he discharged this mutual engagement by substituting the same specific value according to a just estimation of number, of weight, and of measure. In the contract of sale, the absolute dominion is transferred to the purchaser, and he repays the benefit with an adequate sum of gold or silver, the price and universal standard of all earthly possessions. The obligation of another contract, that of location, is of a more complicated kind. Lands or houses, labor or talents may be hired for a definite term. At the expiration of the time, the thing itself must be restored to the owner, with the additional reward for the beneficial occupation and employment. In these lucrative contracts, to which may be added those of partnership and commissions, the civilians sometimes imagine the delivery of the objects, and sometimes presume the consent of the parties. The substantial pledge has been refined into the invisible rights of a mortgage or hypotheca, and the agreement of sale for a certain price imputes from that moment the chances of gain or loss to the account of the purchaser. it may be fairly supposed that every man will obey the dictates of his interest, and if he accepts the benefit, he is obliged to sustain the expense of the transaction. In this boundless subject, the historian will observe the location of land and money, the rent of the one and the interest of the other, as they materially affect the prosperity of agriculture and commerce. The landlord was often obliged to advance the stock and instruments of husbandry, and to content himself with a partition of the fruits. If the feeble tenant was oppressed by accident, contagion, or hostile violence, he claimed a proportionate relief from the equity of the laws. 5 years were the customary term, and no solid or costly improvements could be expected from a farmer who at each moment might be ejected by the sale of the estate. Usury, the inveterate grievance of the city, had been discouraged by the 12 Tables and abolished by the clamors of the people. It was revived by their wants and idleness, tolerated by the discretion of the praetors, and finally determined by the code of Justinian. Persons of illustrious rank were confined to the moderate profit of 4%. 6 was pronounced to be the ordinary and legal standard of interest. 8 was allowed for the convenience of manufacturers and merchants. 12 was granted to nautical insurance, which the wiser ancients had not attempted to define. But except in this perilous adventure, the practice of exorbitant usury was severely restrained. The most simple interest was condemned by the clergy of the East and West. But the sense of mutual benefit, which had triumphed over the laws of the Republic, had resisted with equal firmness the decrees of the Church and even the prejudices of mankind. Category 3. Nature and society impose the strict obligation of repairing an injury, and the sufferer by private injustice acquires a personal right and a legitimate action. If the property of another be entrusted to our care, the requisite degree of care may rise and fall according to the benefit which we derive from such temporary possession. We are seldom made responsible for inevitable accident, but the consequences of a voluntary fault must always be imputed to the author. A Roman pursued and recovered his stolen goods by a civil action of theft. They might pass through a succession of pure and innocent hands, but nothing less than a prescription of 30 years could extinguish his original claim. They were restored by the sentence of the praetor, and the injury was compensated by double or threefold or even quadruple damages, as the deed had been perpetrated by secret fraud or open rapine, as the robber had been surprised in the fact or detected by a subsequent research. The Aquilian law defended the living property of a citizen, his slaves and cattle, from the stroke of malice or negligence. The highest price was allowed that could be ascribed to the domestic animal at any moment of the year preceding his death. A similar latitude of 30 days was granted on the destruction of any other valuable effects. A personal injury is blunted or sharpened by the manners of the times and the sensibility of the individual. The pain or the disgrace of a word or blow cannot easily be appreciated by a pecuniary equivalent. The rude jurisprudence of the decemvirs had confounded all hasty insults which did not amount to the fracture of a limb by condemning the aggressor to the common penalty of 25 asses. But the same denomination of money was reduced in 3 centuries from a pound to the weight of half an ounce, and the insolence of a wealthy Roman indulged himself in the cheap amusement of breaking and satisfying the law of the 12 Tables. Veratius ran through the streets striking on the face the inoffensive passengers, and his attendant purse-bearer immediately silenced their clamors by the legal tender of 25 pieces of copper, about the value of 1 shilling. The equity of the praetors examined and estimated the distinct merits of each particular complaint. In the adjudication of civil damages, the magistrate assumed the right to consider the various circumstances of time and place, of age and dignity, which may aggravate the shame and sufferings of the injured person. But if he admitted the idea of a fine, a punishment, an example, he invaded the province, though perhaps he supplied the defects of the criminal law. End of section 15. Section 16 of The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 4, edited by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. Publication of the Justinian Code, AD 529 to 534, by Edward Gibbon, Part 4. 4. The execution of the Alban dictator, who was dismembered by 8 horses, is represented by Livy as the first and the last instance of Roman cruelty in the punishment of the most atrocious crimes. But this act of justice, or revenge, was inflicted on a foreign enemy in the heat of victory and at the command of a single man. The 12 tables afford a more decisive proof of the national spirit, since they were framed by the wisest of the Senate and accepted by the free voices of the people. Yet these laws, like the statutes of Draco, are written in characters of blood. They approve the inhuman and unequal principle of retaliation, and the forfeit of an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, a limb for a limb, is rigorously exacted, unless the offender can redeem his pardon by a fine of 300 pounds of copper. The decemvirs distributed with much liberality the slighter chastisements of flagellation and servitude, and 9 crimes of a very different complexion are adjudged worthy of death. Number 1. Any act of treason against the state, or of correspondence with the public enemy. The mode of execution was painful and ignominious. The head of the degenerate Roman was shrouded in a veil, his hands were tied behind his back, and after he had been scourged by the lictor, he was suspended in the midst of the forum on a cross or inauspicious tree. Number 2. Nocturnal meetings in the city, whatever might be the pretense, of pleasure or religion or the public good. Number 3. The murder of a citizen, for which the common feelings of mankind demand the blood of the murderer. Poison is still more odious than the sword or dagger, and we are surprised to discover in 2 flagitious events how early such subtle wickedness has infected the simplicity of the Republic and the chaste virtues of the Roman matrons. The parricide, who violated the duties of nature and gratitude, was cast into the river or the sea, enclosed in a sack, and a cock, a viper, a dog, and a monkey were successively added as the most suitable companions. Italy produced no monkeys, but the want could never be felt till the middle of the 6th century first revealed the guilt of a parricide. Number 4. The malice of an incendiary. After the previous ceremony of whipping, he himself was delivered to the flames. And in this example alone, our reason is tempted to applaud the justice of retaliation. Number 5. Judicial perjury. The corrupt or malicious witness was thrown headlong from the Tarpeian rock to expiate his falsehood, which was rendered still more fatal by the severity of the penal laws and the deficiency of written evidence. Number 6. The corruption of a judge who accepted bribes to pronounce an iniquitous sentence. Number 7. Libels and satires whose rude strains sometimes disturbed the peace of an illiterate city. The author was beaten with clubs, a worthy chastisement, but it is not certain that he was left to expire under the blows of the executioner. Number 8. The nocturnal mischief of damaging or destroying a neighbor's corn. The criminal was suspended as a grateful victim to Ceres. But the sylvan deities were less implacable, and the extirpation of a more valuable tree was compensated by the more moderate fine of 25 pounds of copper. Number 9. Magical incantations, which had power, in the opinion of the Latian shepherds, to exhaust the strength of an enemy, to extinguish his life, and to remove from their seats his deep-rooted plantations. The cruelty of the 12 tables against insolvent debtors still remains to be told, and I shall dare to prefer the literal sense of antiquity to the specious refinements of modern criticism. After the judicial proof or confession of the debt, 30 days of grace were allowed before a Roman was delivered into the power of his fellow citizen. In this private prison, 12 ounces of rice were his daily food. He might be bound with a chain of 15 pounds weight, and his misery was thrice exposed in the marketplace to solicit the compassion of his friends and countrymen. At the expiration of 60 days, the debt was discharged by the loss of liberty or life. The insolvent debtor was either put to death or sold in foreign slavery beyond the Tiber. But if several creditors were alike obstinate and unrelenting, they might legally dismember his body and satiate their revenge by this horrid partition. The advocates of this savage law have insisted that it must strongly operate in deterring idleness and fraud from contracting debts which they were unable to discharge. But experience would dissipate this salutary terror by proving that no creditor could be found to exact this unprofitable penalty of life or limb. As the manners of Rome were insensibly polished, the criminal code of the decemvirs was abolished by the humanity of accusers, witnesses, and judges, and impunity became the consequence of immoderate rigor. The Porcian and Valerian laws prohibited the magistrates from inflicting on a free citizen any capital or even corporal punishment, and the obsolete statutes of blood were artfully, and perhaps truly, ascribed to the spirit not of patrician but of regal tyranny. In the absence of penal laws and the insufficiency of civil actions, the peace and justice of the city were imperfectly maintained by the private jurisdiction of the citizens. The malefactors who replenish our jails are the outcasts of society, and the crimes for which they suffer may be commonly ascribed to ignorance, poverty, and brutal appetite. For the perpetration of similar enormities, a vile plebeian might claim and abuse the sacred character of a member of the Republic. But on the proof or suspicion of guilt, the slave or the stranger was nailed to a cross, and this strict and summary justice might be exercised without restraint over the greatest part of the populace of Rome. Each family contained a domestic tribunal, which was not confined, like that of the praetor, to the cognizance of external actions. Virtuous principles and habits were inculcated by the discipline of education, and the Roman father was accountable to the state for the manners of his children, since he disposed, without appeal, of their life, their liberty, and their inheritance. In some pressing emergencies, the citizen was authorized to avenge his private or public wrongs. The consent of the Jewish, the Athenian, and the Roman laws approved the slaughter of the nocturnal thief, though in open daylight a robber could not be slain without some previous evidence of danger and complaint. Whoever surprised an adulterer in his nuptial bed might freely exercise his revenge. The most bloody and wanton outrage was excused by the provocation, nor was it before the reign of Augustus that the husband was reduced to weigh the rank of the offender, or that the parent was condemned to sacrifice his daughter with her guilty seducer. After the expulsion of the kings, the ambitious Roman who should dare to assume their title or imitate their tyranny was devoted to the infernal gods. Each of his fellow citizens was armed with the sword of justice, and the act of Brutus, however repugnant to gratitude or prudence, had been already sanctified by the judgment of his country. The barbarous practice of wearing arms in the midst of peace and the bloody maxims of honor were unknown to the Romans, and during the two purest ages, from the establishment of equal freedom to the end of the Punic Wars, the city was never disturbed by sedition and rarely polluted with atrocious crimes. The failure of penal laws was more sensibly felt when every vice was inflamed by faction at home and dominion abroad. In the time of Cicero, each private citizen enjoyed the privilege of anarchy. Each minister of the Republic was exalted to the temptations of regal power, and their virtues are entitled to the warmest praise as the spontaneous fruits of nature or philosophy. After a triennial indulgence of lust, rapine, and cruelty, Verres, the tyrant of Sicily, could only be sued for the pecuniary restitution of 300,000 pounds sterling. And such was the temper of the laws, the judges, and perhaps the accuser himself, that on refunding a 13th part of his plunder, Verres could retire to an easy and luxurious exile. The first imperfect attempt to restore the proportion of crimes and punishments was made by the dictator Sylla, who, in the midst of his sanguinary triumph, aspired to restrain the license rather than to oppress the liberty of the Romans. He gloried in the arbitrary proscription of 4,700 citizens. But in the character of a legislator, he respected the prejudices of the times, and instead of pronouncing a sentence of death against the robber or assassin, the general who betrayed an army, or the magistrate who ruined a province, Sylla was content to aggravate the pecuniary damages by the penalty of exile, or, in more constitutional language, by the interdiction of fire and water. The Cornelian and afterward the Pompeian and Julian laws introduced a new system of criminal jurisprudence, and the emperors, from Augustus to Justinian, disguised their increasing rigor under the names of the original authors. But the invention and frequent use of extraordinary pains proceeded from the desire to extend and conceal the progress of despotism. In the condemnation of illustrious Romans, the Senate was always prepared to confound, at the will of their masters, the judicial and legislative powers. It was the duty of the governors to maintain the peace of their province by the arbitrary and rigid administration of justice. The freedom of the city evaporated in the extent of empire, and the Spanish malefactor who claimed the privilege of a Roman was elevated by the command of Galba on a fairer and more lofty cross. Occasional rescripts issued from the throne to decide the questions which, by their novelty or importance, appeared to surpass the authority and discernment of a proconsul. Transportation and beheading were reserved for honorable persons. Meaner criminals were either hanged or burned or buried in the mines or exposed to the wild beasts of the amphitheatre. Armed robbers were pursued and extirpated as the enemies of society, and driving away of horses or cattle was made a capital offense. But simple theft was uniformly considered as a mere civil and private injury. The degrees of guilt and the modes of punishment were too often determined by the discretion of the rulers, and the subject was left in ignorance of the legal danger which he might incur by every action of his life. A sin, a vice, a crime are the objects of theology, ethics, and jurisprudence. Whenever their judgments agree, they corroborate each other. But as often as they differ, a prudent legislator appreciates the guilt and punishment according to the measure of social injury. On this principle, the most daring attack on the life and property of a private citizen is judged less atrocious than the crime of treason or rebellion, which invades the majesty of the Republic. The obsequious civilians unanimously pronounced that the Republic is contained in the person of its chief, and the edge of the Julian law was sharpened by the incessant diligence of the emperors. The licentious commerce of the sexes may be tolerated as an impulse of nature, or forbidden as a source of disorder and corruption, but the fame, the fortunes, the family of the husband are seriously injured by the adultery of the wife. The wisdom of Augustus, after curbing the freedom of revenge, applied to this domestic offense the animadversion of the laws, and the guilty parties, after the payment of heavy forfeitures and fines, were condemned to long or perpetual exile in 2 separate islands. Religion pronounces an equal censure against the infidelity of the husband, but as it is not accompanied by the same civil effects, the wife was never permitted to vindicate her wrong. And the distinction of simple or double adultery, so familiar and so important in the canon law, is unknown to the jurisprudence of the Code and the Pandects. I touch with reluctance and dispatch with impatience a more odious vice, of which modesty rejects the name, and nature abominates the idea. The primitive Romans were infected by the examples of the Etruscans and Greeks. In the mad abuse of prosperity and power, every pleasure that is innocent was deemed insipid, and the Justinian law, which had been extorted by an act of violence, was insensibly abolished by the lapse of time and the multitude of criminals. By this law, the rape, perhaps the seduction, of an ingenuous youth was compensated as a personal injury by the poor damages of 10,000 sesterces, or 80 pounds. The ravisher might be slain by the resistance or revenge of chastity. And I wish to believe that at Rome, as in Athens, the voluntary and effeminate deserter of his sex was degraded from the honor and the rights of a citizen. But the practice of vice was not discouraged by the severity of opinion. The indelible stain of manhood was confounded with the more venial transgressions of fornication and adultery, nor was the licentious lover exposed to the same dishonor which he impressed on the male or female partner of his guilt. From Catullus to Juvenal, the poets accuse and celebrate the degeneracy of the times, and the reformation of manners was feebly attempted by the reason and authority of the civilians, till the most virtuous of the Caesars proscribed the sin against nature as a crime against society. A new spirit of legislation, respectable even in its error, arose in the empire with the religion of Constantine. The laws of Moses were received as the divine original of justice, and the Christian princes adapted their penal statutes to the degrees of moral and religious turpitude. Adultery was first declared to be a capital offense. The frailty of the sexes was assimilated to poison or assassination, to sorcery or parricide. The same penalties were inflicted on the passive and active guilt of pederasty, and all criminals of free or servile condition were either drowned or beheaded, or cast alive into the avenging flames. The adulterers were spared by the common sympathy of mankind, but the lovers of their own sex were pursued by general and pious indignation. The impure manners of Greece still prevailed in the cities of Asia, and every vice was fomented by the celibacy of the monks and clergy. Justinian relaxed the punishment at least of female infidelity. The guilty spouse was only condemned to solitude and penance, and at the end of 2 years she might be recalled to the arms of a forgiving husband. But the same emperor declared himself the implacable enemy of unmanly lust, and the cruelty of his persecution can scarcely be excused by the purity of his motives. In defiance of every principle of justice, he stretched to past as well as future offenses the operations of his edicts, with the previous allowance of a short respite for confession and pardon. A painful death was inflicted by the amputation of the sinful instrument, or the insertion of sharp reeds into the pores and tubes of the most exquisite sensibility, and Justinian defended the propriety of the execution, since the criminals would have lost their hands had they been convicted of sacrilege. In this state of disgrace and agony, two bishops, Isaiah of Rhodes and Alexander of Diospolis, were dragged through the streets of Constantinople, while their brethren were admonished by the voice of a crier to observe this awful lesson and not to pollute the sanctity of their character. Perhaps these prelates were innocent. A sentence of death and infamy was often founded on the slight and suspicious evidence of a child or a servant. The guilt of the green faction of the rich and of the enemies of Theodora was presumed by the judges, and pederasty became the crime of those to whom no crime could be imputed. A French philosopher has dared to remark that whatever is secret must be doubtful, and that our natural horror of vice may be abused as an engine of tyranny. But the favorable persuasion of the same writer that a legislator may confide in the taste and reason of mankind is impeached by the unwelcome discovery of the antiquity and extent of the disease. 5. The free citizens of Athens and Rome enjoyed in all criminal cases the invaluable privilege of being tried by their country. Number 1. The administration of justice is the most ancient office of a prince. It was exercised by the Roman kings and abused by Tarquin, who alone, without law or council, pronounced his arbitrary judgments. The first consuls succeeded to this regal prerogative, but the sacred right of appeal soon abolished the jurisdiction of the magistrates, and all public causes were decided by the supreme tribunal of the people. But a wild democracy, superior to the forms, too often disdains the essential principles of justice. The pride of despotism was envenomed by plebeian envy, and the heroes of Athens might sometimes applaud the happiness of the Persian, whose fate depended on the caprice of a single tyrant. Some salutary restraints, imposed by the people on their own passions, were at once the cause and effect of the gravity and temperance of the Romans. The right of accusation was confined to the magistrates. A vote of the 35 tribes could inflict a fine, but the cognizance of all capital crimes was reserved by a fundamental law to the assembly of the centuries, in which the weight of influence and property was sure to preponderate. Repeated proclamations and adjournments were interposed to allow time for prejudice and resentment to subside. The whole proceeding might be annulled by a seasonable omen or the opposition of a tribune, and such popular trials were commonly less formidable to innocence than they were favorable to guilt. But this union of the judicial and legislative powers left it doubtful whether the accused party was pardoned or acquitted, and in the defense of an illustrious client, the orators of Rome and Athens addressed their arguments to the policy and benevolence as well as to the justice of the sovereign. Number 2. The task of convening the citizens for the trial of each offender became more difficult as the citizens and the offenders continually multiplied, and the ready expedient was adopted of delegating the jurisdiction of the people to the ordinary magistrates or to extraordinary inquisitors. In the first ages, these questions were rare and occasional. In the beginning of the 7th century of Rome, they were made perpetual. 4 praetors were annually empowered to sit in judgment on the state offenses of treason, extortion, peculation, and bribery, and Sylla added new praetors and new questions for those crimes which more directly injure the safety of individuals. By these inquisitors the trial was prepared and directed, but they could only pronounce the sentence of the majority of judges. To discharge this important though burdensome office, an annual list of ancient and respectable citizens was formed by the praetor. After many constitutional struggles, they were chosen in equal numbers from the Senate, the equestrian order, and the people. 450 were appointed for single questions, and the various rolls or decuries of judges must have contained the names of some 1,000 Romans who represented the judicial authority of the state. In each particular cause, a sufficient number was drawn from the urn. Their integrity was guarded by an oath. The mode of ballot secured their independence. The suspicion of partiality was removed by the mutual challenges of the accuser and defendant, and the judges of Milo, by the retrenchment of 15 on each side, were reduced to 51 voices or tablets of acquittal, of condemnation, or of favorable doubt. Number 3. In his civil jurisdiction, the praetor of the city was truly a judge and almost a legislator. But as soon as he had prescribed the action of law, he often referred to a delegate the determination of the fact. With the increase of legal proceedings, the tribunal of the centumvirs in which he presided acquired more weight and reputation. But whether he acted alone or with the advice of his council, the most absolute powers might be trusted to a magistrate who was annually chosen by the votes of the people. The rules and precautions of freedom have required some explanation. The order of despotism is simple and inanimate. Before the age of Justinian, or perhaps of Diocletian, the decuries of Roman judges had sunk to an empty title. The humble advice of the assessors might be accepted or despised, and in each tribunal the civil and criminal jurisdiction was administered by a single magistrate, who was raised and disgraced by the will of the emperor. A Roman accused of any capital crime might prevent the sentence of the law by voluntary exile or death. Till his guilt had been legally proved, his innocence was presumed, and his person was free. Till the votes of the last century had been counted and declared, he might peaceably secede to any of the allied cities of Italy or Greece or Asia. His fame and fortunes were preserved, at least to his children, by this civil death. And he might still be happy in every rational and sensual enjoyment if a mind accustomed to the ambitious tumult of Rome could support the uniformity and silence of Rhodes or Athens. A bolder effort was required to escape from the tyranny of the Caesars, but this effort was rendered familiar by the maxims of the Stoics, the example of the bravest Romans, and the legal encouragements of suicide. The bodies of condemned criminals were exposed to public ignominy, and their children, a more serious evil, were reduced to poverty by the confiscation of their fortunes. But if the victims of Tiberius and Nero anticipated the decree of the prince or senate, their courage and dispatch were recompensed by the applause of the public, the decent honors of burial, and the validity of their testaments. The exquisite avarice and cruelty of Domitian appears to have deprived the unfortunate of this last consolation, and it was still denied even by the clemency of the Antonines. A voluntary death, which in the case of a capital offense intervened between the accusation and the sentence, was admitted as a confession of guilt, and the spoils of the deceased were seized by the inhuman claims of the treasury. Yet the civilians have always respected the natural right of a citizen to dispose of his life, and the posthumous disgrace invented by Tarquin to check the despair of his subjects was never revived or imitated by succeeding tyrants. The powers of this world have indeed lost their dominion over him who is resolved on death, and his arm can only be restrained by the religious apprehension of a future state. Suicides are enumerated by Virgil among the unfortunate rather than the guilty, and the poetical fables of the infernal shades could not seriously influence the faith or practice of mankind. But the precepts of the gospel or the church have at length imposed a pious servitude on the minds of Christians, and condemned them to expect, without a murmur, the last stroke of disease or the executioner. The penal statutes form a very small proportion of the 62 books of the Code and Pandects, and in all judicial proceedings the life or death of a citizen is determined with less caution or delay than the most ordinary question of covenant or inheritance. This singular distinction, though something may be allowed for the urgent necessity of defending the peace of society, is derived from the nature of criminal and civil jurisprudence. Our duties to the state are simple and uniform. The law by which he is condemned is ascribed not only on brass or marble, but on the conscience of the offender, and his guilt is commonly proved by the testimony of a single fact. But our relations to each other are various and infinite. Our obligations are created, annulled, and modified by injuries, benefits, and promises, and the interpretation of voluntary contracts and testaments, which are often dictated by fraud or ignorance, affords a long and laborious exercise to the sagacity of the judge. The business of life is multiplied by the extent of commerce and dominion, and the residence of the parties in the distant provinces of an empire is productive of doubt, delay, and inevitable appeals from the local to the supreme magistrate. Justinian, the Greek emperor of Constantinople and the East, was the legal successor to the Latian shepherd who had planted a colony on the banks of the Tiber. In a period of 1300 years, the laws had reluctantly followed the changes of government and manners, and the laudable desire of conciliating ancient names with recent institutions destroyed the harmony and swelled the magnitude of the obscure and irregular system. The laws which excuse on any occasions the ignorance of their subjects confess their own imperfections. The civil jurisprudence, as it was abridged by Justinian, still continued a mysterious science and a profitable trade, and the innate perplexity of the study was involved in tenfold darkness by the private industry of the practitioners. The expense of the pursuit sometimes exceeded the value of the prize, and the fairest rights were abandoned by the poverty or prudence of the claimants. Such costly justice might tend to abate the spirit of litigation, but the unequal pressure serves only to increase the influence of the rich, and to aggravate the misery of the poor. By these dilatory and expensive proceedings, the wealthy pleader obtains a more certain advantage than he could hope from the accidental corruption of his judge. The experience of an abuse, from which our own age and country are not perfectly exempt, may sometimes provoke a generous indignation and extort the hasty wish of exchanging our elaborate jurisprudence for the simple and summary decrees of a Turkish Cadi. Our calmer reflection will suggest that such forms and delays are necessary to guard the person and property of the citizen, that the discretion of the judge is the first engine of tyranny, and that the laws of free people should foresee and determine every question that may probably arise in the exercise of power and the transactions of industry. But the government of Justinian united the evils of liberty and servitude, and the Romans were oppressed at the same time by the multiplicity of their laws and the arbitrary will of their master. End of section 16.
Section 17 of the Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Larry Wilson. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 4. Edited by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. Augustine's missionary work in England, A.D. 597, by the Venerable Bede. St. Augustine was the first Archbishop of Canterbury. He was educated in Rome under Pope Gregory I, by whom he was sent to Britain with 40 monks of the Benedictine order, for the purpose of converting the English to Christianity. Bertha, wife of Ethelbert, King of Kent, was a Christian. She was a daughter of Charibert, King of Paris, and had brought her chaplain with her, who held services in the ruined church of St. Martin near Canterbury. There seemed little prospect, however, of the faith spreading among the wild islanders until Augustine arrived on the Isle of Thanet, A.D. 596. The occasion of his being sent on this missionary errand is said to have been connected with an incident which has often been related, wherein it appears that Gregory, while yet a monk, struck with the beauty of some heathen Anglo-Saxon youths, exposed for sale in the slave market at Rome, inquired concerning their nationality. Being told that they were Angles, he said, "Non Angli, sed Angeli," not Angles, but angels, and well may for their angel-like faces it becometh such to be co-heirs with the angels in heaven. In what province of England do they live? Deira, was the reply. From De Ira, God's wrath, are they to be freed? Answered Gregory. How call ye the king of that country? Ela. Then Alleluia surely ought to be sung in his kingdom to the praise of that God who created all things, said the gracious and clever monk. The conversion of the English to Christianity, says Freeman, at once altered their whole position in the world. Hitherto our history had been almost wholly insular. Our heathen forefathers had had but little to do, either in war or peace, with any nations beyond their own four seas. We hear little of any connection being kept up between the Angles and Saxons who settled in Britain, and their kinsfolks who abode in their original country. By his conversion, England was first brought not only within the pale of the Christian Church, but within the pale of the general political society of Europe. But our insular position, combined with the events of our earlier history, was not without its effect on the peculiar character of Christianity as established in England. England was the first great territorial conquest of the spiritual power beyond the limits of the Roman Empire, beyond the influence of Greek and Roman civilization. The following account from the ecclesiastical history of the Venerable Bede, the father of English history, and foremost scholar of England in his age, is in the modern English rendering by Thomas of King Alfred's famous translation, made for the instruction of the English people as the best work of that period on their own history. As a contrast, John Richard Green's treatment of the same episode is appended. The Venerable Bede. When, according to forth-running time, it was about 592 years from Christ's hither coming, Mauritius the emperor took to the government, and had it 22 years. He was the 54th from Augustus. In the 10th year of that emperor's reign, Gregory, the holy man, who was in lore and deed the highest, took to the bishophood of the Roman Church and of the apostolic seat, and held and governed it 13 years and 6 months and 10 days. In the 14th year of the same emperor, about 150 years from the English nation's hither coming into Britain, he was admonished by a divine impulse that he should send God's servant Augustine and many other monks with him, fearing the Lord, to preach God's word to the English nation. When they obeyed the bishop's commands, and began to go to the mentioned work, and had gone some deal of the way, then began they to fear and dread the journey, and thought that it was wiser and safer for them that they should rather return home than seek the barbarous people and the fierce and unbelieving, even whose speech they knew not, and in common chose this advice to themselves. And then straightway sent Augustine, whom they had chosen for their bishop, if their doctrines should be received, to the Pope, that he might humbly intercede for them, that they might not need to go upon a journey so perilous and so toilsome, and a pilgrimage so unknown. Then St. Gregory sent a letter to them, and exhorted and advised them in that letter that they should humbly go into the work of God's word, and trust in God's help, and that they should not fear the toil of the journey, nor dread the tongues of evil-speaking men, but that with all earnestness and with the love of God they should perform the good things which they, by God's help, had begun to do, and that they should now know that the great toil would be followed by the greater glory of everlasting life. And he prayed Almighty God that he would shield them by his grace, and that he would grant to himself that he might see the fruit of their labor in the heavenly kingdom's glory, because he was ready to be in the same labor with them, if leave had been given him. Then Augustine was strengthened by the exhortation of the blessed Father Gregory, and with Christ's servants who were with him returned to the work of God's word, and came into Britain. Then was at that time Ethelbert king in Kent, and a mighty one, who had rule as far as the boundary of the river Humber, which sheds asunder the south folk of the English nation and the north folk. Then there is on the eastward of Kent a great island, Thanet by name, which is 600 hides large, after the English nation's reckoning. The isle is shed away from the continuous land by the stream Wantsum, which is 3 furlongs broad, and in 2 places is fordable, and either end lies in the sea. On this isle came up Christ's servant Augustine and his fellows. He was one of 40. They likewise took with them interpreters from Franklin, France, as St. Gregory bade them. And he sent messengers to Ethelbert, and let him know that he came from Rome, and brought the best errand. And whosoever would be obedient to him, he promised him everlasting gladness in heaven, and a kingdom hereafter without end, with the true and living God. When he then, the king, heard these words, then ordered he them to abide in the isle on which they had come up, and their necessaries to be there given them, until he should see what he would do to them. Likewise, before that, a report of the Christian religion had come to him, for he had a Christian wife, who was given to him from the royal kin of the Franks. Bertha was her name. Which woman he received from her parents on condition that he should have his leave that she might hold the manner of the Christian belief, and of her religion unspotted, with the bishop whom they gave her for the help of that faith, whose name was Ludhard. Then it was, after many days, that the king came to the isle, and ordered to make a seat for him out of doors, and ordered Augustine with his fellows to come to his speech, a conference. He guarded himself lest they should go into any house to him. He used the old greeting, in case they had any magic whereby they should overcome and deceive him. But they came endowed, not with devilcraft, but with divine might. They bore Christ's rood token, a silvern cross of Christ and a likeness of the Lord Jesus, colored and delineated on a board, and were crying the names of holy men, and singing prayers together, made supplication to the Lord for the everlasting health of themselves and of those to whom they come. Then the king bade them sit, and they did so. And they soon preached and taught the word of life to him, together with all his peers who were there present. Then answered the king, and thus said, Fair words and promises are these which ye brought and say to us. But because they are new and unknown, we cannot yet agree that we should forsake the things which we for a long time with all the English nation have held. But because ye have come hither as pilgrims from afar, and since it seems and is evident to me that ye wish to communicate to us also the things which ye believe true and best, we will not therefore be heavy to you, but will kindly receive you in hospitality, and give you a livelihood, and supply your needs. Nor will we hinder you from joining and adding to the religion of your belief all whom you can through your lore. Then the king gave them a dwelling and a place in Canterbury, which was the chief city of all his kingdom. And as he had promised to give them a livelihood and their worldly needs, he likewise gave them leave that they might preach and teach the Christian faith. It is said that when they went and drew nigh to the city, as their custom was, with Christ's holy cross, and with the likeness of the great King, our Lord Jesus Christ, they sung with a harmonious voice this litany and antiphony, Deprecamur te, etc. We beseech thee, Lord, in all thy mercy, that thy fury and thy wrath be taken off from this city, and from thy holy house, because we have sinned. Alleluia. Then it was soon after they had entered into the dwelling place, which had been granted to them in the royal city, when they began to imitate the apostolic life of the primitive church, that is, served the Lord in constant prayers, in waking and fasting, and preached and taught God's word to whom they might, and slighted all things of this world as foreign. But those things only which were seen to be needful for their livelihood they received from those whom they taught. According to that which they taught, they themselves through everything lived, and they had a ready mind to suffer adversity, yea, likewise death itself, for the truth which they preached and taught. Then was no delay that many believed and were baptized. They also wondered at the simplicity of their harmless life and the sweetness of their heavenly lore. There was by east, well nigh the city, a church built in honor of St. Martin long ago, while the Romans yet dwelt in Britain, in which church the Queen was wont to pray, of whom we said before that she was a Christian. In this church at first the holy teachers began to meet and sing and pray, and do mass song, and teach men and baptize, until the king was converted to the faith, and they obtained more leave to teach everywhere, and to build and repair churches. Then came it about through the grace of God that the king likewise, among others, began to delight in the cleanest life of holy men and their sweetest promises, and they also gave confirmation that those were true by the showing of many wonders. And he then, being glad, was baptized. Then began many daily to hasten and flock together to hear God's word, and to forsake the manner of heathenism, and join themselves through belief to the oneness of Christ's holy church. Of their belief and conversion it is said that the king was so evenly glad that he, however, forced none of the Christian manner of worship, but that those who turned to belief in baptism he more inwardly loved, as they were fellow citizens of the heavenly kingdom. For he had learnt from his teachers and from the authors of his health that Christ's service should be of good will, not of compulsion. And he then, the king, gave and granted to his teachers a place and settlement suitable to their conditions in his chief city, and hitherto gave their needful supplies in various possessions. During these things the holy man Augustine fared over sea, and came to the city Arles, and by Aetherius, archbishop of the said city, according to the behest and commandment of the blessed Father St. Gregory, was hallowed archbishop of the English people, and returned and fared into Britain, and soon sent messengers to Rome, that was Lawrence a mass priest, and Peter a monk, that they should say and make known to the blessed St. Gregory that the English nation had received Christ's belief, and that he had been consecrated as bishop. He likewise requested his advice about many causes and questions which were seen by him to be needful, and he soon sent suitable answers of them. Asked by St. Augustine, bishop of the Church of Canterbury, first, of bishops, how they shall behave and live with their fellows. Next, on the gifts of the faithful which they bring to holy tables and to God's churches, how many doles of them shall be. Answered by Pope St. Gregory, Holy Writ makes it known, quoth he, which I have no doubt thou knowest, and sunderly the blessed Paul's epistle, which he wrote to Timothy, in which he earnestly trained and taught him how he should behave and do in God's house. For it is the manner of the apostolic seat, where they hallow bishops, that they give them commandments, and that of all the livelihood which comes into them there shall be 4 doles, one in the first place to the bishop and his family for food, and entertainment of guests and comers, a second dole to God's servants, a third to the needy, the fourth to the renewing and repair of God's church. But because thy brotherliness has been trained and taught in monastic rules, thou shalt not, however, be asunder from thy fellows in the English church, which now yet is newly come and led to the faith of God. This behavior and this life thou shalt set up, which our fathers had in the beginning of the new-born church, when none of them said aught of that which they owned was his in sunder, but they all had all things common. If then any priests or God's servants are settled without holy orders, let those who cannot withhold themselves from women take them wives, and receive their livelihood outside. For the same fathers, of whom we spoke before, it is written that they dealt with their worldly goods to sundry men as every one had need. Likewise concerning their livelihood, it is to be thought and foreseen, i.e. provided, that they live in good manners under ecclesiastical rules, and sing psalms and keep wakes and hold their hearts and tongues and bodies clean from all forbidden things to Almighty God. But as to those living in common life, what have we to say how they deal their alms, or exercise hospitality, and fulfill mercy? Since all that is left over in their worldly substance is to be reached and given to the pious and the good, as the Master of all, our Lord Jesus Christ, taught and said, Quod super est, etc. What is over and left give alms, and to you are all things clean. Asked by St. Augustine, since there is one faith, and are various customs of churches, there is one custom of mass song in the Holy Roman Church, and another is had in the kingdom of Gaul. Answered the Pope St. Gregory, Thou thyself knowest the manner and custom of the Roman Church, in which thou wert reared. And now it seems good and is more agreeable to me, that whatsoever thou hast found either in the Roman Church or in Gaul, or in any other church, that was more pleasing to Almighty God, thou should carefully choose that, and set it to be held fast in the church of the English nation, which now yet is new in the faith. For the things are not to be loved for places, but the place is for good things. Therefore, what things thou choosest as pious, good, and right from each of sundry churches, these gather thou together and settle into a custom in the mind of the English nation. Asked by Augustine, I pray thee, what punishment shall he suffer, whosoever takes away anything by stealth from a church? Answered by Gregory, this may thy brotherliness determine from the theft's condition, how he may be corrected. For there are some who have worldly wealth, and yet commit theft. There are some who are in this wise guilty through poverty. Therefore need is that some be corrected by warning of their worldly goods, some by stripes, some more sternly, some more mildly. And though the punishment be inflicted a little harder or sterner, yet it is to be done in love, not of wrath, nor of fury, because through the throes of this is procured to the man that he be not given to the everlasting fires of hell torments. For in this manner we ought to punish men, as the good fathers are wont to do their fleshly children, whom they chide and swinge for their sins. And yet those same whom they chide and chastise, by these pains they also love, and wish to have for their heirs, and for them to hold their worldly goods which they possess, whom they seem in anger to persecute and torment. For love is ever to be held in the mind, and it dictates and determines the measure of the chastisement, so that the mind does nothing at all beside the right rule. Thou likewise addest to thy inquiry how those things should be compensated which have been taken away from the church by theft. But, far be it that God's church should receive with increase what she seems to let alone of earthly things, and seek worldly gain by vain things. Asked by Bishop St. Augustine, at what generation shall Christian people be joined among themselves in marriage with their kinsfolk? Answered by St. Gregory, but because there are many in the English nation, who, while they were then yet in unbelief, are said to have been joined together in this sinful marriage, now they are to be admonished, since they have come to the faith, that they hold themselves off from such iniquities, and understand that it is a heavy sin, and dread the awful doom of God, lest they for fleshly love receive the torments of everlasting death. They are not, however, for this cause to be deprived of the communion of Christ's body and blood, lest this thing may seem to be revenged on them, in which they through unwittingness sinned before a baptism. For at this time the Holy Church corrects some things through zeal, bears with some things through mildness, overlooks some through consideration, and so bears and overlooks that often, by bearing and overlooking, she checks the opposing evil. All those who come to the faith of Christ are to be reminded that they may not dare to commit any such thing, but if any shall commit them, then they are to be deprived of Christ's body and blood. For some little is to be borne with in regard to those men who through unwittingness commit sin. So on the other hand it is to be strongly pursued in those who dread not to sin wittingly. Asked by Bishop St. Augustine, if a great distance of journey lies between, so that bishops may not easily come, whether many bishops be hallowed without the presence of other bishops? Answered by Gregory, in the English Church, indeed, in which thou alone as yet art found a bishop, thou canst not hallow a bishop otherwise than without other bishops. But bishops must come to thee out of the kingdom of Gaul, that they may stand as witnesses at the bishop's hallowing. For the hallowing of bishops must not be otherwise than in the assembling and witnessing of 3 or 4 bishops, that they may send up and pour forth their petitions and prayers to the Almighty God for his favor. Asked by St. Augustine, how must we do with bishops of Gaul and Britain? Answered by Pope Gregory, over the bishops of Gaul we give thee no authority, because from the earlier times of my predecessors the bishops of the city Arles received the pallium, whom we ought not to degrade nor to deprive of the received authority. But if thou happen to go into the province of Gaul, have thou a conference and consultation with the said bishop what is to be done, or if any vices are found in bishops, how they shall be corrected and reformed. And if there be a supposition that he is too lukewarm in the vigor of his discipline and chastisement, then he is to be inflamed and abetted by thy brotherliness's love, that he may ward off those things which are contrary to the behest and commands of our Maker, from the manners of the bishops. Thou mayest not judge the bishops of Gaul without their own authority, but thou shalt mildly admonish them, and show them the imitation of thy good works. All the bishops of Britain we commend to thy brotherliness, in order that the unlearned may be taught, the weak strengthened by thy exhortation, and the perverse corrected by thy authority. Augustine likewise bade his messengers acquaint him that a great harvest was here present, and few workmen. And he then sent with the aforesaid messengers more help to him for divine learning, among whom the first and greatest were Mellitus and Justus, and Paulinus and Rufinianus, and by them generally all things which were needful for the worship and service of the church, communion vessels, altar cloth, and church ornaments, and bishops' robes, and deacons' robes, and also relics of the apostles and holy martyrs, and many books. He likewise sent to Augustine the bishop a pallium and a letter in which he intimated how he should hallow other bishops, and in what places he should set them in Britain. The blessed Pope Gregory likewise at the same time sent a letter to King Ethelbert, and along with it many worldly gifts of divers sorts. He wished likewise by these temporal honours to glorify the king, to whom he had by his labour and by his diligence in teaching opened and made known the glory of the heavenly kingdom. And then St. Augustine, as soon as he received the bishop's seat in the royal city, renewed and wrought with the king's help the church which he had learnt was wrought long before by old Roman work, and hallowed it in the name of our Lord Jesus Christ. And he there set a dwelling place for himself and all his after followers. He likewise built a monastery by east of the city, in which Ethelbert the king, by his exhortation and advice, ordered to build a church worthy of the blessed apostles Peter and Paul, and he enriched it with various gifts, in which church the body of Augustine and of all the Canterbury bishops together and other kings might be laid. The church, however, not Augustine, but Bishop Laurentius, his after-follower, hallowed. The first abbot at the same monastery was a mass priest named Peter, who was sent back as a messenger into the kingdom of Gaul, and then was drowned in a bay of the sea, which was called Amfleet, and was laid in an unbecoming grave by the inhabitants of the place. But the Almighty God would show of what merit the holy man was, and every night a heavenly light was made to shine over his grave, until his neighbours who saw it understood that it was a great and holy man who was buried there, and then they asked who and whence he was. They then took his body, and laid and buried it in a church in the city of Boulogne, with the honour befitting so great and so holy a man. Then it was that Augustine, with the help of King Ethelbert, invited to his speech the bishops and teachers of the Britons, in the place which is yet named Augustine's Oak, on the borders of the Vichy and West Saxons. And he then began with brotherly love to advise and teach them that they should have right love and peace between them, and undertake for the Lord the common labour of teaching divine lore in the English nation. And they would not hear him, nor keep Easter at its right tide, and also had many other things unlike and contrary to ecclesiastical unity. When they had held a long conference and strife about those things, and they would not yield any things to Augustine's instructions, nor to his prayers, nor to his threats, and those of his companions, but thought their own customs and institutions better than that they should agree with all Christ's churches throughout the world. Then the Holy Father Augustine put an end to this troublesome strife, and thus spoke: Let us pray Almighty God, who makes the one-minded to dwell in his Father's house, that he vouchsafe to signify us by heavenly wonders which institution we ought to follow, by what ways to hasten to the entrance of his kingdom. Let an infirm man be brought hither to us, and through whose prayer soever he be healed, let his belief and practice be believed acceptable to God, and to be followed by all. When his adversaries had hardly granted that, a blind man of English kin was led forth. He was first led to the bishops of the Britons, and he received no help nor comfort through their ministry. Then at last Augustine was constrained by righteous need, arose and bowed his knees, and prayed God the Almighty Father that he would give sight to the blind man, that he through one man's bodily enlightening might kindle the gift of ghostly light in the hearts of many faithful. Then soon, without delay, the blind man was enlightened and received sight, and the true preacher of the heavenly light, Augustine, was proclaimed and praised by all. Then the Britons also acknowledged with shame that they understood that it was the way of truth which Augustine preached. They said, however, that they could not, without consent and leave of their people, shun and forsake their old customs. They begged that again another synod should be assembled, and they then would attend it with more counsellors. When that accordingly was set, 7 bishops of the Britons came, and all the most learned men, who were chiefly from the city of Bangor. At that time the abbot of that monastery was named Deneth. When they then were going to the meeting, they first came to a certain hermit, who was with them holy and wise. They interrogated and asked him whether they should, for Augustine's lore, forsake their own institutions and customs. Then answered he them, If he be a man of God, follow him. Quoth they to him, How may we know whether he be so? Quoth he, Our Lord himself hath said in his gospel, Take ye my yoke upon you, and learn from me, that I am mild and of lowly heart. And now if Augustine is mild and of lowly heart, then it is to be believed that he bears Christ's yoke and teaches you to bear it. If he then is unmild and haughty, then it is known that he is not from God, nor should ye mind his words. Quoth they again, How may we know that distinctly? Quoth he, See ye that he come first to the synod with his fellows, and sit. And if he rises toward you when ye come, then wit ye that he is Christ's servant, and ye shall humbly hear his words and his lore. But if he despise you, and will not rise toward you, since there are more of you, be he then despised by you. Well, they did so, as he said. When they had come to the synod place, the Archbishop Augustine was sitting on his seat. When they saw that he rose not for them, they quickly became angry, and upbraided him as being haughty, and gainsaid and withstood all his words. The Archbishop said to them, In many things ye are contrary to our custom, and so to those of all God's churches. And yet if ye will be obedient to me in these 3 things, that first ye celebrate Easter at the right tide, that ye fulfill the ministry of baptism, through which we are born as God's children, after the manner of the Holy Roman and Apostolic Church, and that thirdly ye preach the word of the Lord to the English people together with us, we will patiently bear with all other things which ye do that are contrary to our customs. They said that they would do none of these things, nor would have him for an archbishop. They said among themselves, If he would not now rise for us, much more if we shall be subjected to him, he will contemn us for naught. It is said that the man of God, St. Augustine, in a threatening manner foretold, if they would not receive peace with men of God, that they should receive unpeace and war from their foes, and if they would not preach among the English race the word of life, they should through their hands suffer the vengeance of death. And through everything, as the man of God had foretold, by a righteous doom of God it came to pass. And very soon after this, Ethelfrith, king of the English, collected a great army and led it to Leicester, and there fought against the Britons, and made the greatest slaughter of the faithless people. While he was beginning the battle, King Ethelfrith saw their priests and bishops and monks standing aloof in a safer place, that they should pray and make intercession to God for their warriors. He inquired and asked what the host was, and what they were doing there. When he understood the cause of their coming, then he said, So, I wot if they cry to their God against us, that they bear not a weapon. They fight against us, for they pursue us with their hostile prayers and curses. He then straightway ordered to turn upon them first and slay them. Men say that there were 1,200 of this host, and 50 of them escaped by flight. And he so then destroyed and blotted out the other host of the sinful nation, not without great waning of his own host. And so was fulfilled the prophecy of the holy Bishop Augustine, that they should for their trollousness suffer the vengeance of temporal perdition, because they despised the skillful counsel of their eternal salvation. After these things, Augustine, Bishop of Britain, hallowed 2 bishops. The one was named Miletus, the other Justus. Miletus he sent to preach divine lore to the East Saxons, who are shed off from Kentland by the river Thames, and joined to the East Sea. Their chief city is called Londoncastor, now London, standing on the bank of the foresaid river, and it is the marketplace of the land and sea comers. The king in the nation at that time was Sebright, or Sabert, Ethelbert's sister son, and his vassal. Then he and the nation of the East Saxons received the word of truth and the faith of Christ through Miletus, the bishop's lore. Then King Ethelbert ordered to build a church in London, and to hallow it to St. Paul the Apostle, that he and his after-followers might have their bishop seat in that place. Justus he hallowed as bishop in Kent itself, at Rochester, which is 24 miles right west from Canterbury, in which city likewise King Ethelbert ordered to build the church, and to hallow it to St. Andrew the Apostle. And to each of these bishops the king gave his gifts of bookland and possessions for them to brook with their fellows. After these things then, Father Augustine, beloved of God, departed this life, and his body was buried without doors, nigh the church of the blessed apostles Peter and Paul, which we mentioned before, because it was not then yet fully built nor hallowed. As soon as it was hallowed, then his body was put into it, and becomingly buried in the north porch of the church, in which likewise the bodies of all the after-following archbishops are buried, but two, that is, Theodorus and Berthwald, whose bodies are laid in the church itself, because no more might be so in the foresaid porch. Well nigh in the middle of the church is an altar set and hallowed in the name of St. Gregory, on which every Saturday their memory and decease are celebrated, with mass sung by the mass priest of that place. On St. Augustine's tomb is written an inscription of this sort: Here resteth Sir Augustine, the first Archbishop of Canterbury, who was formerly sent hither by the blessed Gregory, Bishop of the Roman city, and was upheld by God with working of wonders. King Ethelbert and his people he led from the worship of idols to the faith of Christ, and having fulfilled the days of his ministry in peace, departed on the 26th day of May in the same king's reign. End of section 17. Section 18 of the Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Larry Wilson. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 4, edited by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. Augustine's Missionary Work in England, A.D. 597, by John Richard Green. Years had passed since Gregory pitied the English slaves in the marketplace of Rome. As bishop of the imperial city, he at last found himself in a position to carry out his dream of winning Britain to the faith, and an opening was given him by Ethelbert's marriage with Bertha, a daughter of the Frankish king Cheribert of Paris. Bertha, like her Frankish kindred, was a Christian. A Christian bishop accompanied her from Gaul, and a ruined Christian church, the Church of St. Martin beside the royal city of Canterbury, was given them for their worship. The king himself remained true to the gods of his fathers, but his marriage no doubt encouraged Gregory to send a Roman abbot, Augustine, at the head of a band of monks to preach the gospel to the English people. The missionaries landed in 597 in the Isle of Thanet, at the spot where Hengist had landed more than a century before, and Ethelbert received them sitting in the open air, on the chalk down above Minster, where the eye nowadays catches miles away over the marshes and the dim Tower of Canterbury. The king listened patiently to the long sermon of Augustine, as the interpreters the abbot had brought with him from Gaul rendered it in the English tongue. "Your words are fair," Ethelbert replied at last, with English good sense, "but they are new and of doubtful meaning." For himself, he said, he refused to forsake the gods of his fathers, but with the usual religious tolerance of his race, he promised shelter and protection to the strangers. The band of monks entered Canterbury, bearing before them a silver cross with a picture of Christ, and singing in concert the strains of the litany of their church. "Turn from this city, O Lord," they sang, "thine angered wrath, and turn it from thy holy house, for we have sinned." And then, in strange contrast, came the jubilant cry of the older Hebrew worship, the cry which Gregory had wrested in prophetic earnestness from the name of the Yorkshire king in the Roman market-place, Alleluia! It was thus that the spot which witnessed the landing of Hengist became yet better known as the landing place of Augustine. But the second landing at Ebbsfleet was in no small measure a reversal and undoing of the first. "Strangers from Rome" was the title with which the missionaries first fronted the English king. The march of the monks, as they chanted their solemn litany, was in one sense a return of the Roman legions who withdrew at the trumpet call of Alaric. It was to the tongue and the thought, not of Gregory only, but of the men whom his Jutish fathers had slaughtered or driven out, that Ethelbert listened in the preaching of Augustine. Canterbury, the earliest royal city of German England, became a centre of Latin influence. The Roman tongue became again one of the tongues of Britain, the language of its worship, its correspondence, its literature. But more than the tongue of Rome returned with Augustine. Practically his landing renewed that union with the Western world which the landing of Hengist had destroyed. The New England was admitted into the older commonwealth of nations. The civilization, art, letters, which had fled before the sword of the English conquerors, returned with the Christian faith. The great fabric of the Roman law, indeed, never took root in England, but it is impossible not to recognize the result of the influence of the Roman missionaries in the fact that codes of the customary English law began to be put in writing soon after their arrival. A year passed before Ethelbert yielded to the preaching of Augustine, but from the moment of his conversion the new faith advanced rapidly, and the Kentish men crowded to baptism in the train of their king. The new religion was carried beyond the bounds of Kent by the supremacy which Ethelbert wielded over the neighboring kingdoms. Sebert, king of the East Saxons, received a bishop sent from Kent, and suffered him to build up again a Christian church in what was now his subject city of London, while the East Anglian king, Redwald, resolved to serve Christ and the older gods together. End of section 18.
Section 19 of the Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 4. By Rossiter Johnson, Charles F. Horne, and John Rudd. Section 19. The Hegira. Career of Mahomet, the Quran, and Mahometan Creed. A.D. 622. By Washington Irving. The flight of Mahomet from Mecca to Medina occurred June 20th, 622, and was called the Hegira, or Departure of the Prophet. That event marks the commencement of the Mahometan era, which is called there from the Hegira. According to the civil calculation, it is fixed at Friday, July 16th, the date of the Mahometans, although astronomers and some historians assign it to the day preceding. While primarily referring to the flight of Mahomet, the term is applied also to the emigration to Medina prior to the capture of Mecca, 630, of those of Mahomet's disciples, who henceforth were known as Mohajirins, emigrants or refugees, which became a title of honor. A scion of the family of Hashem and of the tribe of Quraysh, the noblest race in Arabia, and the guardians of the ancient temple and idols of the Kaaba, Mahomet was born at Mecca, August 20th, A.D. 570. He acquired wealth and influence by his marriage with Khadijah, a rich widow, but about his 40th year, by announcing himself as an apostle of God, sent to extirpate idolatry and to restore the true faith of the prophets Abraham, Moses, and Jesus, he and his converts were exposed to contumely and persecution. It was, as Irving's recital shows, necessary for the preservation of his life, which was threatened by his own tribe, the Qurayshites, that Mahomet should leave Mecca, and he escaped none too soon. It must also be observed that by this going out he found ampler means for the spread of his doctrine and the increase of his followers. His very presence among strangers drew multitudes to the support of his cause, and the enthusiasm aroused by the Prophet at Medina made that city the center of his first great propaganda. There Mahomet died, in the great mosque is his tomb, and Medina is sometimes called the City of the Prophet. From this center began the development and spread of Islam into a world religion, which has flourished to the present day, when its followers are estimated at nearly 200 millions, having large empire and still wider influence among some of the most important races of the East. Washington Irving. The fortunes of Mahomet were becoming darker and darker in his native place. Khadija, his original benefactress, the devoted companion of his solitude and seclusion, the zealous believer in his doctrines, was in her grave. So also was Abu Talib, once his faithful and efficient protector. Deprived of the sheltering influence of the latter, Mahomet had become, in a manner, an outlaw in Mecca, obliged to conceal himself, and remain a burden on the hospitality of those whom his own doctrines had involved in persecution. If worldly advantage had been his object, how had it been attained? Upward of 10 years had elapsed since first he announced his prophetic mission. 10 long years of enmity, trouble, and misfortune. Still he persevered, and now, at a period of life when men seek to enjoy in repose the fruition of the past, rather than risk all in new schemes for the future, we find him, after having sacrificed ease, fortune, and friends, prepared to give up home and country also, rather than his religious creed. As soon as the privileged time of pilgrimage arrived, he emerged once more from his concealment, and mingled with the multitude assembled from all parts of Arabia. His earnest desire was to find some powerful tribe, or the inhabitants of some important city, capable and willing to receive him as a guest, and protect him in the enjoyment and propagation of his faith. His quest was for a time unsuccessful. Those who had come to worship at the Kaaba drew back from a man stigmatized as an apostate, and the worldly minded were unwilling to befriend one proscribed by the powerful of his native place. At length, as he was one day preaching on the hill Al-Aqaba, a little to the north of Mecca, he drew the attention of certain pilgrims from the city of Yathrib. This city, since called Medina, was about 270 miles north of Mecca. Many of its inhabitants were Jews and heretical Christians. The pilgrims in question were pure Arabs of the ancient and powerful tribe of Khazrajites, and in habits of friendly intercourse with the Canaanites and Nadarites, 2 Jewish tribes inhabiting Mecca, who claimed to be of the sacerdotal line of Aaron. The pilgrims had often heard their Jewish friends explain the mysteries of their faith and talk of an expected Messiah. They were moved by the eloquence of Mahomet, and struck with the resemblance of his doctrines to those of the Jewish law, insomuch that when they heard him proclaim himself a prophet, sent by heaven to restore the ancient faith, they said one to another, "Surely this must be the promised Messiah of which we have been told." The more they listened, the stronger became their persuasion of the fact, until in the end they avowed their conviction, and made a final profession of their faith. As the Khazrajites belonged to one of the most powerful tribes of Yathrib, Mahomet sought to secure their protection, and proposed to accompany them on their return. But they informed him that they were at deadly feud with the Ausites, another powerful tribe of that city, and advised him to defer his coming until they should be at peace. He consented, but on the return home of the pilgrims, he sent with them Musab ibn Omer, one of the most learned and able of his disciples, with instructions to strengthen them in the faith and to preach it to their townsmen. Thus were the seeds of Islamism first sown in the city of Medina. For a time they thrived but slowly. Musab was opposed by the idolaters, and his life threatened, but he persisted in his exertions and gradually made converts among the principal inhabitants. Among these were Sa'ad ibn Ma'adz, a prince or chief of the Ausites, and Osaid ibn Hadher, a man of great authority in the city. Numbers of the Moslems of Mecca also, driven away by persecution, took refuge in Medina, and aided in propagating the new faith among its inhabitants, until it found its way into almost every household. Feeling now assured of being able to give Mahomet an asylum in the city, upward of 70 of the converts of Medina, led by Musab ibn Omer, repaired to Mecca with the pilgrims in the holy month of the 13th year of the mission, to invite him to take up his abode in their city. Mahomet gave them a midnight meeting on the hill Al-Aqaba. His uncle Al-Abbas, who, like the deceased Abu Talib, took an affectionate interest in his welfare, though no convert to his doctrines, accompanied him to this secret conference, which he feared might lead him into danger. He entreated the pilgrims from Medina not to entice his nephew to their city until more able to protect him, warning them that their open adoption of the new faith would bring all Arabia in arms against them. His warnings and entreaties were in vain. A solemn compact was made between the parties. Mahomet demanded that they should abjure idolatry and worship the one true God openly and fearlessly. For himself he exacted obedience in weal and woe, and for the disciples who might accompany him, protection, even such as they would render to their own wives and children. On these terms he offered to bind himself to remain among them, to be the friend of their friends, the enemy of their enemies. "But should we perish in your cause," asked they, "what will be our reward?" "Paradise," replied the Prophet. The terms were accepted. The emissaries from Medina placed their hands in the hands of Mahomet, and swore to abide by their compact. The latter then singled out 12 from among them, whom he designated as his apostles, in imitation, it is supposed, of the example of our Saviour. Just then a voice was heard from the summit of the hill, denouncing them as apostates and menacing them with punishment. The sound of this voice, heard in the darkness of the night, inspired temporary dismay. "It is the voice of the fiend Iblis," said Mahomet scornfully. "He is the foe of God, fear him not." It was probably the voice of some spy or eavesdropper of the Korayshites, for the very next morning they manifested a knowledge of what had taken place in the night, and treated the new confederates with great harshness as they were departing from the city. It was this early accession to the faith, and this timely aid proffered and subsequently afforded to Mahomet and his disciples, which procured for the Moslems of Medina the appellation of Ansarians, or auxiliaries, by which they were afterward distinguished. After the departure of the Ansarians and the expiration of the holy month, the persecutions of the Moslems were resumed with increased virulence, insomuch that Mahomet, seeing a crisis was at hand, and being resolved to leave the city, advised his adherents generally to provide for their safety. For himself, he still lingered in Mecca with a few devoted followers. Abu Sofyan, his implacable foe, was at this time governor of the city. He was both incensed and alarmed at the spreading growth of the new faith, and held a meeting of the chief of the Korayshites to devise some means of effectually putting a stop to it. Some advised that Mahomet should be banished the city, but it was objected that he might gain other tribes to his interest, or perhaps the people of Medina, and return at their head to take his revenge. Others proposed to wall him up in a dungeon, and supply him with food until he died. But it was surmised that his friends might effect his escape. All these objections were raised by a violent and pragmatical old man, a stranger from the province of Neja, who, says the Moslem writers, was no other than the devil in disguise, breathing his malignant spirit into those present. At length it was declared by Abu Jahl that the only effectual check on the growing evil was to put Mahomet to death. To this all agreed, and as a means of sharing the odium of the deed, and withstanding the vengeance it might awaken among the relatives of the victim, it was arranged that a member of each family should plunge his sword into the body of Mahomet. It is to this conspiracy that allusion is made in the 8th chapter of the Koran. And call to mind how the unbelievers plotted against thee, that they might either detain thee in bonds, or put thee to death, or expel thee the city. But God laid a plot against them, and God is the best layer of plots. In fact, by the time the murderers arrived before the dwelling of Mahomet, he was apprised of the impending danger. As usual, the warning is attributed to the angel Gabriel, but it is probable it was given by some Koreishite, less bloody-minded than his confederates. It came just in time to save Mahomet from the hands of his enemies. They paused at his door, but hesitated to enter. Looking through a crevice they beheld, as they thought, Mahomet wrapped in his green mantle and lying asleep on his couch. They waited for a while, consulting whether to fall on him while sleeping, or wait until he should go forth. At length they burst open the door and rushed toward the couch. The sleeper started up, but instead of Mahomet, Ali stood before them. Amazed and confounded, they demanded, "Where is Mahomet?" "I know not," replied Ali sternly, and walked forth. Nor did anyone venture to molest him. Enraged at the escape of their victim, however, the Koreishites proclaimed a reward of 100 camels to anyone who should bring them Mahomet alive or dead. Diverse accounts are given of the mode in which Mahomet made his escape from the house after the faithful Ali had wrapped himself in his mantle and taken his place upon the couch. The most miraculous account is, that he opened the door silently as the Koreishites stood before it, and, scattering a handful of dust in the air, cast such blindness upon them that he walked through the midst of them without being perceived. This, it is added, is confirmed by the verse of the 30th chapter of the Koran: "We have thrown blindness upon them, that they shall not see." The most probable account is that he clambered over the wall in the rear of the house by the help of a servant, who bent his back for him to step upon it. He repaired immediately to the house of Abu Bekr, and they arranged for instant flight. It was agreed that they should take refuge in a cave in Mount Thor, about an hour's distance from Mecca, and wait there until they could proceed safely to Medina. And in the meantime the children of Abu Bekr should secretly bring them food. They left Mecca while it was yet dark, making their way on foot by the light of the stars, and the day dawned as they found themselves at the foot of Mount Thor. Scarce were they within the cave when they heard the sound of pursuit. Abu Bekr, though a brave man, quaked with fear. "Our pursuers," said he, "are many, and we are but two." "Nay," replied Mahomet, "there is a third. God is with us." And here the Moslem writers relate a miracle dear to the minds of all true believers. By the time, say they, that the Koreishites reached the mouth of the cavern, an acacia tree had sprung up before it, in the spreading branches of which a pigeon had made its nest and laid its eggs, and over the whole a spider had woven its web. When the Koreishites beheld these signs of undisturbed quiet, they concluded that no one could recently have entered the cavern, so they turned away, and pursued their search in another direction. Whether protected by miracle or not, the fugitives remained for 3 days undiscovered in the cave, and Asama, the daughter of Abu Bekr, brought them food in the dusk of the evenings. On the 4th day, when they presumed the ardor of pursuit had abated, the fugitives ventured forth, and set out for Medina, on camels which a servant of Abu Bekr had brought in the night for them. Avoiding the main road usually taken by the caravans, they bent their course nearer to the coast of the Red Sea. They had not proceeded far, however, before they were overtaken by a troop of horse headed by Saraka ibn Malik. Abu Bekr was again dismayed by the number of their pursuers, but Mahomet repeated the assurance, "Be not troubled, Allah is with us." Saraka was a grim warrior, with shaggy iron-gray locks, and naked sinewy arms rough with hair. As he overtook Mahomet, his horse reared and fell with him. His superstitious mind was struck with it as an evil sign. Mahomet perceived the state of his feeling, and by an eloquent appeal wrought upon him to such a degree that Saraka, filled with awe, entreated his forgiveness, and turning back with his troop, suffered him to proceed on his way unmolested. The fugitives continued their journey without further interruption, until they arrived at Kobe, a hill about 2 miles from Medina. It was a favorite resort of the inhabitants of the city, and a place to which they sent their sick and infirm, for the air was pure and salubrious. Hence, too, the city was supplied with fruit, the hill and its environs being covered with vineyards, and with groves of the date and lotus, with gardens producing citrons, oranges, pomegranates, figs, peaches, and apricots, and being irrigated with limpid streams. On arriving at this fruitful spot, Al-Kaswa, the camel of Mahomet, crouched on her knees and would go no farther. The Prophet interpreted it as a favorable sign, and determined to remain at Koba and prepare for entering the city. The place where his camel knelt is still pointed out by pious Moslems, a mosque named Al-Taqwa having been built there to commemorate the circumstance. Some affirm that it was actually founded by the Prophet. A deep well is also shown in the vicinity, beside which Mahomet reposed under the shade of the trees, and into which he dropped his seal ring. It is believed still to remain there, and has given sanctity to the well, the waters of which are conducted by subterraneous conduits to Medina. At Koba he remained 4 days, residing in the house of an Ossite named Kulthum ibn Hadim. While at this village he was joined by a distinguished chief, Boreda ibn al-Hasib, with 70 followers, all of the tribe of Saham. These made profession of faith between the hands of Mahomet. Another renowned proselyte who repaired to the Prophet at this village was Salman al-Parsi, or the Persian. He is said to have been a native of a small place near Ispahan, and that on passing one day by a Christian church, he was so much struck by the devotion of the people and the solemnity of the worship, that he became disgusted with the idolatrous faith in which he had been brought up. He afterward wandered about the East from city to city and convent to convent in quest of a religion, until an ancient monk, full of years and infirmities, told him of a prophet who had arisen in Arabia to restore the pure faith of Abraham. This Salman rose to power in after years, and was reputed by the unbelievers of Mecca to have assisted Mahomet in compiling his doctrine. This is alluded to in the 16th chapter of the Koran. Verily the idolaters say that a certain man assisted to compose the Koran, but the language of this man is Ajami, or Persian, and the Koran is indited in the pure Arabian tongue. The Moslems of Mecca, who had taken refuge some time before in Medina, hearing that Mahomet was at hand, came forth to meet him at Koba. Among these were the early convert Talha, and Zobair, the nephew of Khadija. These, seeing the travel-stained garments of Mahomet and Abu Bekr, gave them white mantles, with which to make their entrance into Medina. Numbers of the Ansarians, or auxiliaries of Medina, who had made their compact with Mahomet in the preceding year, now hastened to renew their vow of fidelity. Learning from them that the number of proselytes in the city were rapidly augmenting, and that there was a general disposition to receive him favorably, he appointed Friday, the Moslem Sabbath, the 16th day of the month Rabi, for his public entrance. Accordingly, on the morning of that day, he assembled all his followers to prayer, and after a sermon, in which he expounded the main principles of his faith, he mounted his camel El-Kaswa and set forth for that city, which was to become renowned in after ages as his city of refuge. Boreida ibn al-Hosib, with his 70 horsemen of the tribe of Saham, accompanied him as a guard. Some of the disciples took turns to hold a canopy of palm leaves over his head, and by his side rode Abu Bekr. "O Apostle of God," cried Boreida, "thou shalt not enter Medina without a standard." So saying, he unfolded his turban, and tying one end of it to the point of his lance, bore it aloft before the Prophet. The city of Medina was fair to approach, being extolled for beauty of situation, salubrity of climate, and fertility of soil, for the luxuriance of its palm trees, and the fragrance of its shrubs and flowers. At a short distance from the city, a crowd of new proselytes to the faith came forth in sun and dust to meet the cavalcade. Most of them had never seen Mahomet, and paid reverence to Abu Bekr through mistake. But the latter put aside the screen of palm leaves, and pointed out the real object of homage, who was greeted with loud acclamations. In this way did Mahomet, so recently a fugitive from his native city, with a price upon his head, enter Medina, more as a conqueror in triumph than an exile seeking an asylum. He alighted at the house of a Khazradite named Abu Ayyub, a devout Moslem, to whom, moreover, he was distantly related. Here he was hospitably received, and took up his abode in the basement story. Shortly after his arrival he was joined by the faithful Ali, who had fled from Mecca and journeyed on foot, hiding himself in the day and traveling only at night, lest he should fall into the hands of the Koreshites. He arrived weary and wayworn, his feet bleeding with the roughness of the journey. Within a few days more came Ayesha and the rest of Abu Bekr's household, together with the family of Mahomet, conducted by his faithful freedman Ziyad, and by Abu Bekr's servant Abdallah. End of section 19. Section 20 of the Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 4. By Rossiter Johnson, Charles F. Horne, and John Rudd. Section 20. The Hegira. Part 1. Career of Mahomet, the Quran, and Mahometan Creed. A.D. 622. Simon Ockley. Mahomet had hitherto propagated his religion by fair means only. During his stay at Mecca, he had declared his business was only to preach and admonish, and that whether people believed or not was none of his concern. He had hitherto confined himself to the arts of persuasion, promising, on the one hand, the joys of paradise to all who should believe in him, and who should, for the hopes of them, disregard the things of this world, and even bear persecution with patience and resignation; and on the other, deterring his hearers from what he called infidelity, by setting before them both the punishments inflicted in this world upon Pharaoh and others, who despised the warnings of the prophets sent to reclaim them, and also the torments of hell, which would be their portion in the world to come. Now, however, when he had got a considerable town at his command, and a good number of followers firmly attached to him, he began to sing another note. Gabriel now brings him messages from heaven to the effect that, whereas other prophets had come with miracles and been rejected, he was to take different measures and propagate Islamism by the sword. And accordingly, within a year after his arrival at Medina, he began what was called the Holy War. For this purpose he first of all instituted a brotherhood, joining his Ansars or helpers, and his Muhajirins or refugees together in pairs, he himself taking Ali for his brother. It was in allusion to this that Ali, afterward when preaching at Kufa, said, "I am the servant of God and brother to his apostle." In the 2nd year of the Hegira, Mahomet changed the Qebla of the Mussulman, which before this time had been toward Jerusalem, ordering them henceforth to turn toward Mecca when they prayed. In the same year he also appointed the fast of the month Ramadan. Mahomet, having now a pretty large congregation at Medina, found it necessary to have some means of calling them to prayers. For this purpose he was thinking of employing a horn, or some instrument of wood, which should be made to emit a loud sound by being struck upon. But his doubts were settled this year by a dream of one of his disciples, in which a man appearing to him in a green vest recommended as a better way that the people should be summoned to prayers by a crier calling out Allah Akbar, Allah Akbar, etc. God is great, God is great, but there is one God, Mahomet is his prophet, come to prayers, come to prayers. Mahomet approved of the scheme, and this is the very form in use to this day among the Mussulmans, who, however, in the call to morning prayers add the words, "Prayer is better than sleep, prayer is better than sleep," a sentiment not unworthy the consideration of those who are professors of a better religion. The same year the apostle sent some of his people to plunder a caravan going to Mecca, which they did, and brought back 2 prisoners to Medina. This was the first act of hostility committed by the Mussulmans against the idolaters. The second was the battle of Bede. The history of the battle is thus given by Abulfida. The apostle, hearing that a caravan of the Meccans was coming home from Syria, escorted by Abu Sofyan at the head of 30 men, placed a number of soldiers in ambuscade to intercept it. Abu Sofyan, being informed thereof by his spies, sent word immediately to Mecca, whereupon all the principal men except Abu Lahib, who however sent Al-Assum, son of Hesham, in his stead, marched out to his assistance, making in all 950 men, whereof 200 were cavalry. The apostle of God went out against them with 313 men, of whom 77 were refugees from Mecca, the rest being helpers from Medina. They had with them only 2 horses and 70 camels, upon which they rode by turns. The apostle encamped near a well called Beder, from the name of the person who was owner of it, and had a hut made where he and Abu Bekr sat. As soon as the armies were in sight of each other, 3 champions came out from among the idolaters, Otha, son of Rabia, his brother Sheba, and Al-Walid, son of Otha. Against the first of these the Prophet sent Obidah, son of Harith, Hamza against the second, and Ali against the third. Hamza and Ali slew each his man, and then went to the assistance of Obidah, and having killed his adversary, brought off Obidah, who, however, soon after died of a wound in his foot. All this while the apostle continued in his hut in prayer, beating his breast so violently that his cloak fell off his shoulders, and he was suddenly taken with a palpitation of the heart. Soon recovering, however, he comforted Abu Bekr, telling him God's help was come. Having uttered these words, he forthwith ran out of his hut and encouraged his men, and taking a handful of dust, threw it toward the Koreshites, and said, "May their faces be confounded," and immediately they fled. After the battle, Abdallah, the son of Masud, brought the head of Abu Jahel to the apostle, who gave thanks to God. Al-As, brother to Abu Jahel, was also killed. Al-Abbas also, the Prophet's uncle, and Okail, son of Abu Talib, were taken prisoners. Upon the news of this defeat, Abu Lahab died of grief within a week. Of the Mussulmans died 14 martyrs, for so they call all such as die fighting for Islamism. The number of idolaters slain was 70, among whom my author names some of chief note: Hantala, son of Abu Sophian, and Nofal, brother to Khadijah. Ali slew 6 of the enemy with his own hand. The Prophet ordered the dead bodies of the enemy to be thrown into a pit, and remained 3 days upon the field of battle dividing the spoil. On occasion of which a quarrel arose between the helpers and the refugees, and to quiet them the 8th chapter of the Koran was brought from heaven. It begins thus: They will ask thee concerning the spoils. Say, the spoils belong to God and his apostle. And again in the same chapter, And know that whenever ye gain any, a 5th part belongeth to God, and to the apostle and his kindred, and the orphans and the poor. The other 4/5 are to be divided among those who are present at the action. The apostle, when he returned to Safra in his way to Medina, ordered Ali to behead 2 of the prisoners. The victory at Bede was of great importance to Mahomet. To encourage his men, and to increase the number of his followers, he pretended that 2 miracles were wrought in his favor, in this as also in several subsequent battles. First, that God sent his angels to fight on his side, and second, made his army appear to the enemy much greater than it really was. Both these miracles are mentioned in the Koran, chapter 8. Al-Abbas said he was taken prisoner by a man of a prodigious size, an angel of course. No wonder then he became a convert. As soon as the Mussulmans returned to Medina, the Qurayshites sent to offer a ransom for their prisoners, which was accepted, and distributed among those who had taken them, according to the quality of the prisoners. Some had 1,000 drachms for their share. Those who had only a small or no part of the ransom, Mahomet rewarded with donations, so as to content them all. The Jews had many a treaty with Mahomet, and lived peaceably at Medina, till a Jew, having affronted an Arabian milkwoman, was killed by a Mussulman. In revenge for this, the Jews killed the Mussulman, whereupon a general quarrel ensued. The Jews fled to their castles, but after a siege of 15 days were forced to surrender at discretion. Mahomet ordered their hands to be tied behind them, determined to put them all to the sword, and was with great difficulty prevailed upon to spare their lives and take all their property. Carew, son of Ashraf, was one of the most violent among the Jews against Mahomet. He had been at Mecca, and with some pathetic verses upon the unhappy fate of those who had fallen at Beder, excited the Meccans to take up arms. Upon his return to Medina, he rehearsed the same verses among the lower sort of people and the women. Mahomet, being told of these underhand practices, said one day, "Who will rid me of the son of Ashraf?" When Mahomet, son of Masalama, one of the helpers, answered, "I am the man, O Apostle of God, that will do it," and immediately took with him Salkan, son of Salama, and some other Moslems, who were to lie in ambush. In order to decoy Carew out of his castle, which was a very strong one, Salkan, his foster brother, went alone to visit him in the dusk of the evening, and entering into conversation, told him some little stories of Mahomet, which he knew would please him. When he got up to take his leave, Carew, as he expected, attended him to the gate, and, continuing the conversation, went on with him till he came near the ambuscade, where Mahomet and his companions fell upon him and stabbed him. Abu Sophian, meditating revenge for the defeat at Beder, swore he would neither anoint himself nor come near his women till he was even with Mahomet. Setting out toward Medina with 200 horse, he posted a party of them near the town, where one of the helpers fell into their hands and was killed. Mahomet, being informed of it, went out against them, but they all fled, and for the greater expedition threw away some sacks of meal, part of their provision. From which circumstance this was called the Meal War. Abu Sophian, resolving to make another and more effectual effort, got together a body of 3,000 men, whereof 700 were cuirassiers and 200 cavalry. His wife Henda, with a number of women, followed in the rear, beating drums and lamenting the fate of those slain at Bede, and exciting the idolaters to fight courageously. The apostle would have waited for them in the town, but as his people were eager to advance against the enemy, he set out at once with 1,000 men. But of these 100 turned back, disheartened by the superior numbers of the enemy. He encamped at the foot of Mount Ohud, having the mountain in his rear. Of his 900 men, only 100 had armor on, and as for horses, there was only one besides that on which he himself rode. Mossab carried the Prophet's standard. Khaled, son of Al-Walid, led the right wing of the idolaters. Akrimah, son of Abu Jahel, the left, the women kept in the rear, beating their drums. Henda cried out to them, "Courage, ye sons of Abdal-Dari, courage! Smite with all your swords!" Mahomet placed 50 archers in his rear, and ordered them to keep their post. Then Hamza fought stoutly and killed Arta, the standard-bearer of the idolaters, and as Seba, son of Abdul Uzza, came near him, Hamza struck off his head also, but was himself immediately after run through with a spear by Wabshah, a slave, who lurked behind a rock with that intent. Then Ibn Kamiyah slew Mossab, the apostle's standard-bearer, and taking him for the Prophet, cried out, "I have killed Mahomet." When Mossab was slain, the standard was given to Ali. At the beginning of the action, the Mussulmans attacked the idolaters so furiously that they gave ground, fell back upon their rear, and threw it into disorder. The archers, seeing this, and expecting a complete victory, left their posts, contrary to the express orders that had been given them, and came forward from fear of losing their share of the plunder. In the meantime, Khalid, advancing with his cavalry, fell furiously upon the rear of the Mussulmans, crying aloud at the same time that Mahomet was slain. This cry, and the finding themselves attacked on all sides, threw the Mussulmans into such consternation that the idolaters made great havoc among them, and were able to press on so near the apostle as to beat him down with a shower of stones and arrows. He was wounded in the lip, and 2 arrowheads stuck in his face. Abu Ubaidah pulled out first one and then the other. At each operation one of the apostle's teeth came out. As Sonan Abu Sa'id wiped the blood from off his face, the apostle exclaimed, "He that touches my blood and handles it tenderly shall not have his blood spilt in the fire of hell." In this action, it is said, Telha, while he was putting a breastplate upon Mahomet, received a wound upon his hand, which maimed it forever. Omar and Abu Bakr were also wounded. When the Mussulmans saw Mahomet fall, they concluded he was killed and took to flight, and even Othman was hurried along by the press of those that fled. In a little time, however, finding Mahomet was alive, a great number of his men returned to the field, and after a very obstinate fight, brought him off and carried him to a neighboring village. The Mussulmans had 70 men killed. The idolaters lost only 22. The Qurayshites had no other fruit of their victory but the gratification of a poor spirit of revenge. Henda, and the women who had fled with her upon the first disorder of the idolaters, now returned, and committed great barbarities upon the dead bodies of the apostles' friends. They cut off their ears and noses, and made bracelets and necklaces of them. Henda pulled Hamza's liver out of his body, and chewed and swallowed some of it. Abu Sufyan, having cut pieces off the cheeks of Hamza, put them upon the end of his spear, and cried out aloud, "The success of war is uncertain. After the battle of Bede comes the battle of Uhud. Now, Hobal, thy religion is victorious." Notwithstanding this boasting, he decamped the same day. Janabi ascribes his retreat to a panic. However that may have been, Abu Sufyan sent to propose a truce for a year, which was agreed to. When the enemy were retreated toward Mecca, Mahomet went to the field of battle to look for the body of Hamza. Finding it shamefully mangled in the manner already related, he ordered it to be wrapped in a black cloak, and then prayed over it, repeating 7 times, Allah Akbar, etc., God is great, etc. In the same manner he prayed over every one of the martyrs, naming Hamza again with every one of them, so that Hamza had the prayers said over him 72 times. But, as if this were not enough, he declared that Gabriel had told him he had been received into the 7th heaven, and welcomed with this eulogium, Hamza the Lion of God, and the Lion of his Prophet. The Mussulmans were much chagrined at this defeat. Some expressed a doubt of the Prophet being as high in the divine favor as he pretended, since he had suffered such an overthrow by infidels. Others murmured at the loss of his friends and relations. To pacify them he used various arguments, telling them the sins of some had been the cause of disgrace to all, that they had been disobedient to orders in quitting their post for the sake of plunder, that the devil put it into the minds of those who turned back. Their flight, however, was forgiven, because God is merciful, that their defeat was intended to try them, and to show them who were believers and who not, that the event of war is uncertain, that the enemy had suffered as well as they, that other prophets before him had been defeated in battle, that death is unavoidable. And here Mahomet's doctrine of fate was of as great service to him as it was afterward to his successors, tending as it did to make his people fearless and desperate in fight. For he taught them that the time of every man's death is so unalterably fixed that he cannot die before the appointed hour, and when that is come, no caution whatever can prolong his life 1 moment. So that they who were slain in battle would certainly have died at the same time, if they had been at home in their houses. But as they now died fighting for the faith, they had thereby gained a crown of martyrdom, and entered immediately into paradise, where they were in perfect bliss with their Lord. In the beginning of the next year the Prophet had a revelation, commanding him to prohibit wine and games of chance. Some say the prohibition was owing to a quarrel occasioned by these things among his followers. In the 5th year of the Hegira, Mahomet, informed by his spies of a design against Medina, surrounded it with a ditch, which was no sooner finished than the Meccans, with several tribes of Arabs, sat down before it, to the number of 10,000 men. The appearance of so great a force threw the Mussulmans into a consternation. Some were ready to revolt, and one of them exclaimed aloud, "Yesterday the Prophet promised us the wealth of Khusrau, Khosroes, and Caesar, and now he is forced to hide himself behind a nasty ditch." In the meantime Mahomet, skilfully concealing his real concern, and setting as good a face upon the matter as he could, marched out with 3,000 Mussulmans, and formed his army at a little distance behind the entrenchment. The two armies continued facing each other for 20 days without any action, except a discharge of arrows on both sides. At length some champions of the Qurayshites, Amru son of Abdud, Akrima son of Abu Jahel, and Nawfal son of Abdallah, coming to the ditch, leaped over it, and wheeling about between the ditch and the Moslem army, challenged them to fight. Ali readily accepted the challenge, and came forward against his uncle Amru, who said to him, "Nephew, what a pleasure am I now going to have in killing you." Ali replied, "No, it is I that am to have a much greater pleasure in killing you." Amru immediately alighted, and having hamstrung his horse, advanced toward Ali, who had also dismounted and was ready to receive him. They immediately engaged, and in turning about to flank each other, raised such a dust that they could not be distinguished, only the strokes of their swords might be heard. At last, the dust being laid, Ali was seen with his knee upon the breast of his adversary, cutting his throat. Upon this the other two champions went back as fast as they came. Nofal, however, in leaping the ditch, got a fall, and being overwhelmed with a shower of stones, cried out, "I had rather die by the sword than thus." Ali, hearing him, leaped into the ditch and dispatched him. He then pursued after Akrima, and having wounded him with a spear, drove him and his companions back to the army. Here they related what had happened, which put the rest in such fear that they were ready to retreat. And when some of their tents had been overthrown by a storm, and discord had arisen among the allies, the Koreshites, finding themselves forsaken by their auxiliaries, returned to Mecca. Mahomet made a miracle of this retreat, and published upon it this verse of the Koran: "God sent a storm and legions of angels, which you did not see." Upon the Prophet's return into the town, while he was laying by his armor and washing himself, Gabriel came and asked him, "Have you laid by your arms? We have not laid by ours. Go and attack them," pointing to the Koredites, a Jewish tribe confederated against him. Whereupon Mahomet went immediately, and besieged them so closely in their castles that after 25 days they surrendered at discretion. He referred the settlement of the conditions to Sa'ad, son of Moad, who being wounded by an arrow at the ditch, had wished he might only live to be revenged. Accordingly he decreed that all the men, in number between 600 and 700, should be put to the sword, the women and children sold for slaves, and their goods given to the soldiers for a prey. Mahomet extolled the justice of this sentence as a divine direction sent down from the seventh heaven, and had it punctually executed. Sa'ad dying of his wound presently after, Mahomet performed his funeral obsequies and made a harangue in praise of him. One Salam, a Jew, having been very strenuous in stirring up the people against the Prophet, some zealous Kasragites desired leave to go and assassinate him. Permission being readily granted, away they went to the Jew's house, and being let in by his wife, upon their pretending they were come to buy provisions, they murdered him in his bed, and made their escape. End of Section 20. Section 21 of the Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 4, by Rossiter Johnson, Charles F. Horne, and John Rudd. Section 21. The Hegira, Part 2. The Career of Mahomet, the Koran, and Mahometan Creed. A.D. 622. Simon Ockley. Toward the end of this year, Mahomet, going into the house of Zayd, did not find him at home, but happened to espy his wife Zaynab so much in dishabille as to discover beauties enough to touch a heart so amorous as his was. He could not conceal the impression made upon him, but cried out, "Praised be God, who turneth men's hearts as he pleases." Zaynab heard him, and told it to her husband when he came home. Zayd, who had been greatly obliged to Mahomet, was very desirous to gratify him, and offered to divorce his wife. Mahomet pretended to dissuade him from it, but Zayd, easily perceiving how little he was in earnest, actually divorced her. Mahomet thereupon took her to wife, and celebrated the nuptials with extraordinary magnificence, keeping open house upon the occasion. Notwithstanding, this step gave great offence to many who could not bring themselves to brook that a prophet should marry his son's wife, for he had before adopted Zayd for his son. To salve the affair, therefore, he had recourse to his usual expedient. Gabriel brought him a revelation from heaven, in which God commands him to take the wife of his adopted son, on purpose that for ever after believers might have no scruple in marrying the divorced wives or widows of their adopted sons, which the Arabs had before looked upon as unlawful. The apostle is even reproved for fearing men in this affair, whereas he ought to know God. Quran, chapter 33. In the 6th year he subdued several tribes of the Arabs. Among the captives was a woman of great beauty, named Juwaira, whom Mahomet took to wife, and by way of dowry released all her kindred that were taken prisoners. When Mahomet went upon any expedition, it was generally determined by lots which of his wives should go with him. At this time it fell to Ayesha's lot to accompany him. Upon their return to Medina, Ayesha was accused of intriguing with one of the officers of the army, and was in great disgrace for about a month. The Prophet was exceedingly chagrined to have his best beloved wife accused of adultery, but his fondness for her prevailed over his resentment, and she was restored to his favor under her own protestation of her innocence. This, however, did not satisfy the world, nor indeed was the Prophet's mind perfectly at ease on this subject, until Gabriel brought him a revelation wherein Ayesha is declared innocent of the crime laid to her charge, while those who accuse believers of any crime without proof are severely reproved, and a command given that whosoever accuses chaste women, and cannot produce 4 eyewitnesses in support of the charge, shall receive 80 stripes. Quran, chapter 24. In obedience to this command, all those who had raised this report upon Ayesha were publicly scourged, except Abdallah, son of Abu Salul, who was too considerable a man to be so dealt with, notwithstanding he had been particularly industrious in spreading the scandal. Mahomet, being now increased in power, marched his army against Mecca, and a battle being fought on the march, wherein neither side gaining the advantage, a truce was agreed upon for 10 years on the following conditions. All within Mecca who were disposed were to be at liberty to join Mahomet, and those who had a mind to leave him and return to Mecca were to be equally free to do so. But for the future, if any Meccans deserted to him, they should be sent back upon demand, and that Mahomet or any of the Mussulmans might come to Mecca, provided they came unarmed, and tarried not above 3 days at a time. Mahomet was now so well confirmed in his power that he took upon himself the authority of a king, and was by the chief men of his army inaugurated under a tree near Medina, and having by the truce obtained for his followers free access to Mecca, he ordained they should henceforward make their pilgrimages thither. Among the Arabs it had been an ancient usage to visit the Kaaba once a year, to worship there the heathen deities. Mahomet therefore thought it expedient to comply with a custom with which they were pleased, and which, besides, was so beneficial to his native place, by bringing a great concourse of pilgrims to it, that when he afterward came to be master of Mecca, he enforced the pilgrimage with most of the old ceremonies belonging to it, only taking away the idols and abolishing this worship. Though he now took upon himself the sovereign command and the insignia of royalty, he still retained the sacred character of chief pontiff of his religion, and transmitted both these powers to his caliphs or successors, who, for some time, not only ordered all matters of religion, but used, especially upon public occasions, to officiate in praying and preaching in their mosques. In process of time, this came to be all the authority the caliphs had left, for, about the year of the Hegira 325, the governors of provinces seized the regal authority and made themselves kings of their several governments. They continued indeed to pay a show of deference to the caliph, who usually resided at Baghdad, whom, however, they occasionally deposed. At this present time, most Mahometan princes have a person in their respective dominions who bears this sacred character, and is called the Mufti in Turkey, and in Persia the Sadre. He is often appealed to as the interpreter of the law, but as a tool of state usually gives such judgment as he knows will be most acceptable to his prince. Mahomet used at first, when preaching in his mosque at Medina, to lean upon a post of a palm tree driven into the ground. But being now invested with greater dignity, by the advice of one of his wives he had a pulpit built, which had 2 steps up to it, and a seat within. When Othman was caliph, he hung it with tapestry, and Moawiyah raised it 6 steps higher, that he might be heard when he sat down, as he was forced to do, being very fat and heavy, whereas all predecessors all used to stand. Mahomet had now a dream that he held in his hand the key of the Kaaba, and that he and his men made the circuits round it, and performed all the ceremonies of the pilgrimage. Having told his dream next morning, he and his followers were all in high spirits upon it, taking it for an omen that they should shortly be masters of Mecca. Accordingly, great preparations were made for an expedition to this city. The Prophet gave it out that his only intent was to make the pilgrimage. He provided 70 camels for the sacrifice, which were conducted by 700 men, 10 to each camel. As, however, he apprehended opposition from the Korayshites, he took with him his best troops, to the number of 1400 men, besides an incredible number of wandering Arabs from all parts. The Korayshites, alarmed at the march of the Mussulmans, got together a considerable force, and encamped about 6 miles from Mecca. Mahomet continued his march, but finding by his spies the enemy had posted their men so as to stop the passes in his feints and counter marches, came to a place where his camel fell upon her knees. The people said she was restive, but the Prophet took it for a divine intimation that he should not proceed any farther in his intended expedition, but wait with resignation till the appointed time. He therefore turned back, and encamped without the sacred territory at Hodabiyah. The Korayshites sent 3 several messengers, the last 2 men of consequence, to demand what was his intention in coming thither. He answered that it was purely out of a devout wish to visit the sacred house, and not with any hostile design. Mahomet also sent one of his own men to give them the same assurance. But the Korayshites cut the legs of his camel, and would also have killed the man, had not the Ahabashites interposed and helped him to escape. Upon this he wished Omar to go upon the same errand, but he excused himself as not being upon good terms with the Korayshites. At last Othman was sent, who delivered his message, and was coming away when they told him he might, if he wished, make his circuits round the Kaaba. But upon his replying he would not do so until the Apostle of God had first performed his vow to make the holy circuits, they were so greatly provoked that they laid him in irons. In the Mussulman army it was reported that he was killed, at which Mahomet was much afflicted, and said aloud, "We will not stir from hence till we have given battle to the enemy." Thereupon the whole army took an oath of obedience and fealty to the Prophet, who, on his part, by the ceremony of clapping his hands one against the other, took an oath to stand by them as long as there was one of them left. The Koreishites sent a party of 80 men toward the camp of the Mussulmans to beat up their quarters. Being discovered by the sentinels, they were surrounded, taken prisoners, and brought before Mahomet, who, thinking it proper at that time to be generous, released them. In return, Sohail, son of Amru, was sent to him with proposals of peace, which he agreed to accept. Mahomet, pretending he had a divine promise of a great booty, returned to Medina, and having concluded a peace for 10 years with the Koreishites, was the better enabled to attack the Jews, his irreconcilable enemies. Accordingly, he went to Khaybar, a strong town about 6 days' journey northeast of Medina, and took that and several other strong places, whereto the Jews had retired, and carried a vast deal of treasure. This all fell into the hands of the Mussulmans. Being entertained at Khaybar, a young Jewess, to try, as she afterwards said, whether he were a prophet or not, poisoned a shoulder of mutton, a joint Mahomet was particularly fond of. One of those who partook of it at the table, named Bashir, died upon the spot. But Mahomet, finding its taste disagreeable, spat it out, saying, "This mutton tells me it is poisoned." The miracle mongers improve this story by making the shoulder of mutton speak to him. But if it did, it spoke too late, for he had already swallowed some of it, and of the effects of that morsel he complained in his last illness, of which he died 3 years after. In this year, Janabi mentions Mahomet's being bewitched by the Jews. Having made a waxen image of him, they hid it in a well, together with a comb and a tuft of hair tied in 11 knots. The Prophet fell into a very wasting condition, till he had a dream that informed him where these implements of witchcraft were, and accordingly had them taken away. In order to untie the knots, Gabriel read to him the last 2 chapters of the Koran, consisting of 11 verses. Each verse untied a knot, and when all were untied, he recovered. This year Mahomet had a seal made with this inscription, "Mahomet, the Apostle of God." This was to seal his letters, which he now took upon him to write to diverse princes, inviting them to Islamism. His first letter to this effect was sent to Badlam, Viceroy of Yemen, to be forwarded to Khusrau, King of Persia. Khusrau tore the letter, and ordered Badham to restore the Prophet to his right mind or send him his head. Khusrau was presently after murdered by his son Sirois. Badham with his people turned Mussulmans, and Mahomet continued him in his government. He also sent a letter of the same purport to the Roman Emperor Heraclius. Heraclius received the letter respectfully, and made some valuable presents to the messenger. He sent another to Machaoas, Viceroy of Egypt, who returned in answer he would consider of the proposals, and sent, among other presents, 2 young maidens. One of these, named Mary, of 15 years of age, Mahomet debauched. This greatly offended 2 of his wives, Hafsa and Aisha, and to pacify them he promised upon oath to do so no more. But he was soon taken again by them, transgressing in the same way. And now, that he might not stand in awe of his wives any longer, down comes a revelation which is recorded in the 66th chapter of the Koran, releasing the Prophet from his oath, and allowing him to have concubines if he wished. And the 2 wives of Mahomet, who, upon the quarrel about Mary, had gone home to their fathers, being threatened in the same chapter with a divorce, were glad to send their fathers to him, to make their peace with him, and obtain his permission for their return. They were fain to come and submit to live with him upon his own terms. Mahomet sent letters at the same time to the King of Ethiopia, who had before professed Islamism, and now in his answer repeated his profession of it. He wrote to 2 other Arabian princes, who sent him disagreeable answers, which provoked him to curse them. He sent also to Al-Mandar, king of Bahrain, who came into his religion, and afterward routed the Persians and made a great slaughter of them. And now all the Arabians of Bahrain had become converts to his religion. Among the captives taken at Khaybar was Safiya, betrothed to the son of Kenana, the king of the Jews. Mahomet took the former to wife, and put Kenana to the torture to make him discover his treasure. In the action at Khaybar, it is said, Ali, having his bucklers struck out of his hand, took one of the gates off its hinges and used it for a buckler till the place was taken. The narrator of this story asserts that he and 7 men tried to stir the gate and were not able. One of the articles of the peace being that any Mussulman might be permitted to perform his pilgrimage at Mecca, the Prophet went to that city to complete the visitation of the holy places, which he could not do as he intended when at Hodeibah. Hearing upon this occasion the Meccans talking of his being weakened by the long marches he had made, to show the contrary in going round the Kaaba 7 times, he went the first 3 rounds in a brisk trot, shaking his shoulders the while, but performed the 4 last circuits in a common walking pace. This is the reason why Mussulmans always perform 7 circuits round the Kaaba in a similar manner. In the 8th year of the Hegira, Khalid son of Al-Walid, Amru son of Alas, and Othman son of Tela, who presided over the Kaaba, became Mussulmans. This was a considerable addition to Mahomet's power and interest. The same year Mahomet, having sent a letter to the governor of Basra in Syria, as he had to others, and his messenger being slain there, sent Zaid, son of Harith, with 3,000 men to Muta in Syria against the Roman army, which, with their allies, made a body of nearly 100,000 men. Zaid being slain, the command fell to Ja'far, and upon his death to Abdallah son of Rawahas, who was also killed. Thereupon the Mussulmans unanimously chose Khalid for their leader, who defeated the enemy, and returned to Medina with a considerable booty, on which account Mahomet gave him the title of the Sword of God. The same year the Qurayshites assisted some of their allies against the Kozates, who were in alliance with Mahomet. This the latter resented as an infraction of the peace. Abu Sufyan was sent to try to make up matters, but Mahomet would not vouchsafe to receive his explanation. But having made his preparation to fall upon them before they could be prepared to receive him, he advanced upon Mecca with about 10,000 men. Abu Sufyan having come out of the town in the evening to reconnoitre, he fell in with Al-Abbas, who, out of friendship to his countrymen, had ridden from the army with the hope of meeting some straggling Meccans, whom he might send back with the news of Mahomet's approach, and advise the Meccans to surrender. Al-Abbas, recognizing Abu Sufyan's voice, called to him and advised him to get up behind him and go with him, and in all haste make his submission to Mahomet. This he did, and to save his life professed Islamism, and was afterward as zealous in propagating as he had hitherto been in opposing it. Mahomet had given orders to his men to enter Mecca peaceably, but Khalid, meeting with a party who discharged some arrows at him, fell upon them and slew 28 of them. Mahomet sent one of his helpers to bid him desist from the slaughter, but the messenger delivered quite the contrary order, commanding him to show them no mercy. Afterward, when Mahomet said to the helper, "Did not I bid you to tell Khalid not to kill anybody in Mecca?" "It is true," said the helper, "and I would have done as you directed me, but God would have it otherwise, and God's will was done." When all was quiet, Mahomet went to the Kaaba and rode around it upon his camel 7 times, and touched with his cane a corner of the black stone with great reverence. Having alighted, he went into the Kaaba, where he found images of angels and a figure of Abraham holding in his hand a bundle of arrows, which had been made use of for deciding things by lot. All these, as well as 360 idols which stood on the outside of the Kaaba, he caused to be thrown down and broken in pieces. As he entered the Kaaba, he cried with a loud voice, Allah Akbar 7 times, turning round to all the sides of the Kaaba. He also appointed it to be the Qibla, or place toward which the Mussulmans should turn themselves when they pray. Remounting his camel, he now rode once more 7 times round the Kaaba, and again alighting, bowed himself twice before it. He next visited the well Zemzem, and from thence passed to the station of Abraham. Here he stopped a while, and ordering a pail of water to be brought from the Zemzem, he drank several large draughts, and then made the holy washing called Watu. Immediately all his followers imitated his example, purifying themselves and washing their faces. After this, Mahomet, standing at the door of the Kaaba, made a harangue to the following effect: There is no other God but God, who has fulfilled his promise to his servant, and who alone has put to flight his enemies, and put under my feet everything that is visible, men, animals, goods, riches, except only the government of the Kaaba and the keeping of the cup for the pilgrims to drink out of. As for you, O ye Koreshites, God hath taken from you the pride of paganism, which caused you to worship as deities our fathers Abraham and Ishmael, though they were men descended from Adam, who was created out of the earth. Having a mind to bestow on one of his own friends the prefecture of the Kaaba, he took the keys of it from Othman the son of Tella, and was about to give them to Al-Abbas, who had asked for them, when a direction came to him from heaven in these words: "Give the charge to whom it belongs." Whereupon he returned the keys by Ali to Othman, who, being agreeably surprised, thanked Mahomet, and made a new profession of his faith. The pilgrim's cup, however, he consigned to the care of Al-Abbas, in whose family it became hereditary. The people of Mecca were next summoned to the hill El-Safa to witness Mahomet's inauguration. The Prophet, having first taken an oath to them, the men first, and then the women, bound themselves by oath to be faithful and obedient to whatsoever he should command them. After this he summoned an extraordinary assembly, in which it was decreed that Mecca should be henceforward an asylum or inviolable sanctuary, within which it should be unlawful to shed the blood of man, or even to fell a tree. After telling the Meccans they were his slaves by conquest, he pardoned and declared them free, with the exception of 11 men and 6 women, whom, as his most inveterate enemies, he proscribed, ordering his followers to kill them wherever they should find them. Most of them obtained their pardon by embracing Islamism, and were ever after the most zealous of Mussulmans. One of these, Abdullah, who had greatly offended Mahomet, was brought to him by Othman, upon whose intercession Mahomet pardoned him. Before he granted his pardon, he maintained a long silence, in expectation, as he afterward owned, that some of those about him would fall upon Abdullah and kill him. Of the women, 3 embraced Islamism and were pardoned. The rest were put to death, one being crucified. Mahomet now set out Khalid and others to destroy the idols which were still retained by some of the tribes, and to invite them to Islamism. Khalid executed his commission with great brutality. The Jadhamites had formerly robbed and murdered Khalid's uncle as he journeyed from Arabia Felix. Khalid having proposed Islamism to them, they cried out, they professed Sabiism. This was what he wanted. He immediately fell upon them, killing some and making others prisoners. Of these he distributed some among his men, and reserved others for himself. As for the latter, having tied their hands behind them, he put them all to the sword. On hearing of this slaughter, Mahomet lifted up his eyes and protested his innocence of this murder, and immediately sent Ali with a sum of money to make satisfaction for the bloodshed, and to restore the plunder. Ali paid to the surviving Jadamites as much as they demanded, and generously divided the overplus among them. This action Mahomet applauded, and afterward reproved Khalid for his cruelty. End of section 21. Section 22 of the Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 4, by Rossiter Johnson, Charles F. Horne, and John Rudd. Section 22. Hegira by Simon Ockley, Part 3. Upon the conquest of Mecca, many of the tribes of the Arabs came and submitted to Mahomet. But the Hawazinites, the Thakishites, and part of the Saidites assembled to the number of 4,000 effective men, besides women and children, to oppose him. He went against them at the head of 12,000 fighting men. At the first onset, the Mussulmans, being received with a thick shower of arrows, were put to flight. But Mahomet, with great courage, rallied his men, and finally obtained the victory. The next considerable action was the siege of Taif, a town 60 miles east from Mecca. The Mussulmans sat down before it, and, having made several breaches with their engines, marched resolutely up to them, but were vigorously repulsed by the besieged. Mahomet, having by a herald proclaimed liberty to all the slaves who should come over to him, 23 deserted, to each of whom he assigned a Mussulman for a comrade. So inconsiderable a defection did not in the least abate the courage of the besieged, so that the Prophet began to despair of reducing the place, and after a dream, which Abu Bakr interpreted unfavorably to the attempt, determined to raise the siege. His men, however, on being ordered to prepare for a retreat, began to murmur, whereupon he commanded them to be ready for an assault the next day. The assault being made, the assailants were beaten back with great loss. To console them in their retreat, the Prophet smiled and said, "We will come here again, if it please God." When the army reached Jassana, where all the booty taken from the Hawazinites had been left, a deputation arrived from that tribe to beg it might be restored. The Prophet having given them their option between the captives or their goods, they chose to have their wives and children again. Their goods being divided among the Mussulmans, Mahomet, in order to indemnify those who had been obliged to give up their slaves, gave up his own share of the plunder, and divided it among them. To Malik, however, son of Auf, the general of the Hawazinites, he intimated that if he would embrace Islamism, he should have all his goods as well as his family, and a present of 100 camels besides. By this promise Malik was brought over to be so good a Mussulman that he had the command given him of all his countrymen who should at any time be converts, and was very serviceable against the Thakishites. The Prophet, after this, made a holy visit to Mecca, where he appointed Otab, son of Osaid, governor, though not quite 20 years of age; Ma'ad, son of Jabal, imam, or chief priest, to teach the people Islamism, and direct them in solemnizing the pilgrimage. Upon his return to Medina, his concubine Mary brought him a son, whom he named Ibrahim, celebrating his birth with a great feast. The child, however, lived but 15 months. In the 9th year of the Hegira, envoys from all parts of Arabia came to Mahomet at Medina to declare the readiness of their several tribes to profess his religion. The same year Mahomet, with an army of 30,000 men, marched towards Syria to a place called Tobuk against the Romans and Syrians, who were making preparations against him, but upon his approach retreated. The Mussulmans, in their march back toward Medina, took several forts of the Christian Arabs and made them tributaries. Upon his return to Medina, the Thakishites, having been blockaded in the Taif by the Mussulman tribes, sent deputies offering to embrace Islamism, upon condition of being allowed to retain a little longer an idol to which their people were bigotly attached. When Mahomet insisted upon its being immediately demolished, they desired to be at least excused from using the Mussulmans' prayers. But to this he answered very justly, that a religion without prayers was good for nothing. At last they submitted absolutely. During the same year Mahomet sent Abu Bakr to Mecca to perform the pilgrimage, and sacrifice in his behalf 20 camels. Presently afterward he sent Ali to publish the 9th chapter of the Koran, which, though so placed in the present confused copy, is generally supposed to have been the last that was revealed. It is called Barat, or immunity. The purport of it is that the associators with whom Mahomet had made a treaty must, after 4 months' liberty of conscience, either embrace Islamism or pay tribute. The command runs thus: when those holy months are expired, kill the idolaters wherever you shall find them. Afterward come these words: if they repent and observe the times of prayer and give alms, they are to be looked upon as your brethren in religion. The same chapter also orders that nobody should, not having on the sacred habit, perform the holy circuits round the Kaaba, and that no idolater should make the pilgrimage to Mecca. In consequence, no person except a Mahometan may approach the Kaaba on pain of death. The following account of Mahomet's farewell pilgrimage is from Jabir, son of Abdallah, who was one of the company. The Apostle of God had not made the pilgrimage for 9 years, for when he conquered Mecca he only made a visitation. In the 10th year of the Hegira he publicly proclaimed his intention to perform the pilgrimage, whereupon a prodigious multitude of people, some make the number near 100,000, flocked from all parts to Medina. Our chief desire was to follow the Apostle of God and imitate him. When we came to Dhul Hulayfa, the Apostle of God prayed in the mosque there. Then, mounting his camel, he rode hastily to the plain Bede, where he began to praise God in the form that professes his unity, saying, "Here I am, O God, ready to obey thee. Thou hast no partner," etc. When he came to the Kaaba, he kissed the corner of the black stone, went 7 times round, 3 times in a trot, 4 times walking, then went to the station of Abraham, and coming again to the black stone, reverently kissed it. Afterward he went through the gate of the sons of Madhumi to the hill Safa, and went up it till he could see the Kaaba, when, turning toward the Qibla, he professed again the unity of God, saying, "There is no God but one. His is the kingdom. To him be praises. He is powerful above everything," etc. After this profession he went down toward the hill Marwan. I followed him all the way through the valley. He then ascended the hill slowly till he came to the top of Marwan. From thence he ascended Mount Arafah. It being toward the going down of the sun, he preached here till sunset. Then going to Masdalifa, between Arafah and the valley of Mina, he made the evening and the late prayers, with 2 calls to prayer and 2 risings up. Then he lay down till the dawn, and having made the morning prayer, went to the enclosure of the Kaaba, where he remained standing till it grew very light. Hence he proceeded hastily, before the sun was up, to the valley of Mina, where, throwing up 7 stones, he repeated at each throw, "God is great," etc. Leaving now the valley, he went to the place of sacrifice. Having made free 63 slaves, he slew 63 victims with his own hand, being then 63 years old, and then ordered Ali to sacrifice as many more victims as would make up the number to 100. The next thing the apostle did was to shave his head, beginning on the right side of it and finishing it on the left. His hair, as he cut it off, he cast upon a tree, that the wind might scatter it among the people. Khaled was fortunate enough to catch a part of the forelock, which he fixed upon his turban, the virtue whereof he experienced in every battle he afterward fought. The limbs of the victims being now boiled, the apostle sat down with no other companion but Ali, to eat some of the flesh and drink some of the broth. The repast being over, he mounted his camel again, and rode to the Kaaba, where he made the noontime prayer, and drank 7 large draughts of the well Zemzem, made 7 circuits round the Kaaba, and concluded his career between the hills Safa and Marwan. The 9th day of the feast he went to perform his devotions on Mount Arafah. This hill, situated about a mile from Mecca, is held in great veneration by the Mussulmans as a place very proper for penitence. Its fitness in this respect is accounted for by a tradition that Adam and Eve, on being banished out of paradise, in order to do penance for their transgression, were parted from each other, and after a separation of 60 years met again upon this mountain. At the conclusion of this farewell pilgrimage, as it was called, being the last he ever made, Mahomet reformed the calendar in 2 points. In the first place, he appointed the year to be exactly lunar, consisting of 12 lunar months, whereas before, in order to reduce the lunar to the solar year, they used to make every 3rd year consist of 13 months. And secondly, whereas the ancient Arabians held 4 months sacred, wherein it was unlawful to commit any act of hostility, he took away that prohibition by this command: "Attack the idolaters in all the months of the year, as they attack you in all." Quran 9. In the 11th year of the Hegira, there arrived an embassy from Arabia Felix, consisting of about 100, who had embraced Islamism. The same year Mahomet ordered Osama to go to the place where Zaid his father was slain at the battle of Muta, to revenge his death. This was the last expedition he ever ordered, for, being taken ill 2 days after, he died within 13 days. The beginning of his sickness was a slow fever, which made him delirious. In his frenzy he called for pen, ink, and paper, and said he would write a book that should keep them from erring after his death. But Omar opposed it, saying the Koran is sufficient, and that the Prophet, through the greatness of his malady, knew not what he said. Others, however, expressing a desire that he would write, a contention arose, which so disturbed Mahomet that he bade them all begone. During his illness he complained of the poisoned meat he had swallowed at Khaybar. Some say when he was dying, Gabriel told him the angel of death, who never before had been, nor would ever again be, so ceremonious toward anybody, was waiting for his permission to come in. As soon as Mahomet had answered, "I give him leave," the angel of death entered, and complimented the Prophet, telling him God was very desirous to have him, but had commanded he should take his soul or leave it, just as he himself should please to order. Mahomet replied, "Take it then." According to the testimony of all the Eastern authors, Mahomet died on Monday the 12th Rebi 1st, in the year 11 of the Hegira, which answers in reality to the 8th of June, A.D. 632. His grave was dug under the bed whereon he lay, in the chamber of Aisha. The Arabian writers are very particular to tell us everything about the washing and embalming his body, who dug his grave, who put him in, etc. The person of Mahomet is minutely described by Arabian writers. He was of a middle stature, had a large head, thick beard, black eyes, hooked nose, wide mouth, a thick neck, flowing hair. They also tell us that what was called the seal of his apostleship, a hairy mole between his shoulders as large as a pigeon's egg, disappeared at his death. Its disappearance seemed to have convinced those who would not before believe it that he was really dead. His intimate companion, Abu Huraira, said he never saw a more beautiful man than the Prophet. He was so reverenced by his bigoted disciples they would gather his spittle up and swallow it. The same writers extol Mahomet as a man of fine parts and a strong memory, of few words, of a cheerful aspect, affable and complacent in his behavior. They also celebrate his justice, clemency, generosity, modesty, abstinence, and humility. As an instance of the last virtue, they tell us he mended his own clothes and shoes. However, to judge of him by his actions, as related by these same writers, we cannot help concluding that he was a very subtle and crafty man, who put on the appearance only of those good qualities, while the governing principles of his soul were ambition and lust. For we see him, as soon as he found himself strong enough to act upon the offensive, plundering caravans, and under a pretense of fighting for the true religion, attacking, murdering, enslaving, and making tributaries of his neighbors, in order to aggrandize and enrich himself and his greedy followers, and without scruple making use of assassination to cut off those who opposed him. Of his lustful disposition we have a sufficient proof in the peculiar privileges he claimed to himself of having as many wives as he pleased, and of whom he chose, even though they were within forbidden degrees of affinity. The authors who give him the smallest number of wives own that he had 15, whereas the Koran allows no Mussulman more than 4. As for himself, Mahomet had no shame in avowing that his chief pleasures were perfumes and women. End of section 22. Section 23 of the Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 4, by Rossiter Johnson, Charles F. Horne, and John Rudd. Section 23. Hegira, by Simon Ockley, Part 4. The Koran. The Koran is held by the Mahometans in the greatest veneration. The book must not be touched by anybody but a Mussulman, nor even by a believer, except he be free from pollution. Whether the Koran be created or uncreated has been the subject of a controversy fruitful of the most violent persecutions. The orthodox opinion is that the original has been written from all eternity on the preserved table. Of this they believe a complete transcript was brought down to the lower heaven, that of the moon, by the angel Gabriel, and thence taken and shown to Mahomet once every year of his mission, and twice in the last year of his life. They assert, however, that it was only piecemeal, that the several parts were revealed by the angel to the prophet, and that he immediately dictated what had been revealed to his secretary, who wrote it down. Each part, as soon as it was thus copied out, was communicated to his disciples to get by heart, and was afterward deposited in what he called the chest of his apostleship. This chest the Prophet left in the custody of his wife Hafsa. When we consider the way in which the Koran was compiled, we cannot wonder that it is so incoherent a piece as we find it. The book is divided into chapters. Of these, some are very long, others again, especially a few toward the end, very short. Each chapter has a title prefixed, taken from the first word, or from some one particular thing mentioned in it, rarely from the subject matter of it. For if a chapter be of any length, it usually runs into various subjects that have no connection with each other. A celebrated commentator divides the contents of the Koran into 3 general heads. Number 1. Precepts or directions relating either to religion, as prayers, fasting, pilgrimages, or to civil polity, as marriages, inheritances, judicatures. Number 2. Histories, whereof some are taken from the Scriptures, but falsified with fabulous additions. Others are wholly false, having no foundation in fact. Number 3. Admonitions, under which head are comprised exhortations to receive Islamism, to fight for it, to practice its precepts, prayers, alms, etc. The moral duties, such as justice, temperance, etc., promises of everlasting felicity to the obedient, dissuasives from sin, threatenings of the punishments of hell to the unbelieving and disobedient. Many of the threatenings are leveled against particular persons, and those sometimes of Mahomet's own family, who had opposed him in propagating his religion. In the Koran, God is brought in, saying, "We have given you a book." By this it appears that the impostor published early, in writing, some of his principal doctrines, as also some of his historical relations. Thus, in his life of himself, we find his disciples reading the 20th chapter of the Koran, before his flight from Mecca, after which he pretended many of the revelations in other chapters were brought to him. Undoubtedly, all those said to be revealed at Medina must be posterior to what he had then published at Mecca, because he had not yet been at Medina. Many parts of the Koran, he declared, were brought to him by the angel Gabriel on special occasions, of which we have already met with several instances in his biography. Accordingly, the commentators on the Koran often explain passages in it by relating the occasion on which they were first revealed. Without such a key, many of them would be perfectly unintelligible. There are several contradictions in the Koran. To reconcile these, the Mussulman doctors have invented the doctrine of abrogation, i.e., that what was revealed at one time was revoked by a new revelation. A great deal of it is so absurd, trifling, and full of tautology that it requires no little patience to read much of it at a time. Notwithstanding, the Koran is cried up by the Mussulmans as inimitable, and in the 17th chapter of the Koran, Mahomet is commanded to say, "Verily, if men and genii were purposely assembled that they might produce anything like the Koran, they could not produce anything like unto it, though they assisted one another." Accordingly, when the impostor was called upon, as he often was, to work miracles in proof of his divine mission, he excused himself by various pretenses, and appealed to the Koran as a standing miracle. Each chapter of the Koran is divided into verses, that is, lines of different length, terminated with the same letter, so as to make a different rhyme, but without any regard to the measure of the syllables. The Mahometan religion consists of 2 parts, faith and practice. Faith they divide into 6 articles. 1. A belief in the unity of God, in opposition to those whom they call associators, by which name they mean not only those who, besides the true God, worship idols or inferior gods or goddesses, but the Christians also, who hold our blessed Saviour's divinity and the doctrine of the Trinity. 2. A belief of angels, to whom they attribute various shapes, names, and offices, borrowed from the Jews and Persians. 3. The Scriptures. 4. The Prophets. On this head the Koran teaches that God revealed his will to various prophets in diverse ages of the world, and gave it in writing to Adam, Seth, Enoch, Abraham, etc. But these books are lost. that afterward he gave the Pentateuch to Moses, the Psalms to David, the Gospel to Jesus, and the Koran to Mahomet. The Koran speaks with great reverence of Moses and Jesus, but says the scriptures left by them have been greatly mutilated and corrupted. Under this pretense, it adds a great many fabulous relations to the history contained in those sacred books, and charges the Jews and Christians with suppressing many prophecies concerning Mahomet, a calumny easily refuted, the scriptures having been translated into various languages long before Mahomet was born. Number 5. The fifth article of belief is the resurrection and day of judgment, while about the intermediate state Mahometan divines have various opinions. The happiness promised to the Mussulmans in paradise is wholly sensual, consisting of fine gardens, rich furniture sparkling with gems and gold, delicious fruits, and wines that neither cloy nor intoxicate, but above all affording the fruition of all the delights of love in the society of women, having large black eyes and every trait of exquisite beauty, who shall ever continue young and perfect. Some of their writers speak of these females of paradise in very lofty strains, telling us, for instance, that if one of them were to look down from heaven in the night, she would illuminate the earth as the sun does, and if she did but spit into the ocean, it would be immediately turned as sweet as honey. These delights of paradise were certainly at first understood literally. However, Mahometan divines may have since allegorized them into a spiritual sense. As to the punishments threatened to the wicked, they are hell fire, breathing hot winds, the drinking of boiling and stinking water, eating briars and thorns, and the bitter fruit of the tree Zakum, which in their bellies will feel like boiling pitch. These punishments are to be everlasting to all except those who embrace Islamism. For the latter, after suffering a number of years, in proportion to their demerits, will then, if they have had but so much faith as is equal to the weight of an ant, be released by the mercy of God, and upon the intercession of Mahomet, admitted into paradise. The sixth article of belief is that God decrees everything that is to happen, not only all events, but the actions and thoughts of men, their belief or infidelity, that everything that has or will come to pass has been, from eternity, written in the preserved or secret table, which is a white stone of an immense size, preserved in heaven near the throne of God. Agreeable to this notion, one of their poets thus expresses himself: "Whatever is written against thee will come to pass. What is written for thee shall not fail. Resign thyself to God, and know thy Lord to be powerful. His decrees will certainly take place. His servants ought to be silent." Of their 4 fundamental points of practice, the first is prayer. Their duty is to be performed 5 times in the 24 hours. Number 1, in the morning before sunrise. Number 2, when noon is past. Number 3, a little before sunset. Number 4, a little after sunset. Number 5, before the first watch of the night. Previous to prayer, they are to purify themselves by washing. Some kinds of pollution require the whole body to be immersed in water, but commonly it is enough to wash some parts only: the head, the face and neck, hands and feet. In the latter ablution, called wadhu, fine sand or dust may be used when water cannot be had. In such case, the palm of the hand, being first laid upon the sand, is then to be drawn over the part required to be washed. The Mahometans, out of respect to the divine majesty before whom they are to appear, are required to be clean and decent when they go to public prayers in their mosques, but are yet forbidden to appear there in sumptuous apparel, particularly clothes trimmed with gold or silver, lest they should make them vain and arrogant. The women are not allowed to be in their mosques at the same time with the men. This, they think, would make their thoughts wander from their proper business there. On this account they reproach the Christians with the impropriety of the contrary usage. The next point of practice is almsgiving, which is frequently enjoined in the Koran, and looked upon as highly meritorious. Many of them have been very exemplary in the performance of this duty. The third point of practical religion is fasting the whole month Ramadan, during which they are every day to abstain from eating or drinking, or touching a woman, from daybreak to sunset. After that they are at liberty to enjoy themselves as at other times. From this fast an exception is made in favor of old persons and children. Those also that are sick or on a journey, and women pregnant or nursing, are also excused in this month. But then the person making use of this dispensation must expiate the omission by fasting an equal number of days in some other month, and by giving alms to the poor. There are also some other days of fasting, which are, by the more religious, observed in the manner above described. The last practical duty is going the pilgrimage to Mecca, which every man who is able is obliged to perform once in his life. In the ceremonies of it they strictly copy those observed by Mahomet. A pilgrimage can be made only in the month Dhul Hijjah, but a visitation to Mecca may be made at any other time of the year. The Mahometan Creed. As an illustration of the Mahometan creed and practice, I have thought it advisable to insert their famous Dr. Al-Ghazali's interpretation of the 2 articles of their faith, viz., "There is no God but God. Mahomet is the apostle of God. Praise be to God the Creator and Restorer of all things, who does whatsoever he pleases, who is master of the glorious throne and mighty force, and directs his sincere servants into the right way and the straight path, who favoureth them who have once borne testimony to the unity, by preserving their confessions from the darkness of doubt and hesitation, who directs them to follow his chosen apostle, upon whom be the blessing and peace of God, and to go after his most honourable companions, to whom he hath vouchsafed his assistance and direction, which is revealed to them in his essence and operations by the excellence of his attributes, to the knowledge whereof no man attains, but he that hath been taught by hearing. To these, as touching his essence, he maketh known that he is one, and hath no partner, singular, without anything like him, uniform, having no contrary, separate, having no equal. He is ancient, having no first, eternal, having no beginning, remaining for ever, having no end, continuing to eternity, without any termination. He persists without ceasing to be, remains without failing, and never did cease, nor ever shall cease, to be described by glorious attributes, nor is subject to any decree, so as to be determined by any precise limits or set times, but is the first and the last, and is within and without. What God is not. He, glorified be his name, is not a body endued with form, nor a substance circumscribed with limits or determined by measure. Neither does he resemble bodies, as they are capable of being measured or divided. Neither is he a substance, neither do substances exist in him. Neither is he an accident, nor do accidents exist in him. Neither is he like to anything that exists, neither is anything like to him. Nor is he determinate in quantity, nor comprehended by bounds, nor circumscribed by the differences of situation, nor contained in the heavens. He sits upon the throne, after that manner which he himself hath described, and in that same sense which he himself means, which is a sitting far removed from any notion of contact, or resting upon, or local situation. But both the throne itself and whatsoever is upon it are sustained by the goodness of his power, and are subject to the grasp of his hand. But he is above the throne, and above all things, even to the utmost ends of the earth, but so above at the same time not to be a whit nearer the throne and the heaven, since he is exalted by infinite degrees above the throne, no less than he is exalted above the earth, and at the same time is near to everything that hath a being, nay, nearer to men than their jugular veins, and is witness to everything, though his nearness is not like the nearness of bodies, as neither is his essence like the essence of bodies. Neither doth he exist in anything, neither doth anything exist in him. But he is too high to be contained in any place, and too holy to be determined by time. For he was before time and place were created, and is now after the same manner as he always was. He is also distinct from the creatures by his attributes, neither is there anything besides himself in his essence, nor is his essence in any other besides him. He is too holy to be subject to change or any local motion, neither do any accidents dwell in him, nor any contingencies befall him, but he abides through all generations with his glorious attributes, free from all danger of dissolution. As to the attribute of perfection, he wants no addition of his perfection. As to being, he is known to exist by the apprehension of the understanding, and he is seen as he is by an ocular intuition, which will be vouchsafed out of his mercy and grace to the holy in the eternal mansion, completing their joy by the vision of his glorious presence. His power. He, praised be his name, is living, powerful, mighty, omnipotent, not liable to any defect or impotence, neither slumbering nor sleeping, nor being obnoxious to decay or death. To him belong the kingdom, and the power, and the might. His is the dominion, and the excellency, and the creation, and the command thereof. The heavens are folded up in his right hand, and all creatures are crouched within his grasp. His excellency consists in his creating and producing, and his unity in communicating existence and a beginning of being. He created men and their works, and measured out their maintenance and their determined times. Nothing that is possible can escape his grasp, nor can the vicissitudes of things elude his power. The effects of his might are innumerable, and the objects of his knowledge infinite. His knowledge. He, praised be his name, knows all things that can be understood, and comprehends whatsoever comes to pass, from the extremities of the earth to the highest heavens. Even the weight of a pismire could not escape him, either in earth or heaven. But he would perceive the creeping of the black pismire in the dark night upon the hard stone, and discern the motion of an atom in the open air. He knows what is secret and conceals it, and views the conceptions of the minds, and the motions of the thoughts, and the inmost recesses of secrets, by a knowledge ancient and eternal, that never ceased to be his attribute from eternal eternity, and not by any new knowledge superadded to his essence, either inhering or adventitious. His will. He, praised be his name, doth will those things to be that are, and disposes of all accidents. Nothing passes in the empire, nor the kingdom, neither little nor much, nor small nor great, nor good nor evil, nor profitable nor hurtful, nor faith nor infidelity, nor knowledge nor ignorance, nor prosperity nor adversity, nor increase nor decrease, nor obedience nor rebellion, but by his determinate counsel and decree, and his definite sense and will. Nor doth the wink of him that seeth, nor the subtlety of him that thinketh, exceed the bounds of his will, but it is he who gave all things their beginning. He is the creator and restorer, the sole operator of what he pleases. There is no reversing his decree, nor delaying what he hath determined, nor is there any refuge to man from his rebellion against him, but only his help and mercy. Nor hath any man any power to perform any duty toward him, but through his love and will. Though men and genii, angels and devils, should conspire together either to put one single atom in motion, or cause it to cease its motion, without his will and approbation they would not be able to do it. His will subsists in his essence among the rest of his attributes, and was from eternity one of his eternal attributes, by which he willed from eternity the existence of those things that he had decreed, which were produced in their proper seasons according to his eternal will, without any before or after, and in agreement both with his knowledge and will, and not by methodizing of thoughts, nor waiting for a proper time, for which reason no one thing is in him a hindrance from another. His hearing and sight. And he, praised be his name, is hearing and seeing, and heareth and seeth. No audible object, how still soever, escapeth his hearing, nor is anything visible so small as to escape his sight. For distance is no hindrance to his hearing, nor darkness to his sight. He sees without pupil or eyelids, and hears without any passage of ear, even as he knoweth without a heart, and performs his actions without the assistance of any corporeal limb, and creates without any instrument, for his attributes or properties are not like those of men, any more than his essence is like theirs. His word. Furthermore, he doth speak, command, forbid, promise, and threaten by an eternal ancient word subsisting in his essence. Neither is it like to the word of the creatures, nor doth it consist in a voice arising from the commotion of the air and the collision of bodies, nor letters which are separated by the joining together of the lips or the motion of the tongue. The Koran, the Law, the Gospel, and the Psalter are books sent down by him to his apostles, and the Koran indeed is read with tongues, written in books, and kept in hearts, yet as subsisting in the essence of God, it doth not become liable to separation and division while it is transferred into the hearts and the papers. Thus Moses also heard the word of God without voice or letter, even as the saints behold the essence of God without substance or accident. And that since these are his attributes, he liveth and knoweth, is powerful and willeth, and operateth, and seeth and speaketh, by life and knowledge, and will and hearing, and sight and word, not by his simple essence. His works. He, praised be his name, exists after such a manner that nothing besides him hath any being but what is produced by his operation, and floweth from his justice after the best, most excellent, most perfect, and most just model. He is moreover wise in his works and just in his decrees. But his justice is not to be compared with the justice of men, for a man may be supposed to act unjustly by invading the possession of another, but no injustice can be conceived of God, inasmuch as there is nothing that belongs to any other besides himself, so that wrong is not imputable to him as meddling with things not appertaining to him. All things, himself only excepted, genii, men, the devil, angels, heaven, earth, animals, plants, substance, accident, intelligible, sensible, were all created originally by him. He created them by his power out of mere privation, and brought them into light, when as yet they were nothing at all, but he alone, existing from eternity, neither was there any other with him. Now he created all things in the beginning for the manifestation of his power, and his will, and the confirmation of his word, which was true from all eternity. Not that he stood in need of them, nor wanted them, but he manifestly declared his glory in creating, and producing, and commanding, without being under any obligation, nor out of necessity. Loving kindness, and to show favor, and grace, and beneficence belong to him, whereas it is in his power to pour forth upon men a variety of torments, and afflict them with various kinds of sorrows and diseases, which, if he were to do, his justice could not be arraigned, nor would he be chargeable with injustice. Yet he rewards those that worship him for their obedience, on account of his promise and beneficence, not of their merit, nor of necessity, since there is nothing which he can be tied to perform. Nor can any injustice be supposed in him, nor can he be under any obligation to any person whatsoever. That his creatures, however, should be bound to serve him, ariseth from his having declared by the tongues of the prophets that it was due to him from them. The worship of him is not simply the dictate of the understanding, but he sent messengers to carry to men his commands and promises and threats, whose veracity he proved by manifest miracles, whereby men are obliged to give credit to them in those things that they relate. The significance of the second article, that is, the testimony concerning the Apostle. He, the Most High, sent Mahomet, the illiterate prophet of the family of the Koreish, to deliver his message to all the Arabians and barbarians and genii and men, and abrogated by his religion all other religions, except in those things which he confirmed, and gave him the preeminence over all the rest of the prophets, and made him Lord over all mortal men. Neither is the faith according to his will complete by the testimony of the unity alone, that is, by simply saying, there is but one God, without the addition of the testimony of the Apostle, i.e., without the further testimony, Mahomet is the Apostle of God. And he hath made it necessary to men to give credit to Mahomet in those things which he hath related, both with regard to this present world and the life to come. For a man's faith is not accepted till he is fully persuaded of those things which the prophet hath affirmed shall be after death. The first of these is the examination of Munkar and Nakir. These are two angels of a most terrible and fearful aspect, who shall place every man upright in his grave, consisting again both of soul and body, and ask him concerning the unity and the mission of the Apostle, saying, Who is thy Lord, and what is thy religion, and who is thy prophet? For these are the searches of the grave, and their examination the first trial after death. Everyone must also believe the torment of the sepulchre, and that it is due, and right, and just, both upon the body and the soul, being accorded to the will of God. He shall also believe in the balance with two scales and a beam, that shall equal the extent of the heavens and the earth, wherein the works of men shall be weighed by the power of God. At which time weights not heavier than atoms or mustard seeds shall be brought out, that things may be balanced with the utmost exactness, and perfect justice administered. Then the books of the good works, beautiful to behold, shall be cast into the balance of light, by which the balance shall be depressed according to their degrees, out of the favor of God. But the books of evil deeds, nasty to look upon, shall be cast into the balance of darkness, with which the scale shall lightly ascend by the justice of the Most High God. He must also believe that there is a real way extended over the middle of hell, which is sharper than a sword and finer than a hair, over which all must pass. In this passage of it, while the feet of the infidels by the decree of God shall slip, so as they shall fall into hell fire, the feet of the faithful shall never stumble, but they shall arrive safely into the eternal habitation. He shall also believe the pond where they go down to be watered, that is, the pond of Mahomet, upon whom be the blessing and peace of God, out of which the faithful, after they have passed the way, drink before they enter into paradise, and out of which whosoever once drinketh shall thirst no more forever. Its breadth is a month's journey, it is whiter than milk and sweeter than honey. Round about it stand cups as innumerable as the stars, and it hath two canals, by which the waters of the river Kauthar flow into it. He shall also believe the last account, in which men shall be divided into those that shall be reckoned withal with the utmost strictness, and those that shall be dealt withal more favorably, and those that shall be admitted into paradise without any manner of examination at all. Namely, those whom God shall cause to approach near to himself. Moreover, he shall believe that God will ask any of his apostles, whomsoever he shall please, concerning their mission of the infidels, and whomsoever he shall please, what was the reason why, by their unbelief, they accused those that were sent to them of lying. He will also examine the heretics concerning tradition, and the faithful concerning their good works. He shall also believe that all who confess one God shall, upon the intercession of the prophets, next of the doctors, then of the martyrs, and finally of the rest of the faithful, that is, every one according to his excellency and degree, at length go out of the fire after they have undergone the punishment due to their sins. And if besides these remain any of the faithful, having no intercessor, they shall go out by the grace of God. Neither shall any one of the faithful remain forever in hell, but shall go out from thence, though he had but so much faith in his heart as the weight of an atom. And thus, by the favorable mercy of God, no person shall remain in hell who in life acknowledge the unity of the Godhead. It is also necessary that every true believer acknowledge the excellency of the companions of Mahomet and their degrees, and that the most excellent of men next to Mahomet is Abu Bakr, then Omar, then Othman, and then Ali. Moreover, he must entertain a good opinion of all the companions, and celebrate their memories, according as God and his apostles hath celebrated them. And all these things are received by tradition, and evinced by evident tokens. And he that confesseth all these things, and surely believeth them, is to be reckoned among the number of those that embrace truth, and of the congregation of those that walk in the received way, separated from the congregation of those that err, and the company of heretics. These are the things that every one is obliged to believe and confess that would be accounted worthy of the name of a Mussulman, and that according to the literal meaning of the words, not as they may be made capable of any sounder sense. For, says the author of this exposition, some pretending to go deeper have put an interpretation upon those things that are delivered concerning the world to come, such as the balance and the way, and some other things besides. But it is heresy. End of section 23.
Section 24 of the Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ryan Fahey, Fairfield, Connecticut. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 4. Edited by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. Section 24. The Saracen Conquest of Syria, A.D. 636. By Simon Ockley. Part 1. Abu Bakr was chosen caliph or caliph, signifying successor, to Mahomet, but died after a reign of 2 years. His successor, Caliph Omar, continued with unabated ardor the efforts for the spread of Islam which Abu Bakr had initiated by sending an invading expedition into Persia and another into the Roman provinces of Syria. The victorious armies of the Crescent were by this time far advanced beyond the frontiers of Arabia, and with fanatic zeal endeavoring to obey the Prophet's injunction to Islamicize mankind. Allah il-Allah, God is God, was their inspiring war cry, and Mahomet is the prophet of God, their watchword. With scimitar and Koran in either hand, they offered the conquered infidels Islam or the sword. The Oxus, which alone separated Saracen territory from that of Syria, was easily passed. Damascus was conquered, and the impetuous spirit of the Muslims led them rapidly on to Heliopolis, then to Hems or Emesa. In subtlety they were no less practiced than they were well proved in courage, and by many arts they succeeded in creating diversions among their adversaries, and often in enlisting them under the Saracen standard. By making the Syrians understand something of their language, customs, and religion, they prepared them for assimilation when once subjected. In some cases, dissensions among the Syrians led them to invoke the intervention of those who came to subjugate them. In less than 2 years, the Saracens had conquered the Syrian plain and valley, but still they reproached themselves for loss of time, and with redoubled zeal pressed on to new victories. The forces arrayed against them were greatly augmented both from Asia and Europe, but the disciplined veterans of the Roman Emperor Heraclius and the recruits from the provinces vainly confronted the Arabs, whose valor was of the nature of religious frenzy, which no assault could cause to quail. They won at fearful cost to themselves, but with greater loss to their enemies at the Battle of Yermuk, and there caused the Roman army to abandon active warfare against them. It was then open to the victors to select their own objective among the Syrian cities, and following the counsel of Ali, they entered at once upon the siege of Jerusalem, although they held that city next to Mecca and Medina in veneration. After a siege of 4 months, Jerusalem capitulated, her defenders having no rest from the ceaseless assaults of the besiegers. Hard work still lay before the Saracens in Syria, but after the reduction of Aleppo, which cost several months' siege, with great loss of lives to the invaders, they passed on to Antioch and other strongholds, until, one by one, all had been subdued, the surrender of Caesarea completing the great conquest and the subjection of Syria to the rule of the Caliph. Heraclius, wearied with a constant and uninterrupted succession of ill news, which like those of Job came every day treading upon the heels of each other, grieved at the heart to see the Roman Empire, once the mistress of the world, now become the scorn and spoil of barbarian insolence, resolved, if possible, to put an end to the outrages of the Saracens once for all. With this view he raised troops in all parts of his dominions, and collected so considerable an army as since the first invasion of the Saracens had never appeared in Syria, not much unlike one engaged in single combat, who, distrustful of his own abilities and fearing the worst, summons together his whole strength in hopes of ending the dispute with one decisive blow. Troops were sent to every tenable place which this inundation of the Saracens had not as yet reached, particularly to Caesarea and all the seacoast of Syria, as Tyre and Sidon, Acca, Joppa, Tripolis, Beirut, and Tiberias, besides another army to defend Jerusalem. The main body, which was designed to give battle to the whole force of the Saracens, was commanded by one Mahan, an Armenian, whom I take to be the very same that the Greek historians call Manuel. To his generals the emperor gave the best advice, charging them to behave themselves like men, and especially to take care to avoid all differences or dissensions. Afterward, when he had expressed his astonishment at this extraordinary success of the Arabs, who were inferior to the Greeks in number, strength, arms, and discipline, after a short silence a grave man stood up and told him that the reason of it was that the Greeks had walked unworthily of their Christian profession, and changed their religion from what it was when Jesus Christ first delivered it to them, injuring and oppressing one another, taking usury, committing fornication, and fomenting all manner of strife and variance among themselves. The emperor answered that he was too sensible of it. He then told them that he had thoughts of continuing no longer in Syria, but, leaving his army to their management, he purposed to withdraw to Constantinople, in answer to which they represented to him how much his departure would reflect upon his honor, what a lessening it would be to him in the eyes of his own subjects, and what occasion of triumph it would afford to his enemies, the Saracens. Upon this they took their leave and prepared for their march. Besides a vast army of Asiatics and Europeans, Mahan was joined by al-Jabala ibn al-Ayham, king of the Christian Arabs, who had under him 60,000 men. These Mahan commanded to march always in the front, saying that there was nothing like diamond to cut diamond. This great army, raised for the defense of Christian people, was little less insupportable than the Saracens themselves, committing all manner of disorder and outrage as they passed along, especially when they came to any of those places which had made any agreement with the Saracens, or surrendered to them. They swore and cursed and reviled the inhabitants with reproachful language, and compelled them by force to bear them company. The poor people excused their submission to the Saracens by their inability to defend themselves, and told the soldiers that if they did not approve of what they had done, they ought themselves to have come sooner to their relief. The news of this great army having reached the Saracens while they were at Hems filled them full of apprehensions, and put them to a very great strait as to the best course to pursue in this critical juncture. Some of them would very willingly have shrunk back and returned to Arabia. This course, they urged, presented a double advantage. On the one hand, they would be sure of speedy assistance from their friends, and on the other, in that barren country the numerous army of the enemy must needs be reduced to great scarcity. But Abu Obeidah, fearing lest such a retreat might by the Caliph be interpreted cowardice in him, durst not approve of this advice. Others would rather die in the defense of those stately buildings, fruitful fields, and pleasant meadows they had won by the sword, than voluntarily to return to their former starving condition. They proposed, therefore, to remain where they were and wait the approach of the enemy. But Khalid disapproved of their remaining in their present position, as it was too near Caesarea, where Constantine, the emperor's son, lay with 40,000 men, and recommended that they should march to Yermuk, where they might reckon on assistance from the caliph. As soon as Constantine heard of their departure, he sent a chiding letter to Mahomet and bade him mend his pace. Mahomet advanced, but made no haste to give the Saracens battle, having received orders from the emperor to make overtures of peace, which were no sooner proposed than rejected by Abu Obeidah. Several messages passed between them. The Saracens, endeavoring to bring their countryman Jabala ibn al-Ayyam with his Christian Arabs to a neutrality, were answered that they were obliged to serve the emperor and resolved to fight. Upon this, Khalid, contrary to the general advice, prepared to give him battle before Mahomet should come up, although the number of his men, who, however, were the elite of the whole army, was very inconsiderable, urging that the Christians, being the army of the devil, had no advantage by their numbers against the Saracens, the army of God. In choosing his men, Khalid had called out more Ansars than Mohajerans, which, when it was observed, occasioned some grumbling, as it then was doubted whether it was because he respected them most, or because he had a mind to expose them to the greater danger, that he might favor the others. Khalid told them that he had chosen them without any such regard, only because they were persons he could depend upon, whose valor he had proved, and who had the faith rooted in their hearts. One Khatib, happening to be called after his brother Sahal, and looking upon himself to be the better man, resented it as a high affront, and roundly abused Khalid. The latter, however, gave him very gentle and modest answers, to the great satisfaction of all, especially of Abu Obeidah, who, after a short contention, made them shake hands. Khalid, indeed, was admirable in this respect, that he knew no less how to govern his passions than to command the army, though, to most great generals, the latter frequently proves the easier task of the two. In this hazardous enterprise, his success was beyond all expectation, for he threw Jabala's Arabs into disorder and killed a great many, losing very few of his own men on the field, besides 5 prisoners, 3 of whom were Yazid ibn Abu Sufyan, Rafi ibn Omera, and Darar ibn al-Alzwar, all men of great note. Abu Obeidah sent Abdallah ibn Qurt with an express to Omar, acquainting him with their circumstances, begging his prayers and some fresh recruits of Unitarians, a title they glory in, as reckoning themselves the only assertors of the unity of the deity. Omar and the whole court were extremely surprised, but comforted themselves with the promises made to them in the Koran, which seemed now to be all they had left to trust to. To encourage the people, he went into the pulpit and showed them the excellency of fighting for the cause of God, and afterward returned an answer to Abu Obeidah, full of such spiritual consolation as the Koran could afford. Omar commanded Abdallah, as soon as ever he came near the camp and before he delivered the letter, to cry out good news in order to comfort the Mussulmans and ease them in some measure of the perplexing apprehensions they labored under. As soon as he received this letter and message, together with Omar's blessing, he prepared to set out on his return to the army, but suddenly he remembered that he had omitted to pay his respects at Mahomet's tomb, which it was very uncertain whether he should ever see again. Upon this he hastened to Aisha's house, the place where Mahomet was buried, and found her sitting by the tomb with Ali and Abbas, and Ali's 2 sons, Hassan and Hossein, one sitting upon Ali's lap, the other upon Abbas's. Ali was reading the chapter of beasts, being the 6th of the Koran, and Abbas the chapter of Hud, which is the 11th. Abdallah, having paid his respects to Mahomet, Ali asked him whether he did not think of going. He answered yes, but he feared he should not get to the army before the battle, which yet he greatly wished to do, if possible. If you desired a speedy journey, answered Ali, why did not you ask Omar to pray for you? Don't you know that the prayers of Omar will not be turned back? Because the apostle of God said of him, if there were a prophet to be expected after me, it would be Omar, whose judgment agrees with the book of God. The prophet said of him besides, if an universal calamity were to come from heaven upon mankind, Omar would escape from it. Wherefore, if Omar prayed for thee, thou shalt not stay long for an answer from God. Abdallah told him that he had not spoken one word in praise of Omar but what he was very sensible of before. Only he desired to have not only his prayers, but also those of all the Mussulmans, and especially of those who were at the tomb of the prophet. At these words all present lifted up their hands to heaven, and Ali said, O God, I beseech thee, for the sake of this chosen apostle, in whose name Adam prayed, and thou answeredst his petition and forgavest his sins, that thou wouldst grant to Abdallah ibn Court a safe and speedy return, and assist the followers of thy prophet with help, O thou who alone art great and munificent. Abdallah set out immediately, and afterward returned to the camp with such incredible speed that the Saracens were surprised. But their admiration ceased when he informed them of Omar's blessing and Ali's prayers at Mahomet's tomb. Recruits were instantly raised in every part of Arabia to send to the army. Sa'id ibn Amir commanded them, having received a flag of red silk at the hands of Omar, who told him that he gave him that commission in hopes of his behaving himself well in it, advising him, among other things, not to follow his appetites, and not forgetting to put him in hopes of further advancement if he should deserve it. Sa'id thanked him for his advice, adding that if he followed it, he should be saved. And now, said Sa'id, as you have advised me, so let me advise you. Speak on, said Omar. I bid you then, added the other, fear God more than men, and not the contrary, and love all the Mussulmans as yourself and your family, as well those at a distance as those near you. And command that which is praiseworthy, and forbid that which is otherwise. Omar, all the while he spoke, stood looking steadfastly upon the ground, leaning his forehead upon his staff. Then he lifted up his head, and the tears ran down his cheeks, and he said, Who is able to do this without the divine assistance? Ali bade Sa'id make good use of the Caliph's advice, and dismissed him. Sa'id, as he marched toward the army, lost his way, which turned out very unfortunate for the Christians, for by that means he fell in with the prefect of Amman with 5,000 men. Sa'id having cut all the foot to pieces, the prefect fled with the horse, but was intercepted by a party which had been sent out under Zobeir from the Saracen camp to forage. Sa'id at first thought they had fallen together by the ears, and were fighting among themselves, but when he came up and heard the teshir, he was well satisfied. Zobeir ran the prefect through with a lance. Of the rest not a single man escaped. The Saracens cut off all their heads, then flayed them, and so carried them upon the points of their lances, presenting a most horrible spectacle to all that part of the country, till they came to the army, which received fresh courage by the accession of this reinforcement, consisting of 8,000 men. However, their satisfaction was greatly lessened by the loss of the 5 prisoners whom Jabala ibn al-Ayyam had taken. Now it happened that Mahan desired Abu Ubaidah to send one of his officers to him for a conference. This being complied with, Khalid proffered his services, and being accepted by Abu Ubaidah, by his advice he took along with him 100 men, chosen out of the best soldiers in the army. Being met and examined by the outguards, the chief of whom was Jabala ibn al-Ayyam, they were ordered to wait till the general's pleasure should be known. Mahan would have had Khalid come to him alone and leave his men behind him, but as Khalid refused to hear of this, they were commanded as soon as they came near the general's tent to alight from their horses and deliver their swords, and when they would not submit to this either, they were at last permitted to enter as they pleased. They found Mahan sitting upon a throne and seats prepared for themselves, but they refused to make use of them, and, removing them, sat down upon the ground. Mahan asked them the reason of their doing so, and taxed them with want of breeding. To which Khalid answered that that was the best breeding which was from God, and what God has prepared for us to sit down upon is purer than your tapestries, defending their practice from a sentence of their prophet Mahomet, backed with this text of the Koran. Out of it, meaning the earth, we have created you, and to it we shall return you, and out of it we shall bring you another time. Mahan began then to expostulate with Khalid concerning their coming into Syria, and all those hostilities which they had committed there. Mahan seemed satisfied with Khalid's way of talking, and said that he had before that time entertained a quite different opinion of the Arabs, having been informed that they were a foolish, ignorant people. Khalid confessed that that was the condition of most of them, till God sent their prophet Mahomet to lead them into the right way, and teach them to distinguish good from evil, and truth from error. During this conference they would argue very coolly for a while, and then again fly into a violent passion. At last it happened that Khalid told Mahan that he should one day see him led with a rope about his neck to Omar to be beheaded. Upon this, Mahan told him that the received law of all nations secured ambassadors from violence, which he supposed had encouraged him to take that indecent freedom. However, he was resolved to chastise his insolence in the persons of his friends, the 5 prisoners, who should instantly be beheaded. At this threat, Khalid, bidding Mahomet attend to what he was about to say, swore by God, by Mahomet, and the holy temple of Mecca, that if he killed them, he should die by his hands, and that every Saracen present should kill his man, be the consequences what they might, and immediately rose from his place and drew his sword. The same was done by the rest of the Saracens. But when Mahomet told him that he would not meddle with him for the aforesaid reasons, they sheathed their swords and talked calmly again. And then Mahomet made Khalid a present of the prisoners, and begged of him his scarlet tent, which Khalid had brought with him, and pitched hard by. Khalid freely gave it him, and refused to take anything in return, though Mahomet gave him his choice of whatever he liked best, thinking his own gift abundantly repaid by the liberation of the prisoners. End of section 24. Section 25 of The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ryan Fahey, Fairfield, Connecticut. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 4. Edited by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. Section 25. The Saracen Conquest of Syria, A.D. 636, by Simon Ockley, Part 2. Both sides now prepared for that fight which was to determine the fate of Syria. The particulars are too tedious to be related, for they continued fighting for several days. Abu Ubaidah resigned the whole command of the army to Khalid, standing himself in the rear, under the yellow flag which Abu Bakr had given him at his first setting forth into Syria, being the same which Mahomet himself had fought under at the Battle of Khaybar. Khalid judged this the most proper place for Abu Ubaidah, not only because he was no extraordinary soldier, but because he hoped that the reverence for him would prevent the flight of the Saracens, who were now like to be as hard put to it as at any time since they first bore arms. For the same reason, the women were placed in the rear. The Greeks charged so courageously and with such vast numbers that the right wing of the Saracen horse was quite borne down and cut off from the main body of the army. But no sooner did they turn their backs than they were attacked by the women, who used them so ill and loaded them with such plenty of reproaches that they were glad to return every man to his post, and chose rather to face the enemy than endure the storm of the women. However, they with much difficulty bore up, and were so hard pressed by the Greeks that occasionally they were fain to forget what their generals had said a little before the fight, who told them that paradise was before them and the devil and hellfire behind them. Even Abu Sufyan, who had himself used that very expression, was forced to retreat, and was received by one of the women with a hearty blow over the face with a tent pole. Night at last parted the two armies at the very time when the victory began to incline to the Saracens, who had been thrice beaten back, and as often forced to return by the women. Then Abu Ubaidah said at once those prayers which belonged to 2 several hours. His reason for this was, I suppose, a wish that his men, of whom he was very tender, should have the more time to rest. Accordingly, walking about the camp, he looked after the wounded men, oftentimes binding up their wounds with his own hands, telling them that their enemies suffered the same pain that they did, but had not that reward to expect from God which they had. Among other single combats, of which several were fought between the two armies, it chanced that Sir Jabal ibn Shana was engaged with an officer of the Christians who was much too strong for him. The reason which our author assigns for this is, because Sir Jabal was wholly given up to watching and fasting. Durar, thinking he ought not to stand still and see the Prophet's secretary killed, drew his dagger, and while the combatants were over head and ears in dust, came behind the Christian and stabbed him to the heart. The Saracens gave Durar thanks for his service, but he said that he would receive no thanks but from God alone. Upon this, a dispute arose between Sir Jabal and Durar concerning the spoil of this officer. Durar claimed it as being the person that killed him, Sir Jabal as having engaged him and tired him out first. The matter being referred to Abu Ubaidah, he proposed the case to the Caliph, concealing the names of the persons concerned, who sent him word that the spoil of any enemy was due to him that killed him, upon which Abu Ubaidah took it from Sir Jabal and adjudged it to Durar. Another day the Christian archers did such execution that besides those Saracens which were killed and wounded in other parts, there were 700 which lost each of them one or both of their eyes, upon which account the day in which that battle was fought is called Yaumu Tewer, the day of blinding. And if any of those who lost their eyes that day were afterward asked by what mischance he was blinded, he would answer that it was not a mischance, but a token of favor from God, for they gloried as much in those wounds they received in the defense of their superstition as our enthusiasts do in what they call persecution, and with much the same reason. Abdallah ibn Court, who was present in all the wars in Syria, says that he never saw so hard a battle as that which was fought on that day at Yarmouk. And though the generals fought most desperately, yet after all they would have been beaten if the fight had not been renewed by the women. Kaula, Darar's sister, being wounded, fell down. But Ophira revenged her quarrel and struck off the man's head that did it. Upon Ophira asking her how she did, she answered, "Very well with God, but a dying woman." However, she proved to be mistaken, for in the evening she was able to walk about as if nothing had happened, and to look after the wounded men. In the night, the Greeks had another calamity added to their misfortune of losing the victory in the day. It was drawn upon them by their own inhuman barbarity. There was at Yarmouk a gentleman of a very ample fortune, who had removed thither from Hems for the sake of the sweet salubrity of its air. When Mahan's army came to Yarmouk, this gentleman used to entertain the officers and treat them nobly. To requite him for his courtesy while they were this day revelling at his house, they bade him bring out his wife to them, and upon his refusing, they took her by force and abused her all night. And to aggravate their barbarity, they seized his little son and cut his head off. The poor lady took her child's head and carried it to Mahan, and having given him an account of the outrages committed by his officers, demanded satisfaction. He took but little notice of the affair, and put her off with a slight answer, upon which her husband, resolved to take the first opportunity of being revenged, went privately over to the Saracens and acquainted them with his design. Returning back to the Greeks, he told them it was in his power to do them singular service. He therefore takes a great number of them, and brings them to a great stream, which was very deep, and only fordable at one place. By his instructions, 500 of the Saracen horse had crossed over where the water was shallow, and after attacking the Greeks, in a very little time returned in excellent order by the same way they came. The injured gentleman calls out and encourages the Greeks to pursue, who, not at all acquainted with the place, plunged into the water confusedly and perished in great numbers. In the subsequent engagements before Yarmouk, all of which were in November 636, the Christians invariably were defeated, till at last, Mahan's vast army being broken and dispersed, he was forced to flee, thus leaving the Saracens masters of the field, and wholly delivered from those terrible apprehensions with which the news of his great preparations had filled them. A short time after, Abu Obeidah wrote to the Caliph the following letter: "In the name of the most merciful God, etc. This is to acquaint thee that I encamped at Yarmouk, where Mahan was near us with such an army as that the Mussulmans never beheld a greater. But God, of his abundant grace and goodness, overthrew this multitude and gave us the victory over them. We killed of them about 150,000, and took 40,000 prisoners. Of the Mussulmans were killed 4,030, to whom God had decreed the honor of martyrdom. Finding some heads cut off, and not knowing whether they belonged to the Mussulmans or Christians, I prayed over them and buried them. Mahan was afterward killed at Damascus by Numan ibn al-Kama. There was one Abu Joid, that before the battle had belonged to them, having come from Hems. He drowned of them a great number unknown to any but God. As for those that fled into the deserts and mountains, we have destroyed them all, and stopped all the roads and passages, and God has made us masters of their country and wealth and children. Written after the victory from Damascus, where I stay expecting thy orders concerning the division of the spoil. Fare thee well, and the mercy and blessing of God be upon thee and all the Mussulmans." Omar, in a short letter, expressed his satisfaction, and gave the Saracens thanks for their perseverance and diligence, commanding Abu Obeidah to continue where he was till further orders. As Omar had mentioned nothing concerning the spoil, Abu Obeidah regarded it as left to his own discretion, and divided it without waiting for fresh instructions. To a horseman he gave thrice as much as to a footman, and made a further difference between those horses which were of the right Arabian breed, which they looked upon to be far the best, and those that were not, allowing twice as much to the former as to the latter. And when they were not satisfied with this distribution, Abu Obeidah told them that the Prophet had done the same after the battle of Khaybar, which, upon appeal made to Omar, was by him confirmed. Zobeir had at the battle of Yermuk 2 horses, which he used to ride by turns. He received 5 lots, 3 for himself and 2 for his horses. If any slaves had run away from their masters before the battle, and were afterward retaken, they were restored to their masters, who nevertheless received an equal share of the spoil with the rest. The Saracens having rested a month at Damascus and refreshed themselves, Abu Ubaidah sent to Omar to know whether he should go to Caesarea or Jerusalem. Ali, being present when Omar was deliberating, said, "To Jerusalem first," adding that he had heard the prophet say as much. This city they had a great longing after, as being the seat and burying place of a great many of the ancient prophets, in whom they reckoned none to have so deep an interest as themselves. Abu Ubaidah, having received orders to besiege it, sent Yazid ibn Abu Sufyan thither first with 5,000 men, and for 5 days together sent after him considerable numbers of men under his most experienced and trustworthy officers. The Hierosolymites expressed no signs of fear, nor would they vouchsafe so much as to send out a messenger to parley, but, planting their engines upon the walls, made preparation for a vigorous defense. Yazid at last went near the walls with an interpreter, to know their minds, and to propose the usual terms. When these were rejected, the Saracens would willingly have assaulted the town forthwith, had not Yazid told them that the general had not commanded them to make any assault, but only to sit down before the city, and thereupon sent to Abu Ubaidah, who forthwith gave them order to fight. The next morning, the generals having said the morning prayer, each at the head of his respective division, they all, as it were, with one consent, quoted this versicle out of the Koran, as being very apposite and pertinent to their present purpose. O people, enter ye into the holy land which God hath decreed for you, being the 24th verse of the 5th chapter of the Koran, where the impostor introduces Moses speaking to the children of Israel, and which words the Saracens dexterously interpreted as belonging no less to themselves than to their predecessors, the Israelites. Nor have our own parts of the world been altogether destitute of such able expositors, who apply to themselves, without limitation or exception, whatever in Scripture is graciously expressed in favor of the people of God, while whatever is said of the wicked and ungodly, and of all the terrors and judgments denounced against them, they bestow with a liberal hand upon their neighbors. After their prayers were over, the Saracens began their assault. The Hierosolymites never flinched, but sent them showers of arrows from the walls, and maintained the fight with undaunted courage till the evening. Thus they continued fighting 10 days, and on the 11th Abu Ubaidah came up with the remainder of the army. He had not been there long before he sent the besieged the following letter. In the name of the most merciful God, from Abu Ubaidah ibn al-Jarrah, to the chief commanders of the people of Ilia and the inhabitants thereof, health and happiness to everyone that follows the right way and believes in God and the apostle. We require of you to testify that there is but one God, and Mahomet is his apostle, and that there shall be a day of judgment, when God shall raise the dead out of their sepulchres. And when you have borne witness to this, it is unlawful for us either to shed your blood or meddle with your sustenance or children. If you refuse this, consent to pay tribute and be under us forthwith. Otherwise I shall bring men against you who love death better than you do the drinking of wine, or eating hog's flesh. Nor will I ever stir from you, if it please God, till I have destroyed those that fight for you and made slaves of your children. The eating swine's flesh and drinking wine are both forbidden in the Koran, which occasioned that reflection of Abu Ubaidah upon the practice of the Christians. The besieged, not a whit daunted, held out 4 whole months entire, during all which time not one day passed without fighting, and it being winter time, the Saracens suffered a great deal of hardships through the extremity of the weather. At last, when the besieged had well considered the obstinacy of the Saracens, who, they had good reason to believe, would never raise the siege till they had taken the city, whatever time it took up or whatever pains it might cost them, Sophronius the patriarch went to the wall and by an interpreter discoursed with Abu Ubaidah, telling him that Jerusalem was the holy city, and whoever came into the Holy Land with any hostile intent would render himself obnoxious to the divine displeasure. To which Abu Ubaidah answered, "We know that it is a noble city, and that our prophet Mahomet went from it in one night to heaven, and approached within 2 bows' shot of his Lord, or nearer, and that it is the mine of the prophets, and their sepulchres are in it. But we are more worthy to have possession of it than you are. Neither will we leave besieging it till God delivers it up to us, as he hath done other places before it. At last the patriarch consented that the city should be surrendered upon condition that the inhabitants received the articles of their security and protection from the caliph's own hands, and not by proxy. Accordingly, Abu Ubaidah wrote to Omar to come, whereupon he advised with his friends. Othman, who afterwards succeeded him in the government, dissuaded him from going, in order that the Jerusalemites might see that they were despised and beneath his notice. Ali was of a very different opinion, urging that the Mussulmans had endured great hardship in so long a siege, and suffered much from the extremity of the cold, that the presence of the Caliph would be a great refreshment and encouragement to them, and adding that the great respect which the Christians had for Jerusalem, as being the place to which they went on pilgrimage, ought to be considered, that it ought not to be supposed that they would easily part with it, but that it would soon be reinforced with fresh supplies. This advice of Ali being preferred to Othman's, the Caliph resolved upon his journey, which, according to his frugal style of living, required no great expense or equipage. When he had said his prayers in the mosque and paid his respects at Mahomet's tomb, he appointed Ali his substitute, and set forward with a small retinue, the greatest part of which, having kept him company a little way, returned back to Medina. Omar, having all the way he went set things aright that were amiss, and distributed justice impartially, for which he was singularly eminent among the Saracens, came at last into the confines of Syria, and when he drew near Jerusalem he was met by Abu Ubaidah, and conducted to the Saracen camp, where he was welcomed with the liveliest demonstrations of joy. As soon as he came within sight of the city he cried out, Allah Akbar, O God, give us an easy conquest. Pitching his tent, which was made of hair, he sat down in it upon the ground. The Christians, hearing that Omar was come, from whose hands they were to receive their articles, desired to confer with him personally, upon which the Mussulmans would have persuaded him not to expose his person for fear of some treachery. But Omar resolutely answered, in the words of the Koran, Say, there shall nothing befall us but what God hath decreed for us. He is our Lord, and in God let all the believers put their trust. After a brief parley, the besieged capitulated, and those articles of agreement made by Omar with the Jerusalemites are, as it were, the pattern which the Mahometan princes have chiefly imitated. The articles were these: 1. The Christians shall build no new churches, either in the city or the adjacent territory. 2. They shall not refuse the Mussulmans entrance into their churches, either by night or day. 3. They should set open the doors of them to all passengers and travelers. 4. If any Mussulman should be upon a journey, they shall be obliged to entertain him gratis for the space of 3 days. 5. They should not teach their children the Koran, nor talk openly of their religion, nor persuade anyone to be of it. Neither should they hinder any of their relations from becoming Mahometans, if they had an inclination to it. 6. They shall pay respect to the Mussulmans, and if they were sitting, rise up to them. 7. They should not go like the Mussulmans in their dress, nor wear the same caps, shoes, nor turbans, nor part their hair as they do, nor speak after the same manner, nor be called by the names used by the Mussulmans. 8. They shall not ride upon saddles, nor bear any sort of arms, nor use the Arabic tongue in the inscriptions of their seals. 9. They shall not sell any wine. 10. They shall be obliged to keep to the same sort of habit wheresoever they went, and always wear girdles upon their waists. 11. They shall set no crosses upon their churches, nor show their crosses nor their books openly in the streets of the Mussulmans. 12. They shall not ring, but only toll their bells, nor shall they take any servant that had once belonged to the Mussulmans. 13. They shall not overlook the Mussulmans in their houses. And some say that Omar commanded the inhabitants of Jerusalem to have the 4 parts of their heads shaved, and obliged them to ride upon their panels sideways, and not like the Mussulmans. Upon these terms the Christians had liberty of conscience, paying such tribute as their masters thought fit to impose upon them, and Jerusalem, once the glory of the East, was forced to submit to a heavier yoke than ever it had borne before. For though the number of the slain and the calamities of the besieged were greater when it was taken by the Romans, yet the servitude of those that survived was nothing comparable to this, either in respect of the circumstances or the duration. For however it might seem to be utterly ruined and destroyed by Titus, yet by Hadrian's time it had greatly recovered itself. Now it fell, as it were, once for all, into the hands of the most mortal enemies of the Christian religion, and has continued so ever since, with the exception of a brief interval of about 90 years, during which it was held by the Christians in the Holy War. The Christians having submitted on these terms, Omar gave them the following writing under his hand. In the name of the most merciful God, from Omar ibn al-Khattab to the inhabitants of Ilia. They shall be protected and secured both in their lives and fortunes, and their churches shall neither be pulled down nor made use of by any but themselves. Upon this the gates were immediately opened, and the Caliph and those that were with him marched in. The Patriarch kept them company, and the Caliph talked with him familiarly, and asked him many questions concerning the antiquities of the place. Among other places which they visited, they went into the Temple of the Resurrection, and Omar sat down in the midst of it. When the time of prayers was come, the Mahometans have 5 set times of prayer in a day. Omar told the Patriarch that he had a mind to pray, and desired him to show him a place where he might perform his devotion. The Patriarch bade him pray where he was, but this he positively refused. Then, taking him out from thence, the Patriarch went with him into Constantine's church, and laid a mat for him to pray there, but he would not. At last he went alone to the steps which were at the east gate of St. Constantine's church, and kneeled by himself upon one of them. Having ended his prayers, he sat down and asked the Patriarch if he knew why he had refused to pray in the church. The Patriarch confessed that he could not tell what were his reasons. Why then, says Omar, I will tell you. You know I promised you that none of your churches should be taken away from you, but that you should possess them quietly yourselves. Now, if I had prayed in any one of these churches, the Mussulmans would infallibly take it away from you as soon as I had departed homeward. And notwithstanding all you might allege, they would say, This is the place where Omar prayed, and we will pray here too. And so you would have been turned out of your church, contrary both to my intention and your expectation. But because my praying even on the steps of one may perhaps give some occasion to the Mussulmans to cause you disturbance on this account, I shall take what care I can to prevent that. So calling for pen, ink, and paper, he expressly commanded that none of the Mussulmans should pray upon the steps in any multitudes, but one by one, that they should never meet there to go to prayers, and that the muezzin, or crier that calls the people to prayers, for the Mahometans never use bells, should not stand there. This paper he gave to the Patriarch for a security, lest his praying upon the steps of the church should have set such an example to the Mussulmans as might occasion any inconvenience to the Christians, a noble instance of singular fidelity and the religious observance of a promise. This Caliph did not think it enough to perform what he engaged himself, but used all possible diligence to oblige others to do so too. And when the unwary Patriarch had desired him to pray in the church, little considering what might be the consequence, the Caliph, well knowing how apt men are to be superstitious in the imitation of their princes and great men, especially such as they look upon to be successors of a prophet, made the best provision he could, that no pretended imitation of him might lead to the infringement of the security he had already given. In the same year that Jerusalem was taken, Sa'id ibn Abi Waqqas, one of Omar's captains, was making fearful havoc in the territories of Persia. He took Madain, formerly the treasury and magazine of Khosroes, king of Persia, where he found money and rich furniture of all sorts, inestimable. Al-Makkari says that they found there no less than 3,000 million of ducats, besides Khosroes' crown and wardrobe, which was exceedingly rich, his clothes being all adorned with gold and jewels of great value. Then they opened the roof of Khosroes' porch, where they found another considerable sum. They also plundered his armory, which was well stored with all sorts of weapons. Among other things, they brought to Omar a piece of silk hangings, 60 cubits square, all curiously wrought with needlework. That it was of great value appears from the price which Ali had for that part of it which fell to his share when Omar divided it, which, though it was none of the best, yielded him 20,000 pieces of silver. After this, in the same year, the Persians were defeated by the Saracens in a great battle near Jalula. Omar, having taken Jerusalem, continued there about 10 days to put things in order. Omar now thought of returning to Medina, having first disposed his affairs after the following manner. Syria he divided into 2 parts, and committed all that lies between Harran and Aleppo to Abu Ubaidah, with orders to make war upon it till he had completely subdued it. Yazid ibn Abu Sufyan was to take the charge of all Palestine and the seashore. Amru ibn al-As was sent to invade Egypt, no inconsiderable part of the emperor's dominions, which were now continually moldering away. The Saracens at Medina had almost given Omar over and began to conclude that he would never stir from Jerusalem, but be one to stay there from the richness of the country and the sweetness of the air, but especially by the thought that it was the country of the prophets and the Holy Land, and the place where we must all be summoned together at the resurrection. At last he came, the more welcome the less he had been expected. Abu Ubaidah, in the meantime, reduced Kinizrin and El-Hadir, the inhabitants paying down 5,000 ounces of gold, and as many of silver, 2,000 suits of clothes of several sorts of silk, and 500 asses' loads of figs and olives. Yazid marched against Caesarea in vain, that place being too well fortified to be taken by his little army, especially since it had been reinforced by the emperor, who had sent a store of all sorts of provision by sea, and a reinforcement to the garrison of 2,000 men. The inhabitants of Aleppo were much disheartened by the loss of Kinizrin and El-Hadir, well knowing that it would not be long before their turn would come to experience themselves what, till then, they had known only by report. They had 2 governors, brothers, who dwelt in the castle, the strongest in all Syria, which was not at that time encompassed by the town, but stood out of it at a little distance. The name of one of these brethren, if my author mistakes not, was Euchina, the other John. Their father held of the Emperor Heraclius all the territory between Aleppo and Euphrates, after whose decease Euchina managed the affairs. John, not troubling himself with secular employments, did not meddle with the government, but led a monkish life, spending his time in retirement, reading, and deeds of charity. He tried to persuade his brother to secure himself by compounding with the Arabs for a good round sum of money, but he told him that he talked like a monk, and did not understand what belonged to a soldier, that he had provisions and warlike means enough, and was resolved to make the best resistance he could. Accordingly, the next day he called his men together, among whom there were several Christian Arabs, and having armed them, and for their encouragement distributed some money among them, told them that he was fully purposed to act offensively, and, if possible, give the Saracens battle before they should come too near Aleppo. He was informed that the Saracen army was divided and weakened, a part being gone to Caesarea, another to Damascus, and a third into Egypt. Having thus inspirited his men, he marched forward with 12,000. Abu Ubaidah had sent before him Ka'b ibn Damara with 1,000 men, but with express orders not to fight till he had received information of the strength of the enemy. Euchina's spies found Ka'b and his men resting themselves and watering their horses, quite secure and free from all apprehension of danger, upon which Euchina laid an ambuscade, and then, with the rest of his men, fell upon the Saracens. The engagement was sharp, and the Saracens had the best of it at first, but the ambuscade breaking in upon them, they were in great danger of being overpowered with numbers, 170 of them being slain, and most of the rest being grievously wounded, that they were upon the very brink of despair, and cried out, Ya Mahomet, Ya Mahomet, O Mahomet, O Mahomet. However, with much difficulty they made shift to hold up till night parted them, earnestly expecting the coming of Abu Ubaidah. End of section 25. Section 26 of the Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ryan Fahey, Fairfield, Connecticut. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 4. Edited by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. Section 26. The Saracen Conquest of Syria, A.D. 636, by Simon Ockley, Part 3. In the meantime, while Euchina was going out with his forces to engage the Saracens, the wealthy and trading people of Aleppo, knowing very well how hard it would go with them if they should stand it out obstinately to the last and be taken by storm, resolved upon debate to go and make terms with Abu Ubaidah, that, let Euchina's success be what it would, they might be secure. As they were going back, they chanced to meet with one of Euchina's officers, to whom they gave an account of the whole transaction, Upon this he hastened with all possible speed to his master, who was waiting with impatience for the morning, that he might dispatch Cobb and his men, whom the coming of the night had preserved. But hearing this news, he began to fear lest an attempt should be made upon the castle in his absence, and thought it safest to make the best of his way homeward. In the morning the Saracens were surprised to see no enemy, and wondered what was the matter with them. Cobb would have pursued them, but none of his men had any inclination to go with him, so they rested themselves, and in a little time Khalid and Abu Obeidah came up with the rest of the army. Abu Obeidah reminded Khalid of the obligation they were under to protect the Aleppians, now their confederates, who were likely to be exposed to the outrage and cruelty of Yukinna, for, in all probability, he would severely resent their defection. They therefore marched as fast as they could, and when they drew near Aleppo found that they had not been at all wrong in their apprehensions. Yukinna had drawn up his soldiers with the design to fall upon the townsmen, and threatened them with present death unless they would break their covenant with the Arabs and go out with him to fight them, and unless they brought out to him the first contriver and proposer of the convention. At last he fell upon them in good earnest, and killed about 300 of them. His brother John, who was in the castle, hearing a piteous outcry and lamentation, came down from the castle and entreated his brother to spare the people, representing to him that Jesus Christ had commanded us not to contend with our enemies, much less with those of our own religion. Yukinna told him that they had agreed with the Arabs and assisted them, which John excused, telling him that what they did was only for their own security, because they were no fighting men. In short, he took their part so long till he provoked his brother to that degree that he charged him with being the chief contriver and manager of the whole business, and at last, in a great passion, cut his head off. While he was murdering the unhappy Aleppians, Khalid, better late than never, came to their relief. Yukinna, perceiving his arrival, retired with a considerable number of soldiers into the castle. The Saracens killed that day 3,000 of his men. However, he prepared himself to sustain a siege, and planted engines upon the castle walls. Abu Obeidah next deliberated in a council of war what measures were most proper to be taken. Some were of opinion that the best way would be to besiege the castle with some part of the army, and let the rest be sent out to forage. Khalid would not hear of it, but was for attacking the castle at once with their whole force, that, if possible, it might be taken before fresh supplies could arrive from the emperor. This plan being adopted, they made a vigorous assault, in which they had as hard fighting as any in all the wars of Syria. The besieged made a noble defense, and threw stones from the walls in such plenty that a great many of the Saracens were killed, and a great many more maimed. Yukinna, encouraged with his success, determined to act on the offensive, and turn everything to advantage. The Saracens looked upon all the country as their own, and knowing that there was no army of the enemy near them, and fearing nothing less than an attack from the besieged, kept guard negligently. In the dead of night, therefore, Yukinna sent out a party who, as soon as the fires were out in the camp, fell upon the Saracens, and having killed about 60, carried off 50 prisoners. Khalid pursued and cut off about 100 of them, but the rest escaped to the castle with the prisoners, who by the command of Yukinna were the next day beheaded in the sight of the Saracen army. Upon this, Yukinna ventured once more to send out another party, having received information from one of his spies, most of which were Christian Arabs, that some of the Mussulmans were gone out to forage. They fell upon the Mussulmans, killed 130 of them, and seized all their camels, mules, and horses, which they either killed or hamstrung, and then they retired into the mountains, in hopes of lying hid during the day and returning to the castle in the silence of the night. In the meantime, some that had escaped brought the news to Abu Obeidah, who sent Khalid and Darar to pursue the Christians. Coming to the place of the fight, they found their men and camels dead, and the country people making great lamentation, for they were afraid lest the Saracens should suspect them of treachery, and revenge upon them their loss. Falling down before Khalid, they told him they were altogether innocent, and had not in any way, either directly or indirectly, been instrumental in the attack, but that it was made solely by a party of horse that sallied from the castle. Khalid, having made them swear that they knew nothing more, and taking some of them for guides, closely watched the only passage by which the sallying party could return to the castle. When about a fourth part of the night was past, they perceived Yukinna's men approaching, and, falling upon them, took 300 prisoners and killed the rest. The prisoners begged to be allowed to ransom themselves, but they were all beheaded the next morning in front of the castle. The Saracens pressed the siege for a while very closely, but perceiving that they made no way, Abu Obeidah removed the camp about a mile's distance from the castle, hoping by this means to tempt the besieged to security and negligence in their watch, which might eventually afford him an opportunity of taking the castle by surprise. But all would not do, for Yukinna kept a very strict watch and suffered not a man to stir out. The siege continued 4 months, and some say 5. In the meantime, Omar was very much concerned, having heard nothing from the camp in Syria. He wrote therefore to Abu Ubaidah, letting him know how tender he was over the Mussulmans, and what a great grief it was to him to hear no news of them for so long a time. Abu Ubaidah answered that Kinizrin, Hegira, and Aleppo were surrendered to him, only the castle of Aleppo held out, and that they had lost a considerable number of men before it, that he had some thoughts of raising the siege and passing forward into that part of the country which lies between Aleppo and Antioch, but only he stayed for his answer. About the time that Abu Ubaidah's messengers reached Medina, there also arrived a considerable number of men out of the several tribes of the Arabs, to proffer their service to the Caliph. Omar ordered 70 camels to help their foot, and dispatched them into Syria, with a letter to Abu Ubaidah, in which he acquainted him that he was variously affected according to the different success they had met, but charged them by no means to raise the siege of the castle, for that would make them look little, and encourage their enemies to fall upon them on all sides. Wherefore, adds he, continue besieging it till God shall determine the event, and forage with your horse round about the country. Among those fresh supplies which Omar had just sent to the Saracen camp, there is a very remarkable man, whose name was Damas, of a gigantic size, and an admirable soldier. When he had been in the camp 47 days, and all the force and cunning of the Saracens availed nothing toward taking the castle, he desired Abu Ubaidah to let him have the command of 30 men, and he would try his best against it. Khalid had heard much of the man, and told Abu Ubaidah a long story of a wonderful performance of this Damas in Arabia, and that he looked upon him as a very proper person for such an undertaking. Abu Ubaidah selected 30 men to go with him, and bade them not to despise their commander because of the meanness of his condition, he being a slave, and swore that, but for the care of the whole army which lay upon him, he would be the first man that should go under him upon such an enterprise. To which they answered with entire submission and profound respect. Damas, who lay hid at no great distance, went out several times, and brought in with him 5 or 6 Greeks, but never a man of them understood one word of Arabic, which made him angry, and say, God curse these dogs, what a strange barbarous language they use. At last he went out again, and seeing a man descend from the wall, he took him prisoner, and by the help of a Christian Arab, whom he captured shortly afterward, examined him. He learned from him that immediately upon the departure of the Saracens, Yukinna began to ill-use the townsmen who had made the convention with the Arabs, and to exact large sums of money of them, that he being one of them had endeavored to make his escape from the oppression and tyranny of Yukinna by leaping down from the wall. Upon this the Saracens let him go, as being under their protection by virtue of the articles made between Abu Ubaidah and the Aleppians, but beheaded all the rest. In the evening, after having sent 2 of his men to Abu Ubaidah, requesting him to order a body of horse to move forward to his support about sunrise, Damas has recourse to the following stratagem. Taking out of a knapsack a goat's skin, he covered with it his back and shoulders, and holding a dry crust in his hand, he crept on all 4s as near to the castle as he could. When he heard a noise, or suspected anyone to be near, to prevent his being discovered, he began to make a noise with his crust, as a dog does when gnawing a bone. The rest of his company came after him, sometimes skulking and creeping along, at other times walking. When they came near to the castle, it appeared almost inaccessible. However, Damas was resolved to make an attempt upon it. Having found a place where the walls seemed easier to scale than elsewhere, he sat down upon the ground and ordered another to sit upon his shoulders, and so on till 7 of them had mounted up, each sitting upon the other's shoulders, and all leaning against the wall, so as to throw as much of their weight as possible upon it. Then he that was uppermost of all stood upright upon the shoulders of the second. Next, the second raised himself, and so on, all in order, till at last Damas himself stood up, bearing the weight of all the rest upon his shoulders, who, however, did all they could to relieve him by bearing against the wall. By this means the uppermost man could just make a shift to reach the top of the wall, while in an undertone they all cried, "O apostle of God, help us and deliver us." When this man had got up on the wall, he found a watchman drunk and asleep. Seizing him hand and foot, he threw him down among the Saracens, who immediately cut him to pieces. 2 other sentinels, whom he found in the same condition, he stabbed with his dagger and threw down from the wall. He then let down his turban and drew up the second, they too the third, till at last Damas was drawn up, who enjoined them to wait there in silence while he went and looked about him. In this expedition he gained a sight of Euchina, richly dressed, sitting upon a tapestry of scarlet silk flowered with gold, and a large company with him, eating and drinking, and very merry. On his return he told his men that because of the great inequality of their numbers, he did not think it advisable to fall upon them then, but had rather wait till break of day, at which time they might look for help from the main body. In the meantime he went alone, and privately stabbing the sentinels, and setting open the gates, came back to his men, and bade them hasten to take possession of the gates. This was not done so quietly, but they were at last taken notice of, and the castle alarmed. There was no hope of escape for them, but everyone expected to perish. Damas behaved himself bravely, but, overpowered by superior numbers, he and his men were no longer able to hold up, when, as the morning began to dawn, Khalid came to their relief. As soon as the besieged perceived the Saracens rushing in upon them, they threw down their arms and cried, "Quarter!" Abu Obeidah was not far behind with the rest of the army. Having taken the castle, he proposed Mahometanism to the Christians. The first that embraced it was Euchina, and his example was followed by some of the chief men with him, who immediately had their wives and children and all their wealth restored to them. Abu Obeidah set the old and impotent people at liberty, and having set apart the fifth of the spoil, which was of great value, divided the rest among the Mussulmans. Damas was talked of and admired by all, and Abu Obeidah, in order to pay him marked respect, commanded the army to continue in their present quarters till he and his men should be perfectly cured of their wounds. Obeidah's next thoughts, after the capture of the castle of Aleppo, were to march to Antioch, then the seat of the Grecian emperor. But Euchina, the late governor of the castle of Aleppo, having, with the changing of his religion, become a deadly enemy of the Christians, persuaded him to defer his march to Antioch, till they had first taken the castle of Azaz. The armies before Antioch were drawn out in battle array in front of each other. The Christian general, whose name was Nestorius, went forward and challenged any Saracen to single combat. Damas was the first to answer him, but in the engagement, his horse stumbling, he was seized before he could recover himself, and, being taken prisoner, was conveyed by Nestorius to his tent, and there bound. Nestorius, returning to the army and offering himself a second time, was answered by one Dahak. The combatants behaved themselves bravely, and, the victory being doubtful, the soldiers were desirous of being spectators, and pressed eagerly forward. In the jostling and thronging both of horse and foot to see this engagement, the tent of Nestorius, with his chair of state, was thrown down. 3 servants had been left in the tent, who, fearing they should be beaten when their master came back, and having nobody else to help them, told Damas that if he would lend them a hand to set up the tent and put things in order, they would unbind him, upon condition that he should voluntarily return to his bonds again till their master came home, at which time they promised to speak a good word for him. He readily accepted the terms, but as soon as he was at liberty, he immediately seized 2 of them, one in his right hand, the other in his left, and dashed their 2 heads so violently against the third man's that they all 3 fell down dead upon the spot. Then, opening a chest and taking out a rich suit of clothes, he mounted a good horse of Nestorius's, and having wrapped up his face as well as he could, he made toward the Christian Arabs, where Jabala, with the chief of his tribe, stood on the left hand of Heraclius. In the meantime, Dahak and Nestorius, being equally matched, continued fighting till both their horses were quite tired out, and they were obliged to part by consent to rest themselves. Nestorius, returning to his tent, and finding things in such confusion, easily guessed that Damas must be the cause of it. The news flew instantly through all the army, and everyone was surprised at the strangeness of the action. Damas, in the meantime, had gotten among the Christian Arabs, and striking off at one blow the man's head that stood next him, made a speedy escape to the Saracens. Antioch was not lost without a set battle. but through the treachery of Euchina and several other persons of note, together with the assistance of Durar and his company, who were mixed with Euchina's men, the Christians were beaten entirely. The people of the town, perceiving the battle lost, made agreement and surrendered, paying down 300,000 ducats, upon which Abu Obeidah entered into Antioch on Tuesday, being the 21st day of August, A.D. 638. Thus did that ancient and famous city, the seat of so many kings and princes, fall into the hands of the infidels. The beauty of the site and abundance of all things contributing to delight and luxury were so great that Abu Obeidah, fearing his Saracens should be effeminated with the delicacies of that place, and remit their wonted vigor and bravery, durst not let them continue there long. After a short halt of 3 days to refresh his men, he again marched out of it. Then he wrote a letter to the Caliph, in which he gave him an account of his great success in taking the metropolis of Syria, and of the flight of Heraclius to Constantinople, telling him withal what was the reason why he stayed no longer there, adding that the Saracens were desirous of marrying the Grecian women, which he had forbidden. He was afraid, he said, lest the love of the things of this world should take possession of their hearts and draw them off from their obedience to God. Constantine, the Emperor Heraclius' son, guarded that part of the country where Amru lay, with a considerable army. The weather was very cold, and the Christians were quite disheartened, having been frequently beaten and discouraged with the daily increasing power of the Saracens, so that a great many grew weary of the service and withdrew from the army. Constantine, having no hopes of victory and fearing lest the Saracens should seize Caesarea, took the opportunity of a tempestuous night to move off, and left his camp to the Saracens. Amru, acquainting Abu Obeidah with all that had happened, received express orders to march directly to Caesarea, where he promised to join him speedily, in order to go against Tripoli, Acre, and Tyre. A short time after this, Tripoli was surprised by the treachery of Euchina, who succeeded in getting possession of it on a sudden, and without any noise. Within a few days of its capture there arrived in the harbor about 50 ships from Cyprus and Crete, with provisions and arms which were to go to Constantine. The officers, not knowing that Tripoli was fallen into the hands of new masters, made no scruple of landing there, where they were courteously received by Euchina, who proffered the utmost of his service, and promised to go along with them, but immediately seized both them and their ships, and delivered the town into the hands of Khalid, who was just come. With these ships the traitor Euchina sailed to Tyre, where he told the inhabitants that he had brought arms and provisions for Constantine's army, upon which he was kindly received, and, landing, he was liberally entertained with 900 of his men, but being betrayed by one of his own soldiers, he and his crew were seized and bound, receiving all the while such treatment from the soldiers as their villainous practices well deserved. In the meantime, Yazid ibn Abu Sufyan, being detached by Abu Obeidah from the camp before Caesarea, came within sight of Tyre. The governor upon this caused Euchina and his men to be conveyed to the castle, and there secured, and prepared for the defense of the town. Perceiving that Yazid had with him but 2,000 men in all, he resolved to make a sally. In the meantime, the rest of the inhabitants ran up to the walls to see the engagement. While they were fighting, Euchina and his men were set at liberty by one Basil, of whom they give the following account, viz., that this Basil, going one day to pay a visit to Hegira the monk, the caravan of the Koreashites came by, with which were Khadijah's camels, under the care of Mahomet. As he looked toward the caravan, he beheld Mahomet in the middle of it, and above him there was a cloud to keep him from the sun. Then the caravan having halted, as Mahomet leaned against an old withered tree, it immediately brought forth leaves. Hegira, perceiving this, made an entertainment for the caravan, and invited them into the monastery. They all went, leaving Mahomet behind with the camels. Hegira, missing him, asked if they were all present. Yes, they said, all but a little boy we have left to look after their things and feed the camels. What is his name? Says Hegira. They told him, Mahomet ibn Abdallah. Hegira asked if his father and mother were not both dead, and if he was not brought up by his grandfather and his uncle. Being informed that it was so, he said, O Carew, set a high value upon him, for he is your Lord, and by him will your power be great, both in this world and that to come, for he is your ornament and glory. When they asked him how he knew that, Hegira answered, because as you were coming, there was never a tree nor stone nor clod, but bowed itself and worshipped God. Moreover, Hegira told this Basil that a great many prophets had leaned against this tree and sat under it since it was first withered, but that it never bore any leaves before. And I heard him say, says this same Basil, this is the prophet concerning whom Isa, Jesus, spake. Happy is he that believes in him and follows him and gives credit to his mission. This Basil, after the visit to Hegira, had gone to Constantinople and other parts of the Greek emperor's territories, and upon information of the great success of the followers of this prophet, was abundantly convinced of the truth of his mission. This inclined him, having so fair an opportunity offered, to release Euchina and his men, who, sending word to the ships, the rest of their forces landed and joined them. In the meantime, a messenger in disguise was sent to acquaint Yazid with what was done. As soon as he returned, Euchina was for falling upon the townsmen upon the wall, but Basil said, perhaps God might lead some of them into the right way, and persuaded him to place the men so as to prevent their coming down from the wall. This done, they cried out, La ilaha, etc. The people, perceiving themselves betrayed and the prisoners at liberty, were in the utmost confusion, none of them being able to stir a step or lift up a hand. The Saracens in the camp, hearing the noise in the city, knew what it meant, and, marching up, Euchina opened the gates and let them in. Those that were in the city fled, some one way and some another, and were pursued by the Saracens and put to the sword. Those upon the wall cried, Quarter! But Yazid told them that since they had not surrendered, but the city was taken by force, they were all slaves. However, said he, we of our own accord set you free, upon condition you pay tribute, and if any of you has a mind to change his religion, he shall fare as well as we do. The greatest part of them turned Mahometans. When Constantine heard of the loss of Tripoli and Tyre, his heart failed him, and taking shipping with his family and the greater part of his wealth, he departed for Constantinople. All this while Amru ben el-As lay before Caesarea. In the morning, when the people came to inquire after Constantine, and could hear no tidings of him nor his family, they consulted together, and with one consent surrendered the city to Amru, paying down for their security 2,000 pieces of silver, and delivering into his hands all that Constantine had been obliged to leave behind him of his property. Thus was Caesarea lost in the year of our Lord 638, being the 17th year of the Hegira and the 5th of Omar's reign, which answers to the 29th year of the Emperor Heraclius. After the taking of Caesarea, all the other places in Syria which is yet held out, namely Ramla, Acre, Joppa, Ascalon, Gaza, Sichem or Nablus, and Tiberias surrendered, and in a little time after, the people of Bairo Zidon, Jabala, and Laodicea followed their example, so that there remained nothing more for the Saracens to do in Syria, who, in little more than 6 years from the time of their first expedition in Abu Bakr's reign, had succeeded in subduing the whole of that large, wealthy, and populous country. Syria did not remain long in the possession of those persons who had the chief hand in subduing it, for in the 18th year of the Hegira, the mortality in Syria, both among men and beasts, was so terrible, particularly at Emmaus and the adjacent territory, that the Arabs called that year the year of destruction. By that pestilence the Saracens lost 25,000 men, among whom were Abu Obeidah, who was then 58 years old, Sir Jabal ibn Hazana, formerly Mahomet's secretary, and Yazid ibn Abu Sufyan, with several other officers of note. Khalid survived them about 3 years, and then died. But the place of his burial, consequently of his death, for they did not use in those days to carry them far, is uncertain. Some say at Hems, others at Medina. End of section 26.
Section 27 of the Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 4, by Rossiter Johnson, Charles F. Horne, and John Rudd. Saracens conquer Egypt. Destruction of the library at Alexandria, A.D. 640, by Washington Irving. Who shall estimate the loss to civilization and the world that has been caused by the destruction of accumulated stores of books through the crass ignorance or stupid bigotry of benighted rulers? The chronicles record a number of such vandal acts. Huangti, one of China's greatest monarchs, he who built the Great Wall of China, attempted the complete extinction of literature in that country B.C. 213. That prince, being at one time strongly opposed by certain men of letters, expressed his hatred and contempt not only of the literary class, but of literature itself, and resorted to extreme measures of coercion. All books were proscribed, and orders issued to burn every work except those relating to medicine, agriculture, and science. The destruction was carried out with terrible completeness. The burning of the books was accompanied by the execution of 500 of the literati, and by the banishment of many thousands. The destruction of the Alexandrian library by command of Omar was as complete as the extinction of literature in China by Huangti as head of the Moslem religion. Omar, using the intrepid Amru, was vicariously proselytizing in true Mahometan style, in one hand offering the Koran, while the other extended the sword. After a successful campaign in Palestine, Omar's victorious banners were planted in the historic soil of the Pharaohs. A protracted siege of 7 months found Amru master of the royal city of Alexandria. The library there was famed as the greatest magazine of literature. But this availed nothing with the ruthless Omar, for he doomed it to annihilation. Professor Thomas Smith says, "The library had been collected at fabulous expense of labor and money from all countries of the world. Its destruction was a wanton act, but its perpetrators showed, like the loving spouse of another noted personage, that, though on pleasure he was bent, he had a frugal mind. He did not consume the books on their shelves, or in whatever repositories contained them, although doubtless they would have made a beautiful blaze. He utilized them as fuel for heating the baths of the city, and we are told that they sufficed to heat the water for 4,000 such baths for 6 months. With an average share of persuasibility, when it is not against our will to be convinced, we stagger at the statement that 730,000 furnaces could have been supplied with fuel from the contents of even that magnificent palace, and therefore venture to suggest that the papyri and palm leaf manuscripts were used rather as fire lighters than as fuel. Even this is a rather large order, but undoubtedly the collection was enormous. The reason tradition ascribes to Omar for this act has never, so far as we know, been disputed till quite recently, when historical criticism has taken it in hand. The contents of these books are either in accordance with the teaching of the Koran, or they are opposed to it. If in accord, then they are useless, since the Koran itself is sufficient, and if in opposition, they are pernicious and must be destroyed. But the piecemeal destruction of many hundreds of thousands of manuscripts was no trifling task, even for a despotic caliph. A few escaped their doom. How, we do not know. Perhaps some officer annexed for himself some manuscript that struck him as specially beautiful. Or perhaps some stoker at some bath rejected one as slow of ignition. At all events, a few, probably very few, were preserved, and among them must have been copies of the writings of Euclid and Ptolemy, the Elements of the one, the Almagest of the other. A proof of the religious infatuation, or the blind confidence in destiny, which hurried the Moslem commanders of those days into the most extravagant enterprises, is furnished in the invasion of the once proud empire of the Pharaohs, the mighty, the mysterious Egypt, with an army of merely 5,000 men. The Caliph Omar himself, though he had suggested this expedition, seems to have been conscious of its rashness, or rather to have been chilled by the doubts of his prime counselor Othman. For while Amru was on the march, he dispatched missives after him to the following effect: "If this epistle reach thee before thou hast crossed the boundary of Egypt, come instantly back. But if it find thee within the Egyptian territory, march on with the blessing of Allah, and be assured I will send thee all necessary aid." The bearer of the letter overtook Amru while yet within the bounds of Syria. That wary general either had secret information or made a shrewd surmise as to the purport of his errand, and continued his march across the border without admitting him to an audience. Having encamped at the Egyptian village of Arish, he received the courier with all due respect, and read the letter aloud in the presence of his officers. When he had finished, he demanded of those about him whether they were in Syria or Egypt. "In Egypt," was the reply. "Then," said Amru, "we will proceed with the blessing of Allah, and fulfill the commands of the Caliph." The first place to which he laid siege was Farwak, or Pelusium, situated on the shores of the Mediterranean, on the isthmus which separates that sea from the Arabian Gulf, and connects Egypt with Syria and Arabia. It was therefore considered the key to Egypt. A month's siege put Amru in possession of the place. He then examined the surrounding country with more forethought than was generally manifested by the Moslem conquerors, and projected a canal across the isthmus, to connect the waters of the Red Sea and the Mediterranean. His plan, however, was condemned by the Caliph as calculated to throw open Arabia to a maritime invasion of the Christians. Amru now proceeded to Misra, the Memphis of the ancients, and residence of the early Egyptian kings. This city was at that time the strongest fortress in Egypt, except Alexandria, and still retained much of its ancient magnificence. It stood on the western bank of the Nile, above the delta, and a little east of the pyramids. The citadel was of great strength and well garrisoned, and had recently been surrounded with a deep ditch, into which nails and spikes had been thrown to impede assailants. The Arab armies, rarely provided with the engines necessary for the attack of fortified places, generally beleaguered them, cut off all supplies, attacked all foraging parties that sallied forth, and thus destroyed the garrison in detail, or starved it to a surrender. This was the reason of the long duration of their sieges. This of Misra, or Memphis, lasted 7 months, in the course of which the little army of Amru was much reduced by frequent skirmishings. At the end of this time he received a reinforcement of 4,000 men, sent to him at his urgent entreaties by the Caliph. Still his force would have been insufficient for the capture of the place, had he not been aided by the treachery of its governor, Muqawqis. This man, an original Egyptian, or Copt by birth, and of noble rank, was a profound hypocrite. Like most of the Copts, he was of the Jacobite sect, who denied the double nature of Christ. He had dissembled his sectarian creed, however, and deceived the Emperor Heraclius by a show of loyalty, so as to be made prefect of his native province and governor of the city. Most of the inhabitants of Memphis were Copts and Jacobite Christians, and held their Greek fellow citizens, who were of the regular Catholic Church of Constantinople, in great antipathy. Muqawqis, in the course of his administration, had collected by taxes and tribute an immense amount of treasure, which he had deposited in the citadel. He saw that the power of the emperor was coming to an end in this quarter, and thought the present a good opportunity to provide for his own fortune. Carrying on a secret correspondence with the Moslem general, he agreed to betray the place into his hands on condition of receiving the treasure as a reward for his treason. He accordingly, at an appointed time, removed the greater part of the garrison from the citadel to an island in the Nile. The fortress was immediately assailed by Amru at the head of his fresh troops, and was easily carried by assault, the Copts rendering no assistance. The Greek soldiery, on the Moslem standard being hoisted on the citadel, saw through the treachery, and giving up all as lost, escaped in their ships to the mainland, upon which the prefect surrendered the place by capitulation. An annual tribute of 2 ducats a head was levied on all the inhabitants of the district, with the exception of old men, women, and boys under the age of 16 years. It was further conditioned that the Moslem army should be furnished with provisions, for which they would pay, and that the inhabitants of the country should forthwith build bridges over all the streams on the way to Alexandria. It was also agreed that every Mussulman traveling through the country should be entitled to 3 days' hospitality, free of charge. The trader Mucaucus was put in possession of his ill-gotten wealth. He begged of Amru to be taxed with the Copts, and always to be enrolled among them, declaring his abhorrence of the Greeks and their doctrines, urging Amru to persecute them with unremitting violence. He extended his sectarian bigotry even into the grave, stipulating that at his death he should be buried in the Christian Jacobite church of St. John at Alexandria. Amru, who was politic as well as brave, seeing the irreconcilable hatred of the Coptic or Jacobite Christians to the Greeks, showed some favor to that sect, in order to make use of them in his conquest of the country. He even prevailed upon their patriarch Benjamin to emerge from his desert and hold a conference with him, and subsequently declared that he had never conversed with a Christian priest of more innocent manners or venerable aspect. This piece of diplomacy had its effect, for we are told that all the Copts above and below Memphis swore allegiance to the Caliph. Amru now pressed on for the city of Alexandria, distant about 125 miles. According to stipulation, the people of the country repaired the roads and erected bridges to facilitate his march. The Greeks, however, driven from various quarters by the progress of their invaders, had collected at different posts on the island of the Delta and the channels of the Nile, and disputed with desperate but fruitless obstinacy the onward course of the conquerors. The severest check was given at Kadam el-Shoraic by the late garrison of Memphis, who had fortified themselves there after retreating from the island of the Nile. For 3 days did they maintain a gallant conflict with the Moslems, and then retired in good order to Alexandria. With all the facilities furnished to them on their march, it cost the Moslems 22 days to fight their way to that great city. Alexandria now lay before them, the metropolis of wealthy Egypt, the emporium of the East, a place strongly fortified, stored with all the munitions of war, open by sea to all kinds of supplies and reinforcements, and garrisoned by Greeks, aggregated from various quarters, who here were to make the last stand for their Egyptian empire. It would seem that nothing short of an enthusiasm bordering on madness could have led Amru and his host on an enterprise against this powerful city. The Moslem leader, on planting his standard before the place, summoned it to surrender on the usual terms, which, being promptly refused, he prepared for a vigorous siege. The garrison did not wait to be attacked, but made repeated sallies, and fought with desperate valor. Those who gave greatest annoyance to the Moslems were their old enemies, the Greek troops from Memphis. Amru, seeing that the greatest offense was from a main tower, or citadel, made a gallant assault upon it, and carried it, sword in hand. The Greek troops, however, rallied to that point from all parts of the city. The Moslems, after a furious struggle, gave way, and Amru, his faithful slave Wardan, and one of his generals named Moslema ibn al-Mukallid, fighting to the last, were surrounded, overpowered, and taken prisoners. The Greeks, unaware of the importance of their captives, led them before the governor. He demanded of them haughtily what was their object in thus overrunning the world, and disturbing the quiet of peaceable neighbors. Amru made the usual reply that they came to spread the faith of Islam, and that it was their intention, before they laid by the sword, to make the Egyptians either converts or tributaries. The boldness of his answer and the loftiness of his demeanor awakened the suspicions of the governor, who, supposing him to be a warrior of note among the Arabs, ordered one of his guards to strike off his head. Upon this, Wardan the slave, understanding the Greek language, seized his master by the collar, and giving him a buffet on the cheek, called him an impudent dog, and ordered him to hold his peace and let his superiors speak. Moslema, perceiving the meaning of the slave, now interposed, and made a plausible speech to the governor, telling him that Amru had thoughts of raising the siege, having received a letter to that effect from the Caliph, who intended to send ambassadors to treat for peace, and assuring the governor that, if permitted to depart, they would make a favorable report to Amru. The governor, who, if Arabian chronicles may be believed on this point, must have been a man of easy faith, ordered the prisoners to be set at liberty, but the shouts of the besieging army on the safe return of their general soon showed him how completely he had been duped. But scanty details of the siege of Alexandria have reached the Christian reader. Yet it was one of the longest, most obstinately contested, and sanguinary in the whole course of the Moslem wars. It endured 14 months with various success. The Moslem army was repeatedly reinforced and lost 23,000 men. At length their irresistible ardor and perseverance prevailed. The capital of Egypt was conquered, and the Greek inhabitants were dispersed in all directions. Some retreated in considerable bodies into the interior of the country, and fortified themselves in strongholds. Others took refuge in the ships and put to sea. Amru, on taking possession of the city, found it nearly abandoned. He prohibited his troops from plundering, and leaving a small garrison to guard the place, hastened with his main army in pursuit of the fugitive Greeks. In the meantime, the ships, which had taken off a part of the garrison, were still lingering on the coast, and tidings reached them that the Moslem general had departed, and had left the captured city nearly defenseless. They immediately made sail back for Alexandria, and entered the port in the night. The Greek soldiers surprised the sentinels, got possession of the city, and put most of the Moslems they found there to the sword. Amru was in full pursuit of the Greek fugitives when he heard of the recapture of the city. Mortified at his own negligence in leaving so rich a conquest with so slight a guard, he returned in all haste, resolved to retake it by storm. The Greeks, however, had fortified themselves strongly in the castle, and made stout resistance. Amru was obliged, therefore, to besiege it a second time, but the siege was short. The castle was carried by assault. Many of the Greeks were cut to pieces. The rest escaped once more to their ships, and now gave up the capital as lost. All this occurred in the 19th year of the Hegira, and the year 640 of the Christian era. On this second capture of the city by force of arms, and without capitulation, the troops were clamorous to be permitted to plunder. Amru again checked their rapacity, and commanded that all persons and property in the place should remain inviolate, until the will of the Caliph could be known. So perfect was his command over his troops that not the most trivial article was taken. His letter to the Caliph shows what must have been the population and splendor of Alexandria, and the luxury and effeminacy of its inhabitants at the time of the Moslem conquest. It states the city to have contained 4,000 palaces, 5,000 baths, 400 theaters and places of amusement, 12,000 gardeners, which supply it with vegetables, and 40,000 tributary Jews. It was impossible, he said, to do justice to its riches and magnificence. He had hitherto held it sacred from plunder, but his troops, having won it by force of arms, considered themselves entitled to the spoils of victory. The Caliph Omar, in reply, expressed a high sense of his important services, but reproved him for even mentioning the desire of the soldiery to plunder so rich a city, one of the greatest emporiums of the East. He charged him, therefore, most rigidly to watch over the rapacious propensities of his men, to prevent all pillage, violence, and waste, to collect and make out an account of all moneys, jewels, household furniture, and everything else that was valuable, to be appropriated toward defraying the expenses of this war of the faith. He ordered the tribute also, collected in the conquered country, to be treasured up at Alexandria for the supplies of the Moslem troops. The surrender of all Egypt followed the capture of its capital. A tribute of 2 ducats was laid on every male of mature age, besides a tax on all lands in proportion to their value, and the revenue which resulted to the Caliph is estimated at 12 million of ducats. It is well known that Amru was a poet in his youth, and throughout all his campaigns he manifested an intelligent and inquiring spirit. If not more highly informed, at least more liberal and extended in its views than was usual among the early Moslem conquerors. He delighted in his hours of leisure to converse with learned men, and acquire through their means such knowledge as had been denied to him by the deficiency of his education. Such a companion he found at Alexandria in a native of the place, a Christian of the sect of the Jacobites, eminent for his philological researches, his commentaries on Moses and Aristotle, and his laborious treatises of various kinds, surnamed Philoponus, from his love of study, but commonly known by the name of John the Grammarian. An intimacy soon arose between the Arab conqueror and the Christian philologist, an intimacy honorable to Amru, but destined to be lamentable in its result to the cause of letters. In an evil hour, John the Grammarian, being encouraged by the favor shown him by the Arab general, revealed to him a treasure hitherto unnoticed, or rather unvalued, by the Moslem conquerors. This was a vast collection of books or manuscripts, since renowned in history as the Alexandrian Library. Perceiving that in taking an account of everything valuable in the city, and sealing up all its treasures, Amru had taken no notice of the books, John solicited that they might be given to him. Unfortunately, the learned zeal of the grammarian gave a consequence to the books in the eyes of Amru, and made him scrupulous of giving them away without permission of the Caliph. He forthwith wrote to Omar, stating the merits of John, and requesting to know whether the books might be given to him. The reply of Omar was laconic but fatal. "The contents of those books," said he, "are in conformity with the Koran, or they are not. If they are, the Koran is sufficient without them. If they are not, they are pernicious. Let them, therefore, be destroyed." Amru, it is said, obeyed the order punctually. The books and manuscripts were distributed as fuel among the 5,000 baths of the city, but so numerous were they that it took 6 months to consume them. This act of barbarism, recorded by Abul Faragius, is considered somewhat doubtful by Gibbon, in consequence of its not being mentioned by 2 of the most ancient chroniclers, Elmason in his Saracenic history, and Eutychius in his Annals, the latter of whom was Patriarch of Alexandria, and has detailed the conquest of that city. It is inconsistent, too, with the character of Amru as a poet, and a man of superior intelligence, and it has recently been reported, we know not on what authority, that many of the literary treasures thus said to have been destroyed do actually exist in Constantinople. Their destruction, however, is generally credited and deeply deplored by historians. Amru, as a man of genius and intelligence, may have grieved at the order of the Caliph, while, as a loyal subject and faithful soldier, he felt bound to obey it. The fall of Alexandria decided the fate of Egypt, and likewise that of the Emperor Heraclius. He was already afflicted with a dropsy, and took the loss of his Syrian, and now that of his Egyptian dominions, so much to heart, that he underwent a paroxysm, which ended in his death, about 7 weeks after the loss of his Egyptian capital. He was succeeded by his son Constantine. While Amru was successfully extending his conquests, a great dearth and famine fell upon all Arabia, insomuch that the Caliph Omar had to call upon him for supplies from the fertile plains of Egypt. Whereupon Amru dispatched such a train of camels laden with grain that it is said when the first of the line had reached the city of Medina, the last had not yet left the land of Egypt. But this mode of conveyance proving too tardy, at the command of the Caliph, he dug a canal of communication from the Nile to the Red Sea, a distance of 80 miles, by which provisions might be conveyed to the Arabian shores. This canal had been commenced by Trajan, the Roman emperor. The able and indefatigable Amru went on in this manner, executing the commands, and fulfilling the wishes of the Caliph, and governing the country he had conquered with such sagacity and justice that he rendered himself one of the most worthily renowned among the Moslem generals. The life and reign of the Caliph Omar, distinguished by such great and striking events, were at length brought to a sudden and sanguinary end. Among the Persians who had been brought as slaves to Medina was one named Firuz, of the sect of the Magi, or fire worshippers. Being taxed daily by his master 2 pieces of silver out of his earnings, he complained of it to Omar as an extortion. The Caliph inquired into his condition, and finding that he was a carpenter and expert in the construction of windmills, replied that the man who excelled in such a handicraft could well afford to pay 2 dirhams a day. "Then," muttered Firuz, "I'll construct a windmill for you, that shall keep grinding until the day of judgment." Omar was struck with his menacing air. "The slave threatens me," said he calmly. "If I were disposed to punish anyone on suspicion, I should take off his head." He suffered him, however, to depart without further notice. 3 days afterward, as he was praying in the mosque, Firuz entered suddenly and stabbed him thrice with a dagger. The attendants rushed upon the assassin. He made furious resistance, slew some and wounded others, until one of his assailants threw his vest over him and seized him, upon which he stabbed himself to the heart and expired. Religion may have had some share in prompting this act of violence, perhaps revenge for the ruin brought upon his native country. "God be thanked," said Omar, "that he by whose hand it was decreed I should fall was not a Moslem." The Caliph gathered strength sufficient to finish the prayer in which he had been interrupted. "For he who deserts his prayers," said he, "is not in Islam." Being taken to his house, he languished 3 days without hope of recovery, but could not be prevailed upon to nominate a successor. "I cannot presume to do that," said he, "which the Prophet himself did not do." Some suggested that he should nominate his son Abdallah. "Omar's family," said he, "has had enough in Omar, and needs no more." He appointed a council of 6 persons to determine as to the succession after his decease, all of whom he considered worthy of the caliphate, though he gave it as his opinion that the choice would be either Ali or Othman. "Shouldst thou become caliph," said he to Ali, "do not favor thy relatives above all others, nor place the house of Hashim on the neck of all mankind." And he gave the same caution to Othman in respect to the family of Umayyah. Ibn Abbas and Ali now spoke to him in words of comfort, setting forth the blessings of Islam, which had crowned his administration, and that he would leave no one behind him who could charge him with injustice. "Testify this for me," said he earnestly, "at the day of judgment." They gave him their hands in promise, but he exacted that they should give him a written testimonial, and that it should be buried with him in the grave. Having settled all his worldly affairs, and given directions about his sepulture, he expired, the 7th day after his assassination, in the 63rd year of his age, after a triumphant reign of 10 years and 6 months. 3 days after the death of Omar, Othman ibn Affan was elected as his successor. He was 70 years of age at the time of his election. He was tall and swarthy, and his long gray beard was tinged with henna. He was strict in his religious duties, but prone to expense and lavish of his riches. In the conquest of Syria, Persia, and Egypt, says a modern writer, the fresh and vigorous enthusiasm of the personal companions and proselytes of Mahomet was exercised and expended, and the generation of warriors whose simple fanaticism had been inflamed by the teaching of the pseudo-prophet was in a great measure consumed in the sanguinary and perpetual toils of 10 arduous campaigns. We shall now see the effect of those conquests on the national character and habits. The avidity of place and power and wealth superseding religious enthusiasm, and the enervating luxury and soft voluptuousness of Syria and Persia sapping the rude but masculine simplicity of the Arabian desert. Above all, the single-mindedness of Mahomet and his 2 immediate successors is at an end. Other objects besides the mere advancement of Islamism distract the attention of its leading professors, and the struggle for worldly wealth and worldly sway, for the advancement of private ends, and the aggrandizement of particular tribes and families, destroy the unity of the empire, and beset the caliphate with intrigue, treason, and bloodshed. It was a great matter of reproach against the Caliph Othman that he was injudicious in his appointments, and had an inveterate propensity to consult the interests of his relatives and friends before that of the public. One of his greatest errors in this respect was the removal of Amru ben Alas from the government of Egypt, and the appointment of his own foster brother Abdallah ibn Sa'ad in his place. This was the same Abdallah who, in acting as amanuensis to Mahomet and writing down his revelations, had interpolated passages of his own, sometimes of a ludicrous nature. For this and for his apostasy he had been pardoned by Mahomet at the solicitation of Othman, and had ever since acted with apparent zeal, his interest coinciding with his duty. He was of a courageous spirit, and one of the most expert horsemen of Arabia, but what might have fitted him to command a horde of the desert was insufficient for the government of a conquered province. He was new and inexperienced in his present situation, whereas Amru had distinguished himself as a legislator as well as a conqueror, and had already won the affections of the Egyptians by his attention to their interests and his respect for their customs and habitudes. His dismission was therefore resented by the people, and a disposition was manifested to revolt against the new governor. The Emperor Constantine, who had succeeded to his father Heraclius, hastened to take advantage of these circumstances. A fleet and army were sent against Alexandria under a prefect named Manuel. The Greeks in the city secretly cooperated with him, and the metropolis was, partly by force of arms, partly by treachery, recaptured by the imperialists without much bloodshed. Othman, made painfully sensible of the error he had committed, hastened to revoke the appointment of his foster brother, and reinstated Amru in the command in Egypt. That able general went instantly against Alexandria with an army, in which were many Copts, irreconcilable enemies of the Greeks. Among these was the traitor Mucaucus, who, from his knowledge of the country and his influence among its inhabitants, was able to procure abundant supplies for the army. The Greek garrison defended the city bravely and obstinately. Amrou, at having thus again to lay siege to a place which he had twice already taken, swore by Allah that if he should master it a third time, he would render it as easy of access as a brothel. He kept his word, for when he took the city, he threw down the walls and demolished all the fortifications. He was merciful, however, to the inhabitants, and checked the fury of the Saracens, who were slaughtering all they met. A mosque was afterward erected on the spot at which he stayed the carnage, called the Mosque of Mercy. Manuel, the Greek general, found it expedient to embark with all speed, with such of his troops as he could save, and make sail for Constantinople. Scarce, however, had Amrou quelled every insurrection and secured the Moslem domination in Egypt, when he was again displaced from the government, and Abdallah ibn Sa'ad appointed a second time in his stead. Abdallah had been deeply mortified by the loss of Alexandria, which had been ascribed to his incapacity. He was emulous, too, of the renown of Amrou, and felt the necessity of vindicating his claims to command by some brilliant achievement. The north of Africa presented a new field for Moslem enterprise. We allude to that vast tract extending west from the desert of Libya or Barca to Cape Nun, embracing more than 2,000 miles of sea coast, comprehending the ancient divisions of Mamarica, Cyrenaica, Carthage, Numidia, and Mauritania, or, according to modern geographical destinations, Barca, Tripoli, Tunis, Algiers, and Morocco. Toward this rich land of promise, yet virgin of Islamitish seed, Abdallah, at the head of the victorious Saracens, now hopefully bent his ambitious steps. End of section 27.
Section 28 of The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Avai in April 2020. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 4. Edited by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. Evolution of the Dogeship in Venice, A.D. 697. William Carew Hazlitt. The early authentic history of Venice is intimately connected with that of the Lombards, of whom the first mention is made by Paterculus, the Roman historian, who wrote during the first quarter of the 1st century of our era. He speaks of the Langobardi, Lombards, as dwelling on the west bank of the Elbe. Tacitus also mentions them in his Germany. From the Elbe they wandered to the Danube, and there encountered the Gepidae, a branch of the Goths. The Lombards subdued this tribe after a contest of 30 years. By this victory, Alboin, the young Lombard king, rose to great power and fame. His beauty and renown were sung by German peasants even in the days of Charlemagne. His name crossed the Alps and fell, with a foreboding sound, upon the startled ears of the Italians, and toward Italy he turned for conquest. From Scythia and Germany, adventurous youth flocked to his standard. Many clans and various religions were represented in his ranks, but these diversities were overshadowed by a common devotion to the hero leader. In 568 the Lombards marched from Pannonia into Italy, conquered the northern part, still called Lombardy, and founded the kingdom of that name, which was afterward greatly extended and existed until overthrown by Charlemagne in 774. Before the invading hosts of Alboin, wealthy inhabitants of the larger cities of the province of Venetia fled to the islands of Venice, where earlier fugitives had sought shelter from King Attila and his Huns. A thriving maritime community had been established, which about this time had developed into a semi-independent protectorate of the Byzantine or Eastern Empire, attached to the Exarchate of Ravenna. Afterward, Venice underwent many political changes, among which one of the most interesting to students of history is that of the institution of the Dogeship as hereafter related. This step was taken for more than one reason of internal organization and policy, and it was also made urgent by the encroachments of the Lombards, which had become a menace to Venetian territory and commerce. The Republic, Venetian, on her part, contemplated with inquietude the rise of one monarchy after another on the skirts of the lagoon, for the Venetians not unnaturally feared that as soon as these fresh usurpers had established themselves, they might form the design of adding the islands of the Adriatic to their dominion, and of acquiring possession of the commercial advantages which belonged to the situation held by the settlers. For the Lombards, though not ranking among maritime communities, were not absolutely strangers to the laws of navigation, or to the use of ships, which might place them in a position to reduce to their control a small, feeble, and thinly peopled area, separated from their own territories only by a narrow and terraqueous strait. Moreover, the predatory visits of Leopus, Duke of Friuli, whose followers traversed the canals at low tide on horseback, and despoiled the churches of Heraclea, Aquilo, and Grado, soon afforded sufficient proof that the equestrian skill of the strangers was capable of supplying to some extent any deficiency in nautical knowledge. Venice at present formed a federative state, united by the memory of a common origin and the sense of a common interest. The Arengo, which met at Heraclea, the parent capital, at irregular intervals to deliberate on matters of public concern, was too numerous and too schismatical to exercise immediate control over the nation, and each island was consequently governed, after the abolition of the primeval consulate, in the name of the people, by a Gastaldo or tribune, whose power, nominally limited, was virtually absolute. This administration had lasted nearly 2 centuries and a half, during which period the Republic passed through a cruel ordeal of anarchy, oppression, and bloodshed. The tribunes conspired against each other, the people rebelled against the tribunes. Family rose against family, clan against clan. Sanguinary affrays were of constant occurrence on the thinly peopled Lidi and amid the pine woods, with which much of the surface was covered, and it is related that in one instance at least the bodies of the dead were left to be devoured by beasts and birds of prey, which then haunted the more thickly afforested parts. Jealousy and intolerance of the pretensions of Heraclea to a paramount voice in the policy of the community may be securely assigned as the principal and permanent source of friction and disagreement, but the predominance of that township seems to have resisted every effort of the others to supplant its central authority and wide sphere of influence, and during centuries it preserved its power through its ostensible choice as the residence of the most capable and influential citizens. The scandalous and destructive outrages attendant on the rule of the tribunes had become a vast constitutional evil. They sapped the general prosperity, they obstructed trade and industries, they made havoc on people and private property, they banished safety and repose, and they impoverished and scandalized the church. The depredations of the Lombards, which grew in the course of time bolder and more systematic in their character, certainly indicated great weakness on the part of the government. Yet it was equally certain that the weakness proceeded less from the want than from the division of strength. The sacrilegious inroads were not without their beneficial results, for they afforded those who might be disposed to institute reforms an admirable ground not only for bringing the matter more closely and immediately under the public observation, but they enlisted in the cause the foremost ecclesiastics, who might recognize in this internal disunion a danger of interminable attacks and depredations from without, if not an eventual loss of political independence, and, accordingly, in the course of the spring of 697 to 698, the Patriarch of Grado himself submitted to the Arengo at Heraclea a scheme which had been devised by him and his friends for changing the government. The proposal of the metropolitan was to divest the tribunes of the sovereignty and to have once more a magistrate, capo dei tribuni, in whom all power might be concentrated. His title was to be duke. His office was to be for life. With him was to rest the whole executive machinery. He was to preside over the synod as well as the arengo, either of which it was competent for him to convoke or dissolve at pleasure. Merely spiritual matters of a minor nature were alone, in future, to be entrusted to the clergy, and all acts of convocations, the ordination of a priest or deacon, the election of a patriarch or bishop, were to be subject to the final sanction of the ducal throne. In fact, the latter became virtually and in all material respects autocrat of Venice, not merely the tribunes, but even the hierarchy which was so directly instrumental in creating the dignity, having now no higher function than that of advisers and administrators under his direction, and it was in matters of general or momentous concern only that the Republic expected her first magistrate to seek the concurrence or advice of the National Convention. In a newly formed society, placed in the difficult situation in which the Republic found herself at the close of the 7th century, and where also a superstitious reverence for the pontiff might at present exist, apart from considerations of interest, it ought to create no surprise that the Patriarch and his supporters should have formed a unanimous determination, and have taken immediate steps to procure the adhesion of the Holy See, before the resolutions of the popular assembly were definitively carried into effect. This measure simply indicates the character of the opinions which were received at the time in Europe, as well as the strong consciousness on the part of the Patriarch, and those who acted with him, of the expediency of throwing the voice and countenance of the Church into the scale alike against the tribunicial oligarchy and against local jealousies and prejudices. There was perhaps in this case the additional inducement that the proposal to invest the Doge with supreme power and jurisdiction over the Church, as well as over the State, might seem to involve an indirect surrender, either now or hereafter, on the part of the Holy See of some of its power, as a high priest or grand pontiff, who was also a secular prince, might prove less pliant than an ordinary liegeman of the Church. But the men of 697 acted, as we must allow, sagaciously enough, when they presented their young country to the consideration of the papacy as possessing a party of order, into which the Church entered, and from which it now stood conspicuously and courageously out to take this very momentous initiative. The creation of an ecclesiastical system had been one of the foremost aims of the first founders, who discerned in the transplantation of the churches of the terra firma and their familiar pastors to the islands the most persuasive reconcilement of the fugitives to a hard and precarious lot, and after all the intervening years it was the elders of the Church who once more stepped forward and delivered their views on the best plan for healing discord, and making life in the lagoons tolerable for all. They sought some system of rule, after trying several, which would enable them to live in peace at home, and to gain strength to protect themselves from enemies. They would have been the most far-seeing of human beings if they had formed a suspicion of what kind of superstructure they were laying on the foundation. The nearest model for their adoption or imitation was the Lombard type of government almost under their very eyes, and so far as the difference of local postulates suffered, it was that to which they had recourse when they vested their new chieftain undivided jurisdiction, but primarily military attributes and a title then recognized as having, above all, a military significance. On the receipt of the desired reply, the Patriarch lost no time in calling on the National Assembly to follow up their late vote to its legitimate consequences, and the choice of the people fell on Pauluccio Anafesto, a native of Heraclea, whose name occurs here for the first time, but who may have supposed to have had some prominent share in promoting the late revolution. Anafesto was conducted to a chair which has been prepared for him in his parish church, and solemnly invested by the metropolitan with the insignia of authority, one of which is said to have been an ivory scepter, a symbol and a material borrowed from the Romans. It is not an unusual misconception that this organic change in the government involved the simultaneous extinction of the tribunicial office and title. But the truth is that the tribunes continued to exercise municipal and subordinate functions many generations after the revolution of 697. Each island of importance, such as Malamocco and Equilo, had its own tribune, while of the smaller islands several contributed to form a tribunate or governorship, and office, though neither strictly nor properly hereditary, still preserved its tendency to perpetuate itself in a limited number of families. It is only subsequently to the 12th century that less is heard of the tribunes, and the progress of administrative reform led to the gradual disappearance of this old feudal element in the constitution. In the time of Anafesto, the larger islands of the Dogado formed the seats of powerful factions. The disproportion in point of influence between the crown and the tribune of Malamocco or the tribune of Equilo was but slightly marked, and the abolition of that magistracy was a much more sweeping measure than the first makers of a doge would have dared to propose. The military complexion of the ducal authority was not confined to the personal character of the supreme officer of state, for under him, not as a novel element in the constitution, but as one which pre-existed side by side with the tribunicial system, served the master of the soldiers, whom there is a fairly solid ground for regarding as second to the doge or duke in precedence, and above the civil tribunes of the respective townships. To find in so small and imperfectly developed a state the two leading functionaries or ingredients deriving their appellations from a command and control over the rude feudal militia might alone warrant the conclusion that the most essential requirement of Venice, even when it had so far modified the form of administration, was felt to be the possession, under responsible direction, of a means of securing internal order and withstanding external aggression, if it were not the case that from the Gothic era onward we hear of scholae militiae cum patronis, manifestly the schools of instruction for the body over which the magister militum presided. These seminaries existed in the days of the exarch Narses, generations before a doge was given to Venice. Yet, through all the time which has now elapsed since the first erection of a separate political jurisdiction, not only the Church, on which such stress was at the very outset laid, but a civil government and regulations for trade and shipping must have been active forces, always tending to grow in strength and coherence. The Venetians, in constructing by degrees, and even somewhat at random, a constitutional fabric, very naturally followed the precedents and models which they found in the regions which bordered on them, and from which their forefathers had emigrated. The Lombard system, which was of far longer duration than its predecessors on the same soil, borrowed as much as possible from that which the invaders saw in use and favor among the conquered, and the earliest institutions of the only community not subjugated by their arms were counterparts either of the Lombard, the Roman, or the Greek customary law. The Doge, in some respects, enjoyed an authority similar to that which the Romans had vested in their ancient kings, but, while he was clothed with full ecclesiastical jurisdiction, he did not personally discharge the sacerdotal functions or assume a sacerdotal title. The Latins had had their magistri populi, and in the Middle Ages they recognized at Naples and at Amalfi a master of the soldiers, at Lucca, Verona, and elsewhere a captain of the people. But all these magistrates were in possession of the supreme power, were kings in everything save the name, and the interesting suggestion presents itself that in the case of Venice, the master of the soldiers had been part of the tribunicial organization, if not of the consular one, and that one of the tribunes officiated by rotation, bearing to the Republic the same sort of relationship as the Bretwalda bore to the other Anglo-Saxon reguli. There can be no doubt that Venice kept in view the prototypes transmitted by Rome, and learned at last to draw a comparison between the two empires, and down to the 15th century the odor of the conscript fathers lingered in the Venetian fancy. Subsequently to the entrance of the dux, duke, or doge on the scene, and the shrinkage of the tribunicial power to more departmental or municipal proportions, the master of the soldiers, whatever he may have been before, became a subordinate element in the administration. His duties must have certainly embraced the management of the militia and the maintenance of the doge's peace within the always widening pale of the ducal abode. He was next in rank to the crown or throne. Thus we perceive that, after a series of trials, the Venetians eventually reverted to the form of government which appeared to be most agreeable, on the whole, to their conditions and genius. The consula triumviri, not perhaps quite independent of external influences, were originally adopted as a temporary expedient. The tribunes, who next succeeded, had a duration of 250 years. Their common fasti are scanty and obscure, and we gain only occasional glimpses of a barbarous federal administration which barely sufficed to fulfill the most elementary wants of a rising society of traders. They were alike, more or less, a machinery of primitive type, deficient in central force, and without any safeguards against the abuse of authority, without any definite theory of legislation and police. The century and a half which intervened between the abrogation of monarchy in the person of a tribune and its revival in the person of a doge, 574 to 697, beheld the Republic laboring under the feeble and enervating sway of rival aristocratic houses, on which the sole check was the urban body subsequently to emerge into importance and value as the militia of the 6 wards, and its commandant, the master of the soldiers. But while the institution of the Dogeship brought with it a certain measure of equilibrium and security, it left the political framework in almost every other respect untouched. The work of reform and consolidation had merely commenced. The first stone only had been laid of a great and enduring edifice. The first permanent step had been taken toward the unification of a group of insular clanships into a homogeneous society with a sense of common interests. The late tribunicial ministry has transmitted to us as its monument little beyond the disclosure of a chronic disposition to tyranny and periodical fluctuations of preponderance. The so-called chair of Attila at Torcello is supposed to have been the seat where the officer presiding over that district long held his court sub dio. The Doge Anafesto appears to have pacified, by his energy and tact, the intestine discord by which his country had suffered so much and so long, and the Aquiles especially, who had risen in open revolt and had refused to pay their proportion of tithes, were persuaded, after some fierce struggles in the Pineto or pine woods, which still covered much of the soil, to return to obedience. The civil war which had lately broken out between Aquilo and Heraclea was terminated by the influential mediation of one of the tribunes, and the Lombards now condescended to ratify a treaty, assigning to the Venetians the whole of the territory lying between the Greater and Lesser Piave, empowering the Republic to erect boundary lines, and prohibiting either of the contracting parties from building a stronghold within 10 miles of those lines. A settlement of confines between two such close neighbors was of the highest importance and utility. But still a more momentous principle was here involved. The Republic had exercised a clear act of sovereign independence. It had made its first Italian treaty. This was a proud step and a quotable precedent. End of section 28.
Section 29 of The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Beth Blakely. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 4, edited by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. Saracens in Spain, Battle of the Guadalete, A.D. 711. Ahmed ibn Mahomet, Al-Makkari. When assailed by the Saracen power, the Gothic kingdom in Spain, which had endured for 3 centuries, had long been suffering a decline. Political disorders and social demoralization had made its conditions such as might well invite the Muslim armies, flushed with victories on the African side, to cross the narrow Strait of Gibraltar for new conquests. The final subjection of North Africa had been accomplished by the Arab general Musa ibn Nosair, only the fortress of Ceuta on the shore of the strait still remaining in possession of the Goths. The Saracens knew that a fresh revolution in Spain had placed on the throne Roderick, who proved to be the last of the Gothic kings. At Ceuta, the commandant, Count Julian, when he was attacked, made a feeble defense, virtually betraying the post into the hands of the Muslims. The reason, according to some authorities, for the defection of Ilian was his desire to avenge an injury inflicted upon him by Roderick, who is said to have dishonored Ilian's daughter, the Lady Florinda. Others attribute the treason of Ilian to his real loyalty to the rivals of Roderick, the latter being regarded by him as a usurper. It is recorded that Ilian proposed to Musa the conquest of Andalusia, whose wealth and productiveness and other natural attractions he glowingly described. The people, Ilian declared, were enervated by reason of prolonged peace, and were destitute of arms. He was induced entirely to desert the Gothic cause, and joined the Muslims, and made a successful incursion into the country of his former friends, returning to Africa loaded with spoil. From this time Ilian served under the Muslim standard. Another invasion was made by the Saracens with like results, and then Musa, having received authority from the Caliph, prepared to enter upon the conquest of Spain. The events which followed were not only of great moment in the affairs of that country, but foreshadowed others which seemed to involve the fate of Europe and of Christendom in the outcome of the Mahometan advance. Musa strengthened himself in his intention of invading Andalusia. To this effect he called a free slave of his, to whom he had on different occasions entrusted important commands in his armies, and whose name was Tariq ibn Zayd ibn Abdillah, a native of Hamdan in Persia, although some pretend that he was not a freedman of Musa ibn Nosair, but a freed-born man of the tribe of Sadf, while others make him a Mali of Lam. It is even asserted that some of his posterity, who lived in Andalusia, rejected with indignation the supposition of their ancestor having ever been a liberated slave of Musa ibn Nosair. Some authors, and they are the greatest number, say that he was a Berber. To this Tariq, therefore, the Arabian governor of Africa committed the important trust of conquering the kingdom of Andalusia, for which end he gave him the command of an army of 7,000 men, chiefly Berbers and slaves, very few only being genuine Arabs. To accompany and guide Tariq on this expedition, Musa sent Ilian, who provided 4 vessels from the ports under his command, the only places on the coast where vessels were at the time built. Everything being got ready, a division of the army crossed that arm of the sea which divides Andalusia from Africa, and landed with Tarik at the foot of the mountain, which afterward received his name, on a Saturday in the month of Shaban, of the year of the Hegira, 92, July 711, answering to the month of August, and the 4 vessels were sent back, and crossed and recrossed until the rest of Tarik's men were safely put on shore. It is otherwise said that Tarik landed on the 24th of Rajab, June 19th, A.D. 711, in the same year. Another account makes the number of men embarked on this occasion amount to 12,000, all but 16, a number consisting almost entirely of Berbers, there being but few Arabs among them, but the same writer agrees that Ilian transported this force at various times to the coast of Andalusia in merchant vessels, whence collected it is not known, and that Tarik was the last man on board. Various historians have recorded 2 circumstances concerning Tarik's passage and his landing on the coast of Andalusia, which we consider worthy of being transcribed. They say that while he was sailing across that arm of the sea which separates Africa from Andalusia, he saw in a dream the prophet Mahomet, surrounded by Arabs of the Muhajirin and Ansar, who with unsheathed swords and bended bows stood close by him, and that he had heard the prophet say, "Take courage, O Tarik, and accomplish what thou art destined to perform," and that having looked round him, he saw the messenger of God, who with his companions was entering Andalusia. Tarik then awoke from his sleep, and delighted with this good omen, hastened to communicate the miraculous circumstance to his followers, who were much pleased and strengthened. Tarik himself was so much struck by the apparition that from that moment he never doubted of victory. The same writers have preserved another anecdote, which sufficiently proves the mediation of the Almighty in permitting that the conquest of Andalusia should be achieved by Tarik. Directly after his landing on the rock, Musa's freedman brought his forces upon the plain, and began to overrun and lay waste the neighboring country. While he was thus employed, an old woman from Algeciras presented herself to him, and among other things told him what follows. "Thou must know, O stranger, that I had once a husband, who had the knowledge of future events, and I have repeatedly heard him say to the people of this country that a foreign general would come to this island and subject it to his arms. He described him to me as a man of prominent forehead, and such I see is thine. He told me also that the individual designated by the prophecy would have a black mole covered with hair on his left shoulder. Now, if thou hast such a mark on thy body, thou art undoubtedly the person intended." When Tarik heard the old woman's reasoning, he immediately laid his shoulder bare, and the mark being found as predicted upon the left one, both he and his companions were filled with delight at the good omen. Ibn Hayyan's account does not materially differ from those of the historians from whom we have quoted. He agrees in saying that Ilian, lord of Ceuta, incited Musa ibn Nusair to make the conquest of Andalusia, and that this he did out of revenge and moved by the personal enmity and hatred he had conceived against Roderick. He makes Tarik's army amount only to 7,000, mostly Berbers, which he says crossed in 4 vessels provided by Ilian. According to his account, Tarik landed on Saturday, in the month of Shaban of the year of 92, and the vessels that brought him and his men on shore were immediately sent back to Africa, and never ceased going backward and forward until the whole of the army was safely landed on the shores of Andalusia. On the other side, Ibn Khaldun reckons the army under the orders of Tarik at 300 Arabs and 10,000 Berbers. He says that before starting on his expedition, Tarik divided his army into 2 corps, he himself taking the command of one, and placing the other under the immediate orders of Tarif an-Najai. Tarik with his men landed at the foot of the rock now called Jabalu el-Fatah, the mountain of the entrance, and which then received his name, and was called Jebel Tarik, the mountain of Tarik, while his companion Tarif landed on the island afterward called after him Jazira Tarif, the island of Tarif. In order to provide for the security of their respective armies, both generals selected, soon after their landing, a good encampment, which they surrounded with walls and trenches, for no sooner had the news of their landing spread than the armies of the Goths began to march against them from all quarters. No sooner did Tarik set his foot in Andalusia than he was attacked by a Goth named Tudmir, Theodemir, whom Roderick had entrusted the defense of that frontier. Theodemir, who is the same general who afterward gave his name to a province of Andalusia, called Belad Tudmir, the country of Theodemir, having tried, although in vain, to stop the impetuous career of Tarek's men, dispatched immediately a messenger to his master, apprising him how Tarek and his followers had landed in Andalusia. He also wrote him a letter thus conceived: "This our land has been invaded by people whose name, country, and origin are unknown to me. I cannot even tell whence they came, whether they fell from the skies or sprang from the earth." When this news reached Roderick, who was then in the country of the Basques, making war in the territory of Banabalona, Pamplona, where serious disturbances had occurred, he guessed directly that the blow came from Ilion. Sensible, however, of the importance of this attack made upon his dominions, he left what he had in hand, and moving toward the south, with the whole of his powerful army, arrived in Cordova, which is placed in the center of Andalusia. There he took up his abode in the royal castle, which the Arabs called after him Roderick's Castle. In this palace Roderick took up his residence for a few days, to await the arrival of numerous troops which he had summoned from the different provinces of his kingdom. They say that while he was staying in Cordova, he wrote to the sons of the Witiza to come and join him against the common enemy. For although it is true that Roderick had usurped the throne of their father and persecuted the sons, yet he had spared their lives, since these two sons of Witiza are the same who, when Tarik attacked the forces of King Roderick on the plains of Guadalete near the sea, turned back and deserted their ranks, owing to a promise made them by Tarik to restore them to the throne of their father if they helped him against Roderick. However, when Roderick arrived in Cordova, the sons of Witiza were busily engaged in some distant province collecting troops to march against the invaders, and he wrote to them to come and join him with their forces in order to march against the Arabs, and cautioning them against the inconvenience and danger of private feuds at that moment, engaged them to join him and attack the Arabs in one mass. The sons of Witiza readily agreed to Roderick's proposition, and collecting all their forces came to meet him, and encamped not far from the village of Shikanda, on the opposite side of the river, and on the south of the palace of Cordova. There they remained for some time, not daring to enter the capital or to trust Roderick, until at last, having ascertained the truth of the preparations, and seeing the army march out of the city and him with it, they entered Cordova, united their forces to his, and marched with him against the enemy, although, as will be seen presently, they were already planning the treachery which they afterward committed. Others say the sons of Witiza did not obey the summons sent them by the usurper Roderick, on the contrary, that they joined Tarik with all their forces. When Tarik received the news of the approach of Roderick's army, which is said to have amounted to nearly 100,000 men, provided with all kinds of weapons and military stores, he wrote to Musa for assistance, saying that he had taken Algeciras, a port of Andalusia, thus becoming by its possession the master of the passage into that country, that he had subdued its districts as far as the bay, but that Roderick was now advancing against him with a force which it was not in his power to resist, except it was God Almighty's will that it should be so. Musa, who since Tarik's departure for this expedition had been employed in building ships, and had by this time collected a great many, sent by them a reinforcement of 5,000 Moslems, which added to the 7,000 of the first expedition, made the whole forces amount to 12,000 men, eager for plunder and anxious for battle. Ilion was also sent with his army and the people of his states to accompany this expedition, and to guide it through the passes in the country and gather intelligence for them. In the meanwhile, Roderick was drawing nearer to the Moslems, with all the forces of the barbarians, their lords, their knights, and their bishops. But the hearts of the great people of the kingdom being against him, they used to see each other frequently, and in their private conversations they uttered their sentiments about Roderick in the following manner: "This wretch has by force taken possession of the throne to which he is not justly entitled, for not only does he not belong to the royal family, but he was once one of our meanest menials. We do not know how far he may carry his wicked intentions against us. There is no doubt but that Tarik's followers do not intend to settle in this country. Their only wish is to fill their hands with spoil and then return. Let us then, as soon as the battle is engaged, give way, and leave the usurper alone to fight the strangers, who will soon deliver us from him, and when they shall be gone, we can place on the throne him who most deserves it." In these sentiments all agreed, and it was decided that the proposed plan should be put into execution. The two sons of Witiza, whom Roderick had appointed to the command of the right and left wings of his army, being at the head of the conspiracy, in hope of gaining the throne of their father. When the armies drew nearer to each other, the princes began to spin the web of their treason, and for this purpose a messenger was sent by them to Tarik, informing him how Roderick, who had been a mere menial and servant to their father, had after his death usurped the throne, that the princes had by no means relinquished their rights, and that they implored protection and security for themselves. They offered to desert and pass over to Tarik with the troops under their command, on condition that the Arab general would, after subduing the whole of Andalusia, secure to them all their father's possessions, amounting to 3,000 valuable and chosen farms, the same that received after this the name of Safaya el-Maluk, the royal portion. This offer Tarik accepted, and having agreed to the conditions, on the next day the sons of Watiza deserted the ranks of the Gothic army in the midst of battle, and passed over to Tarik, this being no doubt one of the principal causes of the conquest. Roderick arrived on the banks of the Guadalete with a formidable army, which most historians compute at 100,000 cavalry, although Ibn Khaldun makes it amount to 40,000 men only. Roderick brought all his treasures and military stores in carts. He himself came in a litter placed between 2 mules, having over his head an awning richly set with pearls, rubies, and emeralds. On the approach of this formidable host, the Moslems did not lose courage, but prepared to meet their adversary. Tarik assembled his men, comforted them by his words, and after rendering the due praises to the Almighty God, and returning thanks for what had already been accomplished, proceeded to implore his mighty help for the future. He then encouraged the Moslems, and kindled their enthusiasm with the following address. "Whither can you fly? The enemy is in your front, the sea at your back. By Allah, there is no salvation for you but in your courage and perseverance. Consider your situation. Here you are on this island, like so many orphans cast upon the world. You will soon be met by a powerful enemy, surrounding you on all sides like the infuriated billows of a tempestuous sea, and sending against you his countless warriors, drowned in steel, and provided with every store and description of arms. What can you oppose to them? You have no other weapons than your swords, no provisions but those that you may snatch from the hands of your enemies. You must therefore attack them immediately, or otherwise your wants will increase. The gales of victory may no longer blow in your favor, and perchance the fear that lurks in the hearts of your enemies may be changed into indomitable courage. Banish all fear from your hearts. Trust that victory shall be ours, and that the barbarian king will not be able to withstand the shock of our arms. Here he comes to make us the master of his cities and castles, and to deliver into our hands his countless treasures. And if you only seize the opportunity now presented, it may perhaps be the means of your becoming the owners of them, besides saving yourselves from certain death. Do not think that I impose upon you a task from which I shrink myself, or that I try to conceal from you the dangers attending this our expedition. No, you have certainly a great deal to encounter, but know that if you only suffer for a while, you will reap in the end an abundant harvest of pleasures and enjoyments. And do not imagine that while I speak to you, I mean not to act as I speak, for as my interest in this affair is greater, so will my behavior on this occasion surpass yours. You must have heard numerous accounts of this island. You must know how the Grecian maidens, as handsome as houris, their necks glittering with innumerable pearls and jewels, their bodies clothed with tunics of costly silk, sprinkled with gold, are waiting your arrival, reclining on soft couches in the sumptuous palaces of crowned lords and princes. You know well that the Caliph Abdu al-Malek ibn al-Walid has chosen you, like so many heroes, from among the brave. You know that the great lords of this island are willing to make you their sons and brethren by marriage, if you only rush on like so many brave men to the fight, and behave like true champions and valiant knights. You know that the recompenses of God await you if you are prepared to uphold his words, and proclaim his religion in this island. And lastly, that all the spoil shall be yours, and of such Muslims as may be with you. Bear in mind that God Almighty will select, according to this promise, those that distinguish themselves most among you, and grant them due reward, both in this world and in the future. And know likewise that I shall be the first to set you the example, and to put in practice what I recommend you to do. For it is my intention, on the meeting of the two hosts, to attack the Christian tyrant Roderick, and kill him with my own hand if God be pleased. When you see me bearing against him, charge along with me. If I kill him, the victory is ours. If I am killed before I reach him, do not trouble yourselves about me, but fight as if I were still alive and among you, and follow up my purpose, for the moment they see their king fall, these barbarians are sure to disperse. If, however, I should be killed after inflicting death upon their king, appoint a man from among you who unites both courage and experience, and may command you in this emergency, and follow up the success. If you attend to my instructions, we are sure of the victory." When Tarik had thus addressed his soldiers and exhorted them to fight with courage and to face the dangers of war with a stout heart, when he had thus recommended them to make a simultaneous attack upon Roderick's men and promised them abundant reward if they routed their enemies, their countenances were suddenly expanded with joy, their hopes were strengthened, the gales of victory began to blow on their side, and they all unanimously answered him, "We are ready to follow thee, O Tarik. We shall all, to one man, stand by thee and fight for thee. Nor could we avoid it, were we otherwise disposed. Victory is our only hope of salvation." After this, Tarik mounted his horse, and his men did the same, and they all passed that night in constant watch for fear of the enemy. On the following morning, when day dawned, both armies prepared for battle. Each general formed his cavalry and his infantry, and the signal being given, the armies met with a shock similar to that of two mountains dashing against each other. King Roderick came, borne on a throne, and having over his head an awning of variegated silk to guard him from the rays of the sun, surrounded by warriors cased in bright steel, with fluttering pennons and a profusion of banners and standards. Tarik's men were differently arrayed. Their breasts were covered with mail armor, they wore white turbans on their heads, the Arabian bow slung across their backs, their swords suspended in their girdles, and their long spears firmly grasped in their hands. They say that when the two armies were advancing upon each other, and the eyes of Roderick fell upon the men in the first ranks, he was horror-stricken, and was heard to exclaim, "By the faith of the Messiah, these are the very men I saw painted on the scroll found in the mansion of science at Toledo." And from that moment fear entered his heart, and when Tarik perceived Roderick, he said to his followers, "This is the king of the Christians," and he charged with his men, the warriors who surrounded Roderick being on all sides scattered and dispersed, seeing which, Tarik plunged into the ranks of the enemy until he reached the king, and wounded him with his sword on the head, and killed him on his throne. And when Roderick's men saw their king fall, and his bodyguard dispersed, the rout became general, and victory remained with the Muslims. The rout of the Christians was complete, for instead of rallying on one spot, they fled in all directions, and their panic being communicated to their countrymen, cities opened their gates and castles surrendered without resistance. The preceding account we have borrowed from a writer of great note, but we deem it necessary to warn the readers that the assertion that Roderick died by the hands of Tarik has been contradicted by several historians, since his body, although diligently sought on the field of battle, could nowhere be found. We shall proceed to recount in detail that memorable battle, when Almighty God was pleased to put King Roderick's army to flight, and grant the Muslims a most complete victory. Several authors who have described at large this famous engagement state that Tarik encamped near Roderick, toward the middle of the month of Ramadan, the year 92, September A.D. 711, and although there is some difference as to the dates, all agree that the battle was fought on the banks of the Guadalete. They say also that while both armies were encamped in front of each other, the barbarian king, wishing to ascertain the exact amount of Tarik's forces, sent one of his men, whose valor and strength he knew, and in whose fidelity he placed unbounded confidence, with instructions to penetrate into Tarik's camp, and bring him an account of their number, arms, accoutrement, and vessels. The Christian proceeded to execute his commission, and reached a small elevation, whence he had a commanding view of the whole camp. However, he had not remained long in his place of observation before he was discovered by some Muslims, who pursued him, but the Christian fled before them, and escaped through the swiftness of his horse. Arrived at the Christian camp, he addressed Roderick in the following words: "These people, O king, are the same that thou sawest painted on the scroll of the enchanted palace. Beware of them, for the greatest part of them have bound themselves by oath to reach thee or die in the attempt. They have set fire to their vessels, to destroy their last hope of escape. They are encamped along the seashore, determined to die or to vanquish, for they know well that there is not in this country a place whither they can fly." On hearing this account, King Roderick was much disheartened, and he trembled with fear. However, the two armies engaged near the lake or gulf. They fought resolutely on both sides till the right and left wings of Roderick's army, under the commands of the sons of Witiza, gave way. The centre, in which Roderick was, still held firm for a while, and made the fate of the battle uncertain for some time. They fled at last, and Roderick before them. From that moment the rout became general, and the Moslems followed with ardor the pursuit of the scattered bands, inflicting death wherever they went. Roderick disappeared in the midst of the battle, and no certain intelligence was afterward received of him. It is true that some Moslems found his favorite steed, a milk-white horse, bearing a saddle of gold, sparkling with rubies, plunged in the mud of the river, as also one of his sandals, adorned with rubies and emeralds, but the other was never found. Nor was Roderick, although diligently searched for, ever discovered either dead or alive, a circumstance which led the Moslems to believe that he perished in the stream, the weight of his armor preventing him from struggling against the current, and he was drowned. But God only knows what became of him. According to Ar-Razi, the contest began on Sunday, 2 days before the end of Ramadan, and continued till Sunday, the 5th of Shawwal, namely 8 whole days, at the end of which God Almighty was pleased to put the idolaters to flight, and grant the victory to the Muslims. And he adds that so great was the number of the Goths who perished in the battle, that for a long time after the victory the bones of the slain were to be seen covering the field of action. They say also that the spoil found by the Muslims in the camp of the Christians surpassed all computation, for the princes and great men of the Goths who had fallen were distinguished by the rings of gold they wore on their fingers, those of an inferior class by similar ornaments of silver, while those of the slaves were made of brass. Tarik collected all the spoil and divided it into 5 shares or portions, when after deducting 1/5, he distributed the rest among 9,000 Muslims, besides the slaves and followers. When the people on the other side of the straits heard of this success of Tarik and of the plentiful spoils he had acquired, they flocked to him from all quarters, and crossed the sea on every vessel or bark they could lay hold of. Tarik's army being so considerably reinforced, the Christians were obliged to shut themselves up in their castles and fortresses, and quitting the flat country, betake themselves to their mountains. End of section 29. Recording by Beth Blakely.
Section 30 of the Great Events by Famous Historians. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 4, edited by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. Section 30. Battle of Tours, A.D. 732, Sir Edward Shepherd Creasy. When the Saracens had completed the conquest of Spain, and all that country was wholly under their dominion, they determined to extend their authority over the neighboring country of the Franks. Having crossed the Pyrenees, they met with but slight opposition, and soon succeeded in making themselves masters of southern France, thereby furthering and encouraging their boastful ambition to conquer and Islamize the whole world. Already had Africa, Asia Minor, and Eastern Europe acknowledged their rule, and the final subjugation of all Christendom by the Mahometan sword seemed certain and imminent. Their long and uninterrupted career of success had fed their arrogance and filled them with a proud confidence in the invincibility of their arms, and their farther advance into the heart of Europe seemed in the eyes of Christian and pagan alike to be the irresistible march of destiny. The Saracen host had not penetrated far into the Frankish territory when they encountered a lion in the path, in the person of Charles, or Karl, the great palace mayor so called, but who was in reality the de facto sovereign of the Frankish kingdoms. To Charles, famous for his military skill and prestige, came the recently defeated Eudes, the Count of Aquitaine, and the remnant of his force craving his protection and leadership against the advancing Saracen horde. Charles's signal victory over the Saracen invaders proved to be the turning point in the Moslem career of conquest. The question whether the Koran or the Bible, the crescent or the cross, Mahomet or Christ should rule Europe and the Western world was decided forever upon the bloody field of Tours. The broad tract of Champagne country which intervenes between the cities of Poitiers and Tours is principally composed of a succession of rich pasture lands, which are traversed and fertilized by the Cher, the Creuse, the Vienne, the Claine, the Indre, and other tributaries of the river Loire. Here and there the ground swells into picturesque eminences, and occasionally a belt of forest land, a brown heath, or a clustering series of vineyards breaks the monotony of the widespread meadows, but the general character of the land is that of a grassy plain, and it seems naturally adapted for the evolutions of numerous armies, especially of those vast bodies of cavalry which principally decided the fates of nations during the centuries that followed the downfall of Rome and preceded the consolidation of the modern European powers. This region has been signalized by more than one memorable conflict, but it is principally interesting to the historian by having been the scene of the great victory won by Charles Martel over the Saracens A.D. 732, which gave a decisive check to the career of Arab conquest in Western Europe, rescued Christendom from Islam, preserved the relics of ancient and the germs of modern civilization, and re-established the old superiority of the Indo-European over the Semitic family of mankind. Sismondi and Michelet have underrated the enduring interest of this great appeal of battle between the champions of the Crescent and the Cross, but if French writers have slighted the exploits of their national hero, the Saracenic trophies of Charles Martel have had full justice done to them by English and German historians. Gibbon devotes several pages of his great work to the narrative of the Battle of Tours and to the consideration of the consequences which probably would have resulted if Abderrahman's enterprise had not been crushed by the Frankish chief. Schlegel speaks of this mighty victory in terms of fervent gratitude, and tells how the arm of Charles Martel saved and delivered the Christian nations of the West from the deadly grasp of all-destroying Islam. And Ranke points out, as one of the most important epochs in the history of the world, the commencement of the 8th century, when on the one side Mahometanism threatened to overspread Italy and Gaul, and on the other the ancient idolatry of Saxony and Friesland once more forced its way across the Rhine. In this peril of Christian institutions, a youthful prince of Germanic race, Charles or Karl Martel, arose as their champion, maintained them with all the energy which the necessity for self-defense calls forth, and finally extended them into new regions. Arnold ranks the victory of Charles Martel even higher than the victory of Arminius, among those signal differences which have affected for centuries the happiness of mankind. In fact, the more we test its importance, the higher we shall be led to estimate it, and though all authentic details which we possess of its circumstances and its heroes are but meagre, we can trace enough of its general character to make us watch with deep interest this encounter between the rival conquerors of the decaying Roman Empire. That old classic world, the history of which occupies so large a portion of our early studies, lay in the 8th century of our era, utterly exanimate and overthrown. On the north, the German; on the south, the Arab was rending away its provinces. At last the spoilers encountered one another, each striving for the full mastery of the prey. Their conflict brought back upon the memory of Gibbon the old Homeric simile where the strife of Hector and Patroclus over the dead body of Cibriones is compared to the combat of two lions that in their hate and hunger fight together on the mountain tops over the carcass of a slaughtered stag, and the reluctant yielding of the Saracen power to the superior might of the northern warriors might not inaptly recall those other lines of the same book of the Iliad, where the downfall of Patroclus beneath Hector is likened to the forced yielding of the panting and exhausted wild boar that had long and furiously fought with a superior beast of prey for the possession of the scanty fountain among the rocks, at which each burned to drink. Although 3 centuries had passed away since the Germanic conquerors of Rome had crossed the Rhine, never to repass that frontier stream, no settled system of institutions or government, no amalgamation of the various races into one people, no uniformity of language or habits had been established in the country at the time when Charles Martel was called to repel the menacing tide of Saracenic invasion from the south. Gaul was not yet France. In that, as in the other provinces of the Roman Empire of the West, the dominion of the Caesars had been shattered as early as the 5th century, and barbaric kingdoms and principalities had promptly arisen on the ruins of the Roman power. But few of these had any permanency, and none of them consolidated the rest, or any considerable number of the rest, into one coherent and organized civil and political society. The great bulk of the population still consisted of the conquered provincials, that is to say, of Romanized Celts of a Gallic race, which had long been under the dominion of the Caesars, and had acquired, together with no slight infusion of Roman blood, the language, the literature, the laws, and the civilization of Latium. Among these, and dominant over them, roved or dwelt the German victors, some retaining nearly all the rude independence of their primitive national character, others softened and disciplined by the aspect and contact of the manners and institutions of civilized life. For it is to be borne in mind that the Roman Empire in the West was not crushed by any sudden avalanche of barbaric invasion. The German conquerors came across the Rhine, not in enormous hosts, but in bands of a few thousand warriors at a time. The conquest of a province was the result of an infinite series of partial local invasions carried on by little armies of this description. The victorious warriors either retired with their booty, or fixed themselves in the invaded district, taking care to keep sufficiently concentrated for military purposes, and ever ready for some fresh foray, either against a rival Teutonic band, or some hitherto unassailed city of the provincials. Gradually, however, the conquerors acquired a desire for permanent landed possessions. They lost somewhat of the restless thirst for novelty and adventure which had first made them throng beneath the banner of the boldest captains of their tribe, and leave their native forests for a roving military life on the left bank of the Rhine. They were converted to the Christian faith, and gave up with their old creed much of the coarse ferocity which must have been fostered in the spirits of the ancient warriors of the North by a mythology which promised as the reward of the brave on earth an eternal cycle of fighting and drunkenness in heaven. But although their conversion and other civilizing influences operated powerfully upon the Germans in Gaul, and although the Franks, who were originally a confederation of the Teutonic tribes that dwelt between the Rhine and the Main and the Weser, established a decisive superiority over the other conquerors of the province, as well as over the conquered provincials, the country long remained a chaos of uncombined and shifting elements. The early princes of the Merovingian dynasty were generally occupied in wars against other princes of their house, occasioned by the frequent subdivisions of the Frank monarchy, and the ablest and best of them had found all their energies tasked to the utmost to defend the barrier of the Rhine against the pagan Germans who strove to pass that river and gather their share of the spoils of the empire. The conquests which the Saracens effected over the southern and eastern provinces of Rome were far more rapid than those achieved by the Germans in the north, and the new organizations of society which the Moslems introduced were summarily and uniformly enforced. Exactly a century passed between the death of Mahomet and the date of the Battle of Tours. During that century, the followers of the Prophet had torn away half the Roman Empire, and besides their conquests over Persia, the Saracens had overrun Syria, Egypt, Africa, and Spain in an unchecked and apparently irresistible career of victory. Nor at the commencement of the 8th century of our era was the Mahometan world divided against itself as it subsequently became. All these vast regions obeyed the Caliph. Throughout them all, from the Pyrenees to the Oxus, the name of Mahomet was invoked in prayer and the Koran revered as the book of the law. It was under one of their ablest and most renowned commanders, with a veteran army and with every apparent advantage of time, place, and circumstance, that the Arabs made their great effort at the conquest of Europe north of the Pyrenees. the victorious Moslem soldiery in Spain, a countless multitude, Syrian, Moor, Saracen, Greek renegade, Persian, and Copt and Tartar in one bond, of erring faith conjoined, strong in the youth and heat of zeal, a dreadful brotherhood, were eager for the plunder of more Christian cities and shrines, and full of fanatic confidence in the invincibility of their arms. Nor were the chiefs of victory less assured by long success, elate and proud of that o'erwhelming strength which surely they believed, as it rolled, thus far unchecked, would roll victorious on, till, like the Orient, the subjected West should bow in reverence at Mahomet's name, and pilgrims from remotest Arctic shores tread with religious feet the burning sands of Araby and Mecca's stony soil. Southey's Roderick. It is not only by the modern Christian poet, but by the old Arabian chroniclers also, that these feelings of ambition and arrogance are attributed to the Moslems who had overthrown the Visigoth power in Spain, and their eager expectation of new wars were excited to the utmost on the reappointment by the Caliph of Abdurrahman ibn Abdillah Agafeki to the government of that country, A.D. 729, which restored them a general who had signalized his skill and prowess during the conquests of Africa and Spain, whose ready valor and generosity had made him the idol of the troops, who had already been engaged in several expeditions into Gaul so as to be well acquainted with the national character and tactics of the Franks, and who was known to thirst, like a good Moslem, for revenge for the slaughter of some detachments of the true believers, which had been cut off on the north of the Pyrenees. In addition to his cardinal military virtues, Abdurrahman is described by the Arab writers as a model of integrity and justice. The first 2 years of his second administration in Spain were occupied in severe reforms of the abuses which under his predecessors had crept into the system of government, and in extensive preparations for his intended conquest in Gaul. Besides the troops which he collected from his province, he obtained from Africa a large body of chosen Berber cavalry, officered by Arabs of proved skill and valor, and in the summer of 732 he crossed the Pyrenees at the head of an army which some Arab writers rate at 80,000 strong, while some of the Christian chroniclers swell its numbers to many hundreds of thousands more. Probably the Arab account diminishes, but of the two keeps nearer to the truth. It was from this formidable host, after Eudes the Count of Aquitaine had vainly striven to check it, after many strong cities had fallen before it, and half the land had been overrun, that Gaul and Christendom were at last rescued by the strong arm of Prince Charles, who acquired a surname Martel, the Hammer, like that of the war god of his forefathers' creed, from the might with which he broke and shattered his enemies in battle. The Merovingian kings had sunk into absolute insignificance, and had become mere puppets of royalty before the 8th century. Charles Martel, like his father Pepin Heristal, was Duke of the Austrasian Franks, the bravest and most thoroughly Germanic part of the nation, and exercised in the name of the titular king what little paramount authority the turbulent minor rulers of districts and towns could be persuaded or compelled to acknowledge. Engaged with his national competitors in perpetual conflicts for power, and in more serious struggles for safety against the fierce tribes of the unconverted Frisians, Bavarians, Saxons, and Thuringians, who at that epoch assailed with peculiar ferocity the Christianized Germans on the left bank of the Rhine, Charles Martel added experienced skill to his natural courage, and he had also formed a militia of veterans among the Franks. Hallam has thrown out a doubt whether in our admiration of his victory at Tours we do not judge a little too much by the event, and whether there was not rashness in his risking the fate of France on the result of a general battle with the invaders. But when we remember that Charles had no standing army, and the independent spirit of the Frank warriors who followed his standard, it seems most probable that it was not in his power to adopt the cautious policy of watching the invaders and wearing out their strength by delay. So dreadful and so widespread were the ravages of the Saracenic light cavalry throughout Gaul, that it must have been impossible to restrain for any length of time the indignant ardor of the Franks. And even if Charles could have persuaded his men to look tamely on while the Arabs stormed more towns and desolated more districts, he could not have kept an army together when the usual period of a military expedition had expired. If indeed the Arab account of the disorganization of the Moslem forces be correct, the battle was as well timed on the part of Charles as it was beyond all question well fought. The monkish chroniclers from whom we are obliged to glean a narrative of this memorable campaign bear full evidence to the terror which the Saracen invasion inspired, and to the agony of that great struggle. The Saracens, say they, and their king, who was called Abderames, came out of Spain, with all their wives and their children and their substance, in such great multitudes that no man could reckon or estimate them. They brought with them all their armor and whatever they had, as if they were thenceforth always to dwell in France. Then Abderrahman, seeing the land filled with the multitude of his army, pierces through the mountains, tramples over rough and level ground, plunders far into the country of the Franks, and smites all with the sword, insomuch that when Eudes came to battle with him at the river Garonne, and fled before him, God alone knows the number of the slain. Then Abderrahman pursued after Count Eudes, and while he strives to spoil and burn the holy shrine at Tours, he encounters the chief of the Austrasian Franks, Charles, a man of war from his youth, up to whom Eudes had sent warning. There for nearly 7 days they strive intensely, and at last they set themselves in battle array, and the nations of the north, standing firm as a wall and impenetrable as a zone of ice, utterly slay the Arabs with the edge of the sword. The European writers all concur in speaking of the fall of Abderrahman as one of the principal causes of the defeat of the Arabs, who, according to one writer, after finding that their leader was slain, dispersed in the night, to the agreeable surprise of the Christians, who expected the next morning to see them issue from their tents and renew the combat. One monkish chronicler puts the loss of the Arabs at 375,000 men, while he says that only 1,007 Christians fell, a disparity of loss which he feels bound to account for by a special interposition of Providence. I have translated above some of the most spirited passages of these writers, but it is impossible to collect from them anything like a full or authentic description of the great battle itself, or of the operations which preceded and followed it. Though, however, we may have cause to regret the meagreness and doubtful character of these narratives, we have the great advantage of being able to compare the accounts given of Abderrahman's expedition by the national writers of each side. This is a benefit which the inquirer into antiquity so seldom can obtain, that the fact of possessing it in the case of the Battle of Tours makes us think the historical testimony respecting that great event more certain and satisfactory than is the case in many other instances where we possess abundant details respecting military exploits, but where those details come to us from the annalist of one nation only, and where we have consequently no safeguard against the exaggerations, the distortions, and the fictions which national vanity has so often put forth in the garb and under the title of history. The Arabian writers who recorded the conquests and wars of their countrymen in Spain have narrated also the expedition into Gaul of their great emir, and his defeat and death near Tours in battle with the host of the Franks under King Caldus, the name into which they metamorphose Charles Martel. They tell us how there was war between the Count of the Frankish frontier and the Moslems, and how the Count gathered together all his people and fought for a time with doubtful success. But, say the Arabian chroniclers, Abdurrahman drove them back, and the men of Abdurrahman were puffed up in spirit by their repeated successes, and they were full of trust in the valor and the practice in war of their emir. So the Moslems smote their enemies and passed the river Garonne, and laid waste the country, and took captives without number, and that army went through all places like a desolating storm. Prosperity made these warriors insatiable. At the passage of the river, Abdurrahman overthrew the Count, and the Count retired into his stronghold, but the Moslems fought against it, and entered it by force, and slew the Count, for everything gave way to their scimitars, which were the robbers of lives. All the nations of the Franks trembled at that terrible army, and they betook them to their king Caldus, and told him of the havoc made by the Moslem horsemen, and how they rode at their will through all the land of Narbonne, Toulouse, and Bordeaux. And they told the king of the death of their count. Then the king bade them be of good cheer, and offered to aid them. And in the 114th year he mounted his horse, and he took with him a host that could not be numbered, and went against the Moslems. And he came upon them at the great city of Tours. And Abdurrahman and other prudent cavaliers saw the disorder of the Moslem troops, who were loaded with spoil, but they did not venture to displease the soldiers by ordering them to abandon everything except their arms and war horses. And Abdurrahman trusted in the valor of his soldiers, and in the good fortune which had ever attended him. But the Arab writer remarks, such defect of discipline is always fatal to armies. So Abdurrahman and his host attacked Tours to gain still more spoil, and they fought against it so fiercely that they stormed the city almost before the eyes of the army that came to save it, and the fury and the cruelty of the Moslems toward the inhabitants of the city were like the fury and cruelty of raging tigers. It was manifest, adds the Arab, that God's chastisement was sure to follow such excesses, and fortune thereupon turned her back upon the Moslems. Near the river Owar, the two great hosts of the two languages and the two creeds were set in array against each other. The hearts of Abdurrahman, his captains, and his men were filled with wrath and pride, and they were the first to begin the fight. The Moslem horsemen dashed fierce and frequent toward and against the battalions of the Franks, who resisted manfully, and many fell dead on either side until the going down of the sun. Night parted the two armies, but in the grey of the morning the Moslems returned to the battle. Their cavaliers had soon hewn their way into the center of the Christian host, but many of the Moslems were fearful for the safety of the spoil which they had stored in their tents, and a false cry arose in their ranks that some of the enemy were plundering the camp. Whereupon several squadrons of the Moslem horsemen rode off to protect their tents, but it seemed as if they fled, and all the host was troubled. And while Abdurrahman strove to check their tumult and to lead them back to battle, the warriors of the Franks came around him, and he was pierced through with many spears, so that he died. Then all the host fled before the enemy, and many died in the flight. This deadly defeat of the Moslems, and the loss of the great leader and good cavalier Abdurrahman, took place in the 115th year. It would be difficult to expect from an adversary a more explicit confession of having been thoroughly vanquished than the Arabs here accord to the Europeans. The points on which their narrative differs from those of the Christians, as to how many days the conflict lasted, whether the assailed city was actually rescued or not, and the like, are of little moment compared with the admitted great fact that there was a decisive trial of strength between Frank and Saracen, in which the former conquered. The enduring importance of the Battle of Tours in the eyes of the Moslems is attested not only by the expressions of the deadly battle and the disgraceful overthrow which their writers constantly employ when referring to it, but also by the fact that no more serious attempts at conquest beyond the Pyrenees were made by the Saracens. Charles Martel and his son and grandson were left at leisure to consolidate and extend their power. The new Christian Roman Empire of the West, which the genius of Charlemagne founded, and throughout which his iron will imposed peace on the old anarchy of creeds and races, did not indeed retain its integrity after its great ruler's death. Fresh troubles came over Europe, but Christendom, though disunited, was safe. The progress of civilization and the development of the nationalities and governments of modern Europe from that time forth went forward, in not uninterrupted, but ultimately certain career. End of section 30. Recording by Thomas Rose.